His questions darted into every sinner's heart brutally like nails made of thunder. Seek justice was even making their brains boil, camouflaging the slaughter that they were about to begin with a brilliant cover. For a moment, all the bandits were covered in a layer of vague radiance besides their greed and violence. March into Liberty City, and everything there will be yours. I do not want anything other than the glory. Fist King Lei Zhonglia's roars were magnitudes louder in that moment and turned into thunder that shocked the sky and the earth. If we succeed, we will be the master of this Elysian world. Even if we don't, we will still leave our name on the boundless bloody plateau. Woo, woo, woo. The thousands of sirens on Great Iron City spurted out white steam that was as intense as fog again and let out ear-splitting shrieks. The enormous gears on the shell of the iron fortress revolved slowly, pulling the mechanical structure made of countless chains, bearings, and axles. Deafening drumming echoed from inside Great Iron City. Every attacker felt that their heart was exploding. As the sirens and the drumming got louder and louder, the enormous gears began to spin at a much higher speed. 6 mechanical legs, almost 100 meters long, were gradually deployed around Great Iron City. Countless spiritual puppets staggered over and smashed nails almost half a meter long into the ground through the holes in the mechanical legs, fixing them on the ground steadily. The main gun at the front of Great Iron City rose like a male organ. The previous blackness gradually turned orange, crimson, and purple. The surging electric arcs were filled by explosive forces like protruding veins. Even the size of the gun seemed to be bigger than before. Thousands of electric arcs flowed out of Great Iron City and were condensed in the barrel. Radial rays of light were focused on the muzzle, as if it were a star that had just been born. None of the bandits dared to look at it directly and could only hold their breath in fear. Finally, the cluster of light at the muzzle that looked like magma was consolidated to the maximum amount. In the middle of the Fist King's thunderous roar, it was shot out in dazzling light. Thunder seemed to have rumbled inside Great Iron City, making the enormous fortress bounce. The ground near the 6 supportive legs was all falling apart in cracking noises. Everybody felt the earth shaking. The massive spiritual was thrown out like a cluster of magma restrained by the spiritual field in a high arc. When it reached the target, it exploded into a storm of shooting stars and smashed at Liberty City. Chi, 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 chi. A thin, translucent spiritual shield immediately rose around Liberty City. Hexagonal circuits of spiritual energy could be found everywhere on the shield, and a complicated rune array had been carved at the center of every hexagon. All the shooting stars were blocked by the spiritual energy. Explosive sounds similar to when scorching iron was put into ice were echoing when the 2 opposing forces charged at each other. Despite the long distance, it could be seen that the defense system of Liberty City was weakened, and the translucence on the spiritual shield was dimmer and simmer. Liberty City launched a counterattack too, but their shooting range did not seem to be as far as the star plasma cannon of Great Iron City. Even if the attacks reached the Fist King's army, they had already lost their momentum, and most of them were detonated in advance by the powerful airwaves in the middle of their flight. Shwa! The star plasma cannon opened fire again, smashing another group of burning shooting stars at Liberty City. But the angle of the attack was slightly adjusted in order to bombard the frontal defense line before Liberty City. In a moment, hundreds of blasts were raised, detonating a lot of landmines and filling many trenches. The barricades were all burnt into hideous garbage. The Fist King's army cheered at the top of their voice. The mobs that had been jumbled up seemed to have truly become a united, well-trained, and invincible troop. Boom! After the 3rd bombardment of the star plasma cannon, 3 supportive legs finally could not resist the massive recoil of spiritual energy. The nails that were as thick as arms were blown away, and the supportive legs were ejected. It was obvious that the powerful star plasma cannon had reached its limits and needed a moment to cool down. The Fist King directly jumped off from the top of Great Iron City that was almost 100 meters tall, smashing onto the ground. Then he took a flag with the emblem of a crowned fist that was almost 10 meters tall and waved it. Forward, forward, into Liberty City. The first wave of glittering iron tides lunged at Liberty City. It was an overwhelming army of spiritual beasts that felt like a beast tide. Ever since the rebellion of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers in the Flying Star Sector, Liao had never seen an army of spiritual puppets of such a large scale. Compared to the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, the spiritual puppets there were of different categories and bizarre appearances. The war machines of countless absurd eras seemed to have gathered together. The Fist King seemed to have collected all the movable spiritual puppets in the entire land of sins and organized them in a very special way, turning them into his unstoppable vanguard. It did make sense. The spiritual puppets were much sturdier than general slave soldiers, and they were much more devoted and determined than the gangs that each had their own plans. They would never defect, retreat, or be scared. Those charging at the forefront were the high-speed mobile war puppets in the form of metal spiders and scorpions, which were followed by main war puppets that had been built in the form of crystal tanks, mixed with tracks and mechanical feet. Then, there were almost 30 automatic, unmanned fortresses over 10 meters tall that could be controlled remotely. In the sky, a lot of shuttles that could attack automatically, as well as floating fire platforms like hot air balloons that were pulling metal arms, were hovering. The iron tides rolled forward and ignored the storms of bullets sprayed from Liberty City, while they shortened the distance between the two parties. They detonated the landmines that survived the shooting stars, located the defense arrays and firing points that were hidden below the ground, and paved the uneven earth with quick-drying gel, creating a favorable condition for the charge of the follow-up troops. Let's go and kill them all. Seized Liberty City. Under the cover of the spiritual puppets, the bandits, thugs, and sinners who wanted to grow famous in the battle and rise to Manjusaka all took action and ran forward like animals that had been injected with excitants. This perhaps could barely be counted as a real war. Gangs were gangs after all, and mobs were mobs. Without neat teamwork and efficient command, they were not a real troop at all. It could only be counted as a super-large pit fight. It was the mauling and fighting of two bunches of animals for the right to survive based on their natural instincts. Perhaps it was the largest pit fight that Liao had ever seen. When the silver tides of the spiritual puppets almost broke through the frontal defense line of Liberty City, the hundreds of lightning towers behind the frontal defense line were finally activated. In a moment, a high wall of lightning and thunder seemed to have been raised outside of Liberty City. The spiritual puppets that were caught in the lightning storm when they failed to dodge in time turned into huge fireballs and cracking sounds immediately, ending up as black junk, their non-existent life gone. However, the surviving spiritual puppets were still charging forward relentlessly like tides. They would rather turn themselves into melted slag just to waste more of the enemy's spiritual energy. The automatic unmanned fortresses that were slightly behind even activated the city assault mode. Extending countless crystal cannons that were shining coldly, they rained plasma, fire, mystic rays, and cannonballs on the defense array of Liberty City. The defenders of Liberty City finally counterattacked. The bloodiest sparks splashed out in the first second after the two ferocious armies collided brutally. On both the Fist King's side and Liberty City's, countless hideous men took out syringes of exhilarants in suspicious colors and injected them into their necks. Then, in the middle of crazy howls, their skin fell apart, their muscles expanded, their bone spurs protruded out, and their spiritual energy exploded, transforming them into deformed, half-animal monsters, before they bear-hugged the monsters opposite them. A muscular man with 4 arms stood on the top of a crystal tank while holding 4 cannons in his hands, raining bullets from above. But the next moment, he was blown into the sky together with the crystal tank, turning into a dazzling fireball. 2 crystal tanks that were both installed with heavy crystal cannons charged at each other, neither of them giving in. While running, they opened fire at each other until they collided brutally and turned into 2 clusters of burning garbage. One of the bandits, who was wearing a broken crystal suit, despite the countless strikes of electric arcs, still walked to the front of the lightning tower under the support of unknown forces. Then, exerting his strength, he blew the lightning tower apart and knocked it to the ground. The sinners in the land of sins might not have the highest combat ability, but their brutal, ruthless ways of fighting and their fearless, animalistic vibe were etched into Liao's memory. Even the Chi trainers on Iron Plateau could not be compared to the brutal men that had been carefully refined in the laboratory. Almost all the sinners had been soaked in the atmosphere of blood and violence, unable to free themselves. In the battle formation, only a few people maintained their indifference. They were the players, the immortal cultivators. On the chaotic battlefield, Liao locked on to more than 180 immortal cultivator players. Some had been discovered during the observation and testing over the past month, and some exposed themselves because of the unique air in them, the air of condescension, casualness, carelessness, suggesting that they considered the locals in the land of sins to be nothing more than ants that they could trick and play blatantly. It's time to go. To carry out the plan that he had prepared for a long time, Liao had performed brand new modifications on himself and expanded his body size into the size of a light crystal tank. Mixed in the army that was marching like a tide, he approached the heated battlefield at a high speed. Inside his soul, gold, glittering virtual battlefields popped up like soap bubbles, as he deduced the changes in the battlefield quickly and predicted the strategies of the attackers and the defenders as well as the power of the firing points in the battlefield. In the end, he came to a conclusion. It is unlikely that the first attack will break into Liberty City. There is no need for us to charge at the front part. We can preserve our strength and pretend that we are working hard from behind. It was the first time for both Han Te and Lu Li to take part in a battle of such a scale. They were already scared out of wits by the world-overturning bombardments, the deafening explosions, and the violent monsters next to them. Even their dream of going to Manjusaka had been tossed aside. They hurriedly nodded and hid behind Liao. The mysterious Xianxia was rather experienced on the battlefield despite her young age. She also hid behind Liao stealthily and gestured at the two little fellows. Don't go forward and get killed. Just cheer for them from here. Such a gory battle is not for us to participate in. Red Viper, Black Spear, and Flash Point, the three players, had long charged forward and performed the most splendid dances of death in the depths of the battlefield. But they did not expect their servant soldiers to follow them closely in the first place. Instead, they focused all their attention on the main quest. Cannons were roaring, smoke was spreading, and the blasts from plasma guns, force fields, and spiritual waves were colliding, raising intense interference. Liao sensed the spiritual waves in the air keenly and discovered that the local area network, at least on the Fist King's side, had been cut off in many places where the conflicts were fiercest. It was safe to assume that the network of Liberty City as well as that of the immortal cultivators was in a similar state, and the information transmission must have been greatly affected. It was time to act alone. As it happened, one of the cannonballs crashed not far away from him, raising enormous fire and smoke that blocked the sight of the three players. Liao immediately took the opportunity to deviate from his previous direction, pretending that he was blown away by the airwaves. Calculating the gap of the relative peace on the battlefield, he unleashed an invisible force shield without a sound, keeping away the bullets and electric arcs that were darting at him and the two little fellows, while he searched for the most suitable target. On his way, he locked onto some players who were engaged in a fierce fight, but they were mostly in squads of 3 to 5. Liao was not confident in capturing all of them without raising any attention. Some players were by themselves, but there was no smoke above their heads. Liao was not sure if the immortal cultivators would notice him when observing from the sky. He did not dare act recklessly. At last, he finally found the perfect target. It was an immortal cultivator in a silver crystal suit with 2 crystal blades, who was acting alone and slaughtering at a super high efficiency. Right next to him was a floating airborne fire platform that was falling and exploding like a hot air balloon. From the black clouds that were rising non-stop, electric arcs were dancing in cracking sounds. They were enough to block any prying from the midair. Liao was certain that the guy was an immortal cultivator because he had seen the guy before. The guy was not a member of Liberty City but on the Fist King's side. He had been seen many times in the Fist King's camp. Liao had heard the 3 members of the Red Viper squad secretly call the guy a crazy screamer and remind each other to stay away from him because those people absolutely did not care about sides or quests. What Liao saw today proved their warning. The guy was a mad slaughter machine. It seemed that whether or not Liberty City could be conquered was not important, and what mattered was starting a massacre in the most bizarre and unexpected way. both on enemies and allies. When Liao locked onto the immortal cultivator, he had just turned into a sharp light and penetrated a crystal tank, slashing it in half from the middle and raising an intense explosion. The men on fire that were fleeing in a hurry from the explosion broke in half in midair because they had also been cut by his blade auras. The immortal cultivator seemed to have been injected with excessive exhilarance, or maybe it was because he was a natural-born homicidal pyromaniac. He was even dancing and roaring in excitement. So arrogant? It's you then. Liao extended his mechanical arms and picked up Han Te and Lu Li, tossing them into a sealed protective cabin in the front of his iron shell. Then he accelerated and charged at the immortal cultivator. After a boom, Liao detonated the crystal bombs that had been applied to his shell, which released strong sound and visual effects. He turned into a dazzling fireball. For those who were unaware of the truth, the spiritual puppet seemed to have been hit by the cannons far away and lost control of itself, ending up as a burning remnant that was rolling randomly. Such remnants were everywhere to be seen on the chaotic battlefield. Liao was as inconspicuous as a fallen leaf in a forest. The immortal cultivator did not think too much of Liao either. Calculating Liao's route of rolling, he stepped aside, planning to look for the next target to kill after the dodge. But out of his expectations, a second explosion that was even fiercer burst out when Liao passed him. The fireball expanded by 3 times in the moment, swallowing the immortal cultivator. It seemed to be just a minor accident on the battlefield. However, inside the silver crystal suit, the immortal cultivator's pupils were constricting violently. He sensed interference as powerful as a solar storm, including his telepathic thoughts. All his methods of communication with the outside world were cut off. Meanwhile, countless cold and powerful telepathic thoughts pierced his brain brutally like tentacles that were full of sucking discs and sharp teeth. He was on the verge of screaming in agony. Not only did he lose control of his crystal suit, he was also unable to move his body, his fingers, or any of his muscles. Chi, 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 chi. The powerful telepathic thoughts were condensed into a sharp blade and churned his internal organs hard, mincing the organs that were of paramount importance to him into a pulp. Even the connection between the second brain at the end of his spine and the first brain at the top had been cut off. He had been at the peak of excitement and madness previously, like a god of slaughter that had everything under his control, but he had fallen into the darkest and coldest abyss in an instant, turning into a pile of rotten meat at the mercy of anyone. The appalling changes happened so fast that the powerful telepathic thoughts had stabbed into his brain before he made any reaction. Arg! The immortal cultivator's pupils dispersed like broken glass as he let out inaudible screams. Boom! Liao crashed into the floating firing platform that had already hit the ground, with flames that could cause no actual damage burning on his body. He also released a stinky smell that even the respirators could not filter. The fire and smoke became the best camouflage for him. The immortal cultivator was stuffed to another special sealed cabin at the back of his iron shell, where he crouched in the fetus position. The lead blocks around the sealed cabin that were carved with abundant blockage rune arrays were enough to prevent the transmission of all waves and information. Shwa! 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 Liao's soul surged out. With the skills of remote manipulation, he immediately removed the crystal suit on the immortal cultivator's body and dissected it into the most fundamental components. After locating the communication unit, he thought for a moment and decided to impose his own barrier on it instead of destroying it directly. He then examined the immortal cultivator's body and took 2 invisible lenses that were as thin as paper from the guy's eyeballs. Judging from the flashing light on them, they were obviously capable of receiving tremendous information. 2. Liao was finally reassured. He hovered in front of the center of the immortal cultivator's forehead before streams of bloodiness crawled into the immortal cultivator's head. The immortal cultivator's internal organs had been blown up by the power of his soul, and he was suffering serious massive hemorrhages. His brain was under high control, which made it impossible for him to repair his body with spiritual energy. He was on the verge of death. However strong-willed one was, their survival instincts would crush their mental defense lines again and again when they were about to die. It was needless to mention that the mental devil was also good at hundreds of cruelest approaches. After absorbing the heritage of the extraterrestrial devils, it could also build the most bizarre illusions inside a human being's head as almost a strengthened version of an extraterrestrial devil. Liao was not worried that he might not confess at all. In the immortal cultivator's consciousness that was almost collapsing, he was somehow soaked in an intense and stinky ocean of blood, from which countless skinny and ulcerous hands extended out and snatched him, trying to drown him in the blood. Before him, a magnificent devil whose head reached the sky was standing and staring at him coldly. The devil had eyes all over its face, and the coldness that beamed out was almost burning up his flesh and bones, obliterating him for all eternity. In the bloody sky further far away, countless raging ghosts were screaming unstoppably like a gale that would never stop. He vaguely had a feeling that he had been tortured for 10,000 years in the bloody ocean, and the torture would go on for another 10,000 years. The immortal cultivator could not help but feel shocked and devastated, completely losing his ability to think. "What's your name?" Liao and the mental devil controlled the giant in the illusion to open the bloody mouth on the abdomen and bellow like thunder. "Why have you fallen to the nether realm?" In fact, Liao did not really care what the immortal cultivator's name was. It was merely a point of breakthrough. As long as he confessed his name dutifully, everything that followed would be easier. The immortal cultivator hesitated for a moment. His broken willpower and his scattered ability of thinking were still resisting futilely. The devil grinned hideously. The sharp claws and the tentacles inside the bloody ocean scratched the immortal cultivator's drowned body softly. The creepy touching was even more terrifying than piercing through his body. The immortal cultivator's face shattered like glass before it completely fell apart. "I am Liao Fei, nicknamed Unparalleled Blade. I was in the middle of the live stream of Slaughter Moment. How did I fall into this uncanny nether realm?" Liao Fei, the immortal cultivator, cried out. "What the fuck is this? Another reality game introduced recently? What is Slaughter Moment?" Liao asked. Liao Fei's eyes widened warily. "Slaughter Moment is just Slaughter Moment. Everybody in the Imperium knows that. Even the people of the Covenant Alliance know of it. How do you want me to explain it? Or maybe..." Looking at the enormous giant in the ocean of blood and the overwhelming wraths in the sky in confusion, he suddenly put on an expression of epiphany. "Are you a native of this place? A sinner in the land of sins?" Extreme fury and regret immediately beamed out of his face, but Liao simply raised a tide of blood and slapped his face hard, almost blowing his head up. "I am not a sinner in the land of sins," Liao said. "I was forced to land upon the planet on a meteorite by accident. I know that this is a planet under your control. I know this place used to be called the Martial Meritocrat Sector. I know the Imperium of true human beings is outside. I almost know everything." While Liao was talking, the mental devil corrupted and infected Liao Fei's soul without him knowing, forcing him to be trapped in Liao's logic and completely believe what Liao said subconsciously. "What?" Liao Fei blinked in confusion. After pondering in secret for a long time, his eyes widened further, and he stammered, "It's impossible. What are you exactly to have such weird forces? Are you not a human being?" "Well..." Liao Fei struggled hard. "Whatever alien species you are, this is a world of human beings. This is the powerful Imperium of true human beings. If you dare act recklessly, you will only end up caged in a laboratory of human beings to be sliced and studied, which will certainly be a feeling that you can never imagine." Liao was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the bones of the immortal cultivator would be so tough. However, the next second, Liao Fei showed his cowardly appearance. He said in a low voice, "However, if you mean no harm to human beings, don't kill me. We can talk nicely." Liao thought of something and simply pretended that what the guy said was true. "Have a lot of my own kind visited the world of human beings before?" The mental devil whispered to the depths of Liao Fei's soul in secret. "Perhaps it is really an alien species. This is bad. However, it wouldn't hurt to chat with the creature for a moment. Chances are that there will be unexpected benefits, right?" Liao Fei shuddered and said, There are indeed a myriad of alien species that have been defeated or captured by the Imperium, but I do not know whether or not they are your own kind. I have never seen any alien species with my own eyes. They are just stories for me. Fine. After considering for a moment, Liao said, "You do not need to know what I am. All you need to know is that I am very curious about the world of human beings. I was heavily wounded due to some accidents and accidentally fell to this planet to treat the wounds, only to discover that this was a weird, artificial world. I need to figure out the environment I am in before I make plans." "You are in a terrible environment right now," Liao Fei said. "This is a planet that is closely monitored by the Imperium. Our men are everywhere in the sky and on the ground. There's no way that you can get out of here without my help." Liao smiled. "That's good. I want to ask you a few questions about this world and the Imperium of true human beings. No classified information will be involved at all. As long as you answer the questions dutifully, perhaps I'll consider setting you free or even reside inside you and transform your body, granting you the most unparalleled strength." "What?" Liao Fei was so overjoyed that his voice was shaking. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Liao said casually. "Now that you have guessed that I am a brand new intelligent life form other than mankind, you should know that I do not want to be caged in a laboratory of the Imperium of true human beings to be sliced and studied. Residing inside you to learn about the world is the most convenient approach and will do you a lot of good, too. It is a win-win, isn't it?" "Yes, yes, of course." Liao Fei's eyes shook again and again. "However, I really do not know any classified information. All I know is the news that everybody knows. The intelligence that I can confess must have been grasped by the Covenant Alliance." To this moment, he was still suspicious that he had been captured by the Covenant Alliance. If the enemy was not from the Covenant Alliance, it did not seem very scary. The civilization of mankind had governed the universe for 100,000 years. The organized alien species had all gone extinct before the rise of human beings. The few survivors of the alien species who lived on to this day would never be able to cause any trouble. Even if the man was neither from the Covenant Alliance nor an alien species but a mysterious expert who was a sinner in the land of sins after mutations, it would still be the best choice to cooperate obediently for now and save his life. Although Liao Fei did have a certain degree of loyalty to the Imperium of true human beings, the loyalty definitely did not spread to the land of sins. "What is slaughter moment?" Liao asked again. This time, Liao Fei, who had made up his mind, replied dutifully. "Slaughter moment is a large interactive war game. It is one of the most popular live streams in the entire Imperium, with a record of 300 billion viewers watching online at the same time. The total viewership, including those who watch the recordings and the short videos, exceeds 1 trillion. Well, do you follow me? Just go on," Liao said without giving any comment. "What are you supposed to do on this planet? Since the name of the show is Slaughter Moment, we are here to kill people, of course," Liao Fei said. "I have taken part in a special contest with 120 participants in total. We will compete with each other on the total kills in 1 month. Whoever kills the most people will be the final winner. The audience all over the Imperium can enjoy our killing performance through our crystal cameras and the invisible lenses we wear on our eyeballs. That's basically everything." Trying to sound nonchalant, Liao said, "Therefore, the planet is a paradise for your killing game. The sinners in the land of sins are all your hunting targets, and the so-called war has been planned and directly carefully by you, right?" "Basically, yes," Liao Fei said. "However, the players of Slaughter Game are not the only ones active here. Dozens of other interactive games and live shows, including War Game, Glorious Apostles, Invincible Blades, are aired here too all year round. All of them involve killing." "I don't understand." Frowning, Liao asked, "Does such meaningless killing do you any good? I don't think that you can keep in touch with the sky all the time, and the odds of your death can be quite high, right?" "Of course, there are benefits," Liao Fei explained in delight. "Up until 200 years ago, the place was a simple test field for weapons. Then, a genius thought that it was too much of a waste to just regard the natives here as targets to be tested on, and he came up with the ideas of interactive games and live streaming. After 100 years of exponential development, this place is now a renowned center of entertainment in the Imperium that fulfills the afterwork life of countless citizens in the Imperium. A lot of betting companies with deep backgrounds have participated, too. The revenue generated here every day is astronomical. Take me for example. If I take part in Slaughter Moment, there will be a high payment immediately. If I earn a high rank among the 120 participants, there will be a bonus. However, they are not worth mentioning at all compared to the tips from the audience. Like I said just now, more than 300 billion viewers in the entire Imperium appreciate our show at any moment. As long as I kill in the way they like or leave their names on the dead bodies, they will definitely not hesitate to tip me. 300 billion. 300 billion viewers. I am just an unattractive, mediocre warrior. Most of the tips will be claimed by the platform of Slaughter Moment, and I have to pay more than 90% as a special acting tax. Still, the remaining money is enough for me to live a luxurious life and perform the training of the highest intensity. Otherwise, as a nobody without any significant familial background and support, how could I have earned enough resources to advance into the core formation stage if not through streaming killing? In other words, Li Yao said gravely, other people pay you to watch you kill? What an unbelievable society. Not as unbelievable as it sounds, Liao Fei said. You might not know this, but the Imperium of True Human Beings classifies all the subjects into two classes, namely true human beings and hominoids. True human beings are immortal cultivators with massive strength like me. Naturally, they barely watch the live streams because they can kill on their own if they want to have fun. There is no need for them to enjoy it indirectly. But hominoids are different. Hominoids are the weak, lazy, and sordid existences at the bottom level of the Imperium, bordering on ignorant and disobedient animals. If the animality inside their body is repressed for too long without being vented, they may cause great trouble. His Majesty is very merciful and does not want the hominoids to attack one another, which will greatly lower the work efficiency and disrupt the social order. The killing streams solve the problem perfectly. If all the hominoids waste their superfluous vigor by watching the killing streams, they will certainly behave and work dutifully, and society will be harmonious and stable. Almost all the hominoids are fond of watching the live streams of killing and are willing to tip with a great amount of money. Some even steal or rob other people just to give us gifts. I do not know what is on the mind of the hominoids, but it doesn't matter. Money is money. Although the tips from every single hominoid are a drop in the bucket, the total turnover can be very high. This is the biggest reason I'm willing to take part in the kill challenge in Slaughter Moment. Got it, Li Yao said. In other words, such games have become an enormous industry in the Imperium of True Human Beings. Exactly, Liao Fei said. It is an enormous industry that can affect the entire Imperium of True Human Beings. It is also a thriving, promising one. The royal family, the nobles, and almost all the big shots are investing heavily in it. Compared to them, I am just a shrimp and a most insignificant gear in the giant machine. Li Yao was silent for a while before he continued with a low, solemn, and inhuman voice. Other than the kill streamers like you, some more immortal cultivators seem to have landed here who call themselves players, right? Liao Fei was slightly dazed. He nodded and said, yes, a lot of people arrive in the paradise of sins every day. Usually, everybody is scattered across the planet. This time, word is that Fist King Lei Zhonglia, a local expert of the Land of Sins who distinguished himself recently, is going to attack Liberty City, an Elysian world. That's why the players everywhere have gathered to enjoy the great game. The Paradise of Sins? Li Yao chewed on the name slowly. For the locals born and raised here, this is a desolate land with natural-born sin. But for the players like you, it is naturally a paradise. Then, besides the killing streamers such as you, who else is out there? Some are here for trials and competitions. Liao Fei was referring to the players such as the Red Viper Squad. The Imperium of True Human Beings worships competition. Advancing from academies of lower levels to those of higher levels for further studies, competing to be the heir of a major family, or to be admitted by great sects and corporations when you are a nobody, all those things require a decent result in trials. The land of sins is the perfect trial field. There are all kinds of monsters and brutal men, and one will encounter the least expected situations. This is the best place to test the comprehensive qualities and intuitional reactions of a trial taker. Also, it is relatively secluded and controllable, which makes it easier to draft quests of different difficulties. Therefore, a lot of famous academies, families, and sects in the Imperium have been holding the trial missions and the advancement tests in the Land of Sins. Those examinations have a high credibility. For the rookies who have just left school, passing the tests in the Land of Sins will certainly be a highlight on their resume. Other than the killing streamers and trial takers, there are also tourists. Wait, Liao frowned. Tourists? Somebody actually comes here for sightseeing. Of course. Liao Fei smiled bitterly. Life in the Imperium of true human beings is very difficult. Even the immortal cultivators are often faced with immense pressure. Not only do they have to carry out all kinds of dangerous tasks, but they also have to deal with the internal conflicts and conspiracies among themselves. While the high-level immortal cultivators above the building foundation stage can live an extravagant life, those in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, especially when they are not sponsored by noble families and ancient sects, may find their life dull and boring. Those people from underprivileged families are at the bottom level of the immortal cultivators in the first place. Most of them do not have their fiefs and slaves to demonstrate their authority to. The majority of hominoids are not slaves, at least not in the legal sense. Even if they are slaves, they cannot be played with or butchered by the low-level immortal cultivators when they belong to an expert. Therefore, after the low-level immortal cultivators gain a sum of money and feel stressed out, they will often come for a vacation in the Land of Sins. After all, the people here are slaves of the slaves, nothing more than ants. With enough money, they can do whatever they want here. In fact, how many sinners in the Land of Sins are qualified to enjoy the so-called Elysian worlds? Most of the extravagant entertainment is for the tourists. Naturally, if the tourists do not like sensual pleasure, they can also go on a killing spree in the bloody worlds. In the carefully devised mission scenario, under the support of the most advanced magical equipment, even sinners multiple levels higher than them will be butchered and blown up by them easily like pigs and dogs, giving them the ultimate ecstasy of beating enemies far stronger than them. Liao narrowed his eyes and said, "That explains a lot. The so-called bloody worlds are actually not plagued by the fights of the sinners in most cases but the blatant massacres of the tourists." "Yes," Liao Fei said matter-of-factly. "Those tourists pay a fortune to come to the paradise. Naturally, they will not be satisfied just by playing some three-legged whores in the Elysian worlds. Those immortal cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage experience too much chastisement and exploitation from the high-level cultivators. They will not be gratified until they have vented all their anger. Are there any other immortal cultivators? How many in total?" Liao asked. "Other than the killing streamers, the trial takers, and the simple players, there should also be magical equipment testers as well as the staff and guards who are responsible for the functionality of the entire paradise," Liao Fei said. "As for their total number, I'm not very certain about that. Planet-wide, there should be around 100,000. This is not a planet with a huge population," Liao said. "Reproduction is quite difficult in such a harsh environment. If 100,000 immortal cultivators are acting flagrantly here, there can never be enough sinners for you to kill. Can there? Also, have you never been spotted by the locals?" Liao Fei rolled his eyes and said, "The sinners locally born and raised are certainly far from enough to make up for the dead. Therefore, a lot of hominoid slaves and immortal cultivators who have committed felonies are shipped here from the other sectors of the Imperium every year. After their memories are sealed, they are tossed down to make up the numbers. The Imperium has a large territory and population. This is not a problem. As for whether or not we have ever been spotted by the locals, of course we have. But what can they do even if they have? Nothing grows in the Land of Sins. Most of the resources have to be projected from the heavenly rails. As long as the transmission is cut off, Even the most unparalleled experts have to grovel and cooperate with us obediently to erase other informants. Otherwise, they will only be erased altogether. What is Manjusaka exactly? Liao asked. Is it true that the sinners here can get rid of their identity and become angels, or immortal cultivators? It is a restricted area. We are not allowed to approach, Liao Fei said. I'm told that it is a heavily guarded prison and laboratory, in which the most dangerous men and beasts are locked. They are probably the best champions who have distinguished themselves in the cruel competitions in the land of sins. As for whether any of them can become an immortal cultivator, I have never seen any of such cases before. Therefore, Liao asked, even if somebody helps Fist King Lei Zhonglia conquer Liberty City and is delivered to the city in the sky, they will not become an immortal cultivator. Of course not. Liao Fei grinned hideously. Master of the Elysian world? They are just dogs that we have tamed. If they listen to us obediently, we can give them a couple of bones. But how can they be equal to us? After pondering for a moment, Liao asked, right now, who is the highest controller of this paradise of sins? That will be Wuing Lan, the helmsman of the Heavenly Eye Group, Liao Fei answered. Wuing Lan? Is he from your royal family? Tell me all the intelligence you know about him. Liao Fei nodded and said, Wuing Lan is indeed from the royal family, but he is not from the main bloodline. When it comes to his generation, the influence of his branch is too weak for him to compete for the supreme power. So, he has been exiled to the devilish Scorpion Galaxy to oversee the weapon test field and the magical equipment laboratory. It was supposed to be a redundant job, because the weapon test field and the magical equipment laboratory had been used for hundreds of years with all their value exploited. Also, the test field and the laboratory had their own supervisors, and there was barely any part he could meddle with. This job basically had no requirements or duties and was specifically designed to relocate the branches of the royal family. Whoever was exiled to the devilish Scorpion Galaxy would essentially be gone from everyone's sight forever. However, Wuing Lan was an ambitious and imaginative man. He was the one to come up with all the ideas to exploit the value of the land of sins. All in all, the planet was only revived because of Wuing Lan's delicate operation. It has been developing at a high speed in the last 100 years under the support of many big shots. It is now one of the most important test bases for new magical equipment and techniques in the Imperium. Wuing Lan's Heavenly Eye Group also rose miraculously through the live streams. Now, it controls more than half of the betting businesses and media industry in the Imperium, transforming him from an unappreciated member of the royal family to one of the most influential people in the Imperium. Liao's eyes were glittering. So, Wuing Lan can be called the mastermind behind the Paradise of Sins and the chief director of the gory battle right now? Yes, Liao Fei nodded heavily. One last question. Have you ever heard of Starlight? And a cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years? Liao Fei laughed. Of course I have. It was only a legend in the devilish Scorpion Galaxy at the beginning, but it is showing the sign of spreading throughout the entire Imperium now. Perhaps some guys with ill intentions have been disseminating it for clandestine purposes. Cultivators? They are a bunch of idiots who got themselves extinct more than 1,000 years ago. What trouble can they possibly cause? Got it now, Liao said, while the bloody ocean began to bubble. Thank you for your honest answers. There are some more questions that I would like to ask you, but due to the time limit, I think we will stop here. The bloody bubbles exploded one after another, releasing vague, killing intent. The smile on Liao Fei's face gradually froze. With surprise and fear beaming out of his eyes, he stammered, Wait, you promised that you wouldn't kill me. There's no reason for you to kill me. Whether you are an alien species or an expert among the sinners, you shouldn't kill me. Without my help, you'll never get away. You cannot escape from the land of sins. You cannot escape Wuing Lan's dragnet. Just calm down and think about it. Maybe. The devil standing at the center of the bloody ocean put on a hideous smile and said casually, However, who told you that I am going to run? While Liao Fei was overwhelmed by devastation, Enormous bloody bubbles popped up from the ocean and moved toward him, swallowing him one bite after another. He struggled hard in the middle of the bloody bubbles, but he could not get rid of the skinny hands and the tentacles at all. Very soon, he was dragged into the depths of the blood ocean, and his screams turned into bubbling sounds before his soul was completely melted. What a paradise! The mental devil grinned hideously. It is indeed not a simple base to test new magical equipment and techniques. There are actually so many tricks behind it. This wooing lawn is really a genius. Indeed, even my curiosity has been aroused. I want to meet this wooing lawn and explore the deepest secrets of the Imperium through him, Liao said. Also, I'm going to destroy the paradise by the way. According to Liao Fei, Manjasaka is a highly dangerous prison and laboratory, which confirms our past speculation, the mental devil said. I predict that the strongest experts from the land of sins must be caged inside as perfect test subjects screened naturally from the wilderness. When the mysteries of their body and soul are studied carefully, a lot of precious information and data will be found. After pondering for a moment, Liao said, in that case, there must be high molecular layer-by-layer scanning magical equipment up there. Also, those highly dangerous perfect test subjects can't be too happy about their fate. If we can find a way to sabotage the city in the sky and set all of them free. The mental devil smiled. Have you found a way to go to Manjasaka? It is certainly not an option to fly directly into the place on our own, Liao said. The immortal cultivators have deployed barriers of the highest level on the entire sky. Manjasaka is definitely the most focused upon. It is impossible for us to compete with the super array that covers the entire planet. Even if we can break in by force, should the immortal cultivators notice our existence and strengthen their defense, it will be difficult for us to do anything after. However, I'm thinking about something else. So many players and tourists have come from the sky. They can naturally count on the invisible landing cabins when they come. But how are they going to return? They cannot simply fly to the heavenly rails, which would be too eye-catching and seen by the sinners, right? Also, the slaughter game in the land of sins has a high death rate. The odds of being heavily wounded can't be low. A lot of low-level immortal cultivators are incapable of flying into the clouds in the first place, and it will be even less possible for them to do so after they are heavily wounded. Therefore, there must be a secret and convenient channel that allows them to return to the heavenly rails comfortably. Well, the mental devil pondered for a moment and said, right, the towers to the sky. Liao was thrilled. Yes, every Elysian world has an asset transmission tube that is made of high-tenacity fiber, porcelain, and metal. They are connected to the heavenly rails to ship assets on a large scale. I've been feeling that it's peculiar since a few days back. However many assets the heavenly rails intend to deliver, they can just toss them down, and gravity will do all the work. Why would they bother to build so many towers that lead to the sky with so much effort? Come to think of it, the greatest function of the towers should be to carry the players and tourists of the immortal cultivators back up to the heavenly rails. In the jargon of virtual games, the towers and the Elysian worlds are the spawn points and recall points for most players. Of course, some of the players are randomly spawned in the wilderness, but they will have to go to the towers in the Elysian worlds after they accomplish their quests and prepare to return to the heavenly rails. There are also the perfect test subjects in the land of sins. The mental devil smiled. Other than the sinners, a lot of mutated beasts that have evolved greatly are the targets for the immortal cultivators. Some of the beasts are even huger than a super-heavy crystal tank. Naturally, it is impossible for them to fly into the sky. They can only be shipped through the towers. It is well known that the high and mighty angels will issue all kinds of quests through the Elysian worlds. According to my investigation, most of the quests concern hunting mutated beasts, which must be captured alive. Think about it. After the experts among the sinners catch a king of mutated beasts through their arduous effort and accumulate enough contribution points, they can be shipped to the city in the sky together to be sliced and studied. Can it be any more convenient? It both saves the valuable strength of the immortal cultivators and will not raise the resistance of the sinners in the land of sins. To the last moment, The perfect experiment subjects still think that they will become angels and live a good life in their ignorance. In that case, Li Yao thought of something. If we can find an opportunity to blend into the immortal cultivators or the perfect test subjects, we will be able to follow them to enter the heavenly rails through the towers. It is a chance to break into the city in the sky, right? There is one such tower in Liberty City. Also, after the Battle of Liberty City, a lot of players and immortal cultivator tourists will certainly return to the heavenly rails and leave the planet, the mental devil said. If we can grasp or even create an opportunity to transform the Battle of Liberty City into mayhem, there will be a chance for us to sneak into the dirty water. Indeed. Then, let's continue lurking and waiting for an opportunity to fight with this Wu Lan. The helmsman of the Heavenly Eye Group. Li Yao finished the communication with the mental devil and focused his attention on the outside world again. A long time seemed to have passed when he invaded Liao Fei's brain and established a bizarre, frightening illusion, but it had actually only taken 3 minutes. However, during those 3 minutes, a lot of changes had taken place on the battlefield. With the cover of the enormous airborne fire platform, Li Yao pushed Liao Fei's body into the burning remnant without alarming anyone. He then tossed more than 10 crystal bombs into it, blowing Liao Fei into bloody dust in the surging fire and smoke. On the frontal defense line, however, the Fist King's troop retreated like an ebbing tide. The defenders of Liberty City seemed to have high morale and were chasing the enemy, reaping their lives unstoppably. Li Yao had long known from the Fist King's battle formation earlier that it would only be a test attack today in order to locate the weaknesses of Liberty City's defense line. He was not surprised by the result. What gave him a headache was that one of the elite troops from Liberty City was charging in his direction. Run! Since he had been unmistakably informed that everything was just a game for the immortal cultivators and that the sinner's battlefield was a paradise for the angels, Li Yao was naturally uninterested in fighting the ignorant sinners under the watch of so many viewers. However, the moment he was about to run away at full speed, he noticed a familiar shadow by the scanning of his crystal camera. It was Xianxia, who had involved them in everything by accident and called herself a thief, a broker, and a black market dealer. Li Yao hesitated for a moment, considering carefully if he should waste 1 second to save Xianxia's life. Compared to the atrocious bandits, the woman was not exactly an unpardonable person. When faced with the Red Viper squad, despite her extreme fear, she still gritted her teeth to speak up for Han Te and Lu Li. In the land of sins, those who had the slightest kindness in them were as rare as the gold barley that grew in loneliness. Li Yao did not want such gold barley to be completely obliterated in the radiation and blood. At the same time, Xianxia noticed Li Yao. As if she had seen a lifesaver, she shouted and ran at him. The cat-like woman, like the first time they met, was still dodging and fleeing agilely with the spring-like propulsion magical equipment, evading from the blades and bullets. Although her movement looked rather disgraceful, she was miraculously unharmed. Li Yao stopped hesitating. While boosting the power rune arrays to the maximum efficiency, making sure that he could run at full speed, he extended a mechanical arm at her and picked her up. Right when Li Yao took action, an ear-splitting explosion burst out. From the smoke behind Xianxia, 4 furiously burning crystal tanks were blown away, and a dark shadow almost 5 meters tall suddenly dashed out of the overwhelming scraps and remnants. After the smoke was gone, a hideous monster was revealed. The lower half was a coldly shining metal chassis, with 6 agile mechanical limbs that were fully embedded with iron nails and thorns. In the front, there were 6 honeycomb-type flying sword launches. Starry redness could be found on the launch holes of the flying swords, making them look like the crimson eyes of venomous spiders. The upper half was a human covered in black hair who was wearing thick armor like an iron tower. He was holding an armor-penetrating cannon specially designed for crystal tanks at ease in one hand and a vibration hammer that could automatically extend in the other hand. At this moment, the hammer was still vibrating at a frequency of more than 5 times per second, shattering the blood stains on it into a cluster of mists. At first glance, it was like a beast puppet in the form of a metal spider had been transplanted onto the abnormal body of a serious mutant. The half-monster, half-machine bandit uttered low chuckles. His hammer tore apart the air, triggering rings of blasts, before it was thrown to where Liao was at an unbelievable speed. Xianxia shrieked and clutched Liao's iron shell in panic. What the fuck is this? Liao cursed loudly in his heart and retreated rapidly. The powerful hammer brushed past his face narrowly, smashing a crater more than 3 meters in diameter on the ground. The dead bodies and remnants around all bounced, as if they had lost the boundary of gravity in that moment. It was truly happening. Liao noticed that the powerful hammer in the monster's hand was also a rare piece of magical equipment. Other than the powerful blow and the high-frequency vibration, it employed a gravity disruption technique to some extent, which allowed it to disrupt the gravity in a range of about 20 square meters. Things somehow got tricky. If he fought without any restraint, Liao certainly would not be scared of the half-monster, half-machine guy. However, he was surrounded by countless bandits and thugs, which probably had a lot of immortal cultivator players and tourists mixed in. As a ragged spiritual puppet, did he have any reason to kill the guy instantly before everybody's eyes? The smoke above his head grew thinner and thinner. Any unexpected moves might be noticed by the immortal cultivators. Anxious, Liao pretended to stagger and dodge the blasts of the powerful hammer somewhat clumsily again and again. His enormous body shook like a lone boat on a surging ocean due to the blasts and gravity interference. It seemed that he would be blown apart at any moment. But it was not going to work out just like that. With his camouflage, there was no reason he could have avoided so many attacks. Boom! 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 The enemy's 10 or so attacks failed to smash Liao into smithereens. He could not help but burst into fury. The honeycomb-type launcher at the front of his lower body raised a lightning storm and drowned Liao immediately. Liao gritted his teeth in fury in the smoke and fire. He almost made up his mind to kill the guy. If he was left with no choice, he could only release abundant smoke grenades to disrupt the battlefield and blow the monster into a pulp in one attack. However, such a decision would be very risky. Judging from the strength of the monster, he seemed to be a notorious expert on Liberty City's side. Many people would pay attention to the cause of his death, which might bring Liao endless trouble. Liao's plan to sneak into the city in the sky might have to be aborted before it was carried out. What could he do? Right then, the lightning storm came to an abrupt end, and the whole world seemed frozen in steel. A cluster of turbulent swirls, however, was generated right inside the frozen steel. Liao's soul spread out, only to discover that a great wall of steel had risen abruptly before him and stopped the enemy's crazy bombardment. After a slight daze, he realized that it was just his imagination caused by the daunting aura of the newcomer. The guy who fell from the sky and crashed between him and the monster was none other than Fist King Xianxia. The Fist King's brown cape had long been torn into shreds, and his metal shell had turned into hot, steaming redness, like a heap of iron that had been heated. The intimidating air that felt almost tangible condensed into colorful swirls around him, making him look like not an individual but an army of thousands of soldiers. On his iron shell, thousands of rune arrays had been carved densely. At this moment, every rune array was shining, quaking, and roaring, as if they were about to float from his body and form another layer of glittering, invincible rune armor. The overwhelming pressure froze all the enemy's tiny flying swords and explosive bullets in midair. Some of them were even detonated into a dazzling fire wall. The opposing monster was apparently frightened, but he could not stop his body from waving the hammer at the highest speed and smashing it over like a rushing meteor because of the inertia of fury and bloodthirst. Boom! Boom! The earth below the Fist King's feet exploded, and the rocks and mud rose like a spring. His immaculate body made of strengthened alloys was bent like an enormous dragon prowling in an abyss, and all his strength was poured into the fist on his waist. Liao even felt as if the fist was alive. It was absorbing the strength of the mountains, the oceans, the sky, the earth, and the entire world while roaring with the utmost hunger and thirst. The Fist King's fist was activated. There was no sound at all. The Fist King's fist was much faster than sound when it hit the hammer right in front precisely. The force was not entirely destructive but simply blew the hammer backward in one piece. Before the hammer was blown back to its master, the Fist King's second punch had arrived. After the acceleration of the waving during the first punch, that was his real fatal move. After the punch, the air within dozens of meters seemed to have been pumped away. Even the ground collapsed quite a few centimeters with countless cracks ripped out. Liao felt as if he had sensed the barrage of the main guns of a crystal warship right next to the shell of the turrets at the closest distance. He looked at the opposite side, only to discover that the half-machine and half-monster bandit did not even have the time to scream before his upper body was blown into smithereens by the Fist King's punch. The only thing left was a blood-stained chassis that was still twitching. The Fist King's strength, however, continued marching past the chassis, digging a ravine more than 1 meter deep with hot steam popping up non-stop. In the punch's effective range, which was almost 100 meters, all the bandits were killed because of internal bleeding. Even a lot of bandits who were lashed by the blast from the side were blown away, vomiting blood with pale faces. Their combat ability was entirely gone. That was only one punch. The Fist King truly deserves his fame. Liao's soul shook hard like a quickly beating heart as he complimented in secret. Fist King Xianxia was truly the strongest spectral cultivator he had ever seen. There was really no telling what kind of uncanny techniques or secret arts he had been practicing to grow to such a formidable level. Perhaps the immortal cultivators were also interested in the answer to the question. That was why they had instigated chaos in secret and arranged the Battle of Liberty City. Xiahou Wuxin. Xianxia blew up countless hostile warriors in the 100 square meters after only one punch and stopped the enemy from further pursuing them outside of the city. Then, he roared thunderously at Liberty City's direction. "I'll spare your life today, but if you still do not dare to duel with me outside of the city tomorrow, don't blame me for razing the entire Liberty City to the ground." As the thunderous declaration rumbled out, none of the defenders, excluding the immortal cultivator players, had the courage to move forward and challenge the Fist King. "Fall back!" The Fist King looked at Liao and waved his hands, personally covering the retreat so that the army could evacuate from the battlefield in order. Liao shuddered in coldness, feeling that the Fist King's eyes were particularly thoughtful. Perhaps his pretend clumsiness but actual casualness when he dodged the monster's attacks had been seen through by the Fist King. Han Te and Luli finally woke up, only to discover that they were in the secret chamber on the top floor of Great Iron City, where the Fist King collected his spiritual puppets. Grandpa Yao was next to them, and Fist King Xianxia still sat on the throne of gears majestically and stared at them without saying anything. Other than them, there was not another person in the room. The two little fellows were alarmed. They looked at Liao in confusion at the same time. "Don't look at me like that. I don't know what is going on either." Liao's soul was almost soaked in cold sweat. The attack has come to an end. Just now, the Fist King took action in person and saved us from a monster. Then he ordered his subordinates to bring us here. Who knows what he is up to? I estimate that he has probably grown suspicious of me. You looking at me with such confusion and eagerness for answers is essentially telling the Fist King that there is something greatly wrong about me. The two little fellows were dazed. It was not until then that they realized that they had made a great mistake. Not knowing how they should make up for it, they became extremely awkward. Compared to a giant of the land of sins like Fist King Xianxia, the two of them were too insignificant, to the point that they were absolutely incapable of fighting back. Liao was secretly considering what Fist King Xianxia was up to exactly. He reached a similar conclusion because of his senses and intuition. The Fist King seemed to have a certain uncanny interest, if not subtle fondness, in him. He can't really be a pervert, can he? Liao's soul felt creeped out. Seeing that the two little fellows had woken up and their subtle interaction with Liao, the Fist King appeared even more thoughtful. He said casually, "The monster I killed in one punch just now was named Bloody Butcher Lei Kuang, one of the 7 most famous thugs under Xiahou Wuxin. Although we failed to break into Liberty City today, we have figured out the details of the enemy's battle formation and slain a general as famous as Bloody Butcher Lei Kuang. So, it is essentially a minor victory for us. It shouldn't have been as easy to kill such a tough person. It was all thanks to your effective distraction that he burst into fury and made a bad call. He did not notice my arrival, which gave me the opportunity to kill him in one punch. So, the two of you have made a major contribution. Hante and Luli looked at each other in bewilderment, not having the vaguest clue what the Fist King was talking about. Liao thought to himself quickly. The Fist King was apparently making an excuse to speak to them, or rather, to him, in private. In fact, considering the world-overturning punches that the Fist King had launched, if he had made up his mind to kill Bloody Butcher Lei Kuang, unless the leader of Liberty City had shown up in person, or dozens of players of Immortal Cultivators attacked him at the same time, how could the guy have not been killed? I believe in giving rewards when rewards are due. Whatever your origins and background are, as long as you have made contributions, you must be rewarded properly. Staring at the two little fellows, the Fist King suddenly changed the topic. However, you two look rather young and juvenile, and you do not seem the same as the other members of the Red Viper squad, right? Regarding their origins, Han Te, Lu Li, and Xianxia had long agreed on a standard answer. They immediately replied half truthfully and half falsely. For your information, Fist King, we were indeed not the same team at the beginning, but we were all joining your army from different directions. When we were attacked by the Flying Leopard Hall on our way, they saved us. As it happened, we had an invitation card with us. So, we decided to make a team and look after each other. Such temporary teams had been established all the time during the Fist King's recruitment. It was not strange at all. That explains a lot. The Fist King's voice became even gentler, which was rather incompatible with his intimidating body size. Don't get me wrong. I have known Xianxia for a long time. She also once took quests from me and helped me deliver invitation cards to many major forces. So, I'm not suspicious about you, just curious. You must be very hungry after a day of fierce fights. Come on. Let's eat while we talk. The Fist King pushed two square metal boxes toward the two little fellows and opened them softly. The most intense fragrance immediately spread out. Inside the boxes was hot, colorful food. It was not sticky, muddy, unrecognizable synthesized food. Instead, there was natural meat whose fibers were clearly visible and vegetables that were 100 times more precious than the meat. Ravenousness immediately beamed out of the two little fellows' eyes. While natural meat was rare in the land of sins, there were hundreds of types of mutated beasts to be hunted and butchered after all, but vegetables were something that most people had never heard of before. The relief assets sent from the heavenly rails mostly consisted of synthesized food of suspicious origins. Although it could provide enough energy, it tasted as bad as wax. Vegetables and cereals were legendary food that most people had never tasted in their entire life. Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other in bewilderment. Their stomachs immediately began to rumble in hunger. Help yourselves. The Fist King made a pleased gesture, truly like an amiable uncle next door. Liao felt creeped out. He did not have the slightest idea what the Fist King's goal was. Even if the man had seen through his camouflage, it was not a big deal for the tough bandits and thugs in the land of sins to change their names and appearances because they had made far too many enemies. Why on earth was the Fist King pursuing the issue so diligently at such a critical moment? However, with the Fist King's strength and power, if he intended to find out the truth of an issue, it was impossible for two youngsters like Han Te and Lu Li to resist. Liao sighed and secretly sent a message to Han Te's and Lu Li's heads. Just eat. Whatever the Fist King asks, just answer it truthfully. Do not think that you can fool him. Han Te and Lu Li swallowed hard simultaneously before they began to wolf the food down without delay. As a ghost, the Fist King considered crystals and spiritual liquids as the source of energy and naturally could not eat food. He simply looked at the two little fellows gulping down the food like gluttons, and it was not until their mouths had been stuffed with meat and vegetables that he remarked, "According to the sheets you filled in, you are from a place called the Village of Peace at the edge of the Thousand Lakes area near Double Dragon City. The place should be a desolate world, right? But your invitation card was supposed to be delivered to Double Dragon City." The two little fellows immediately stopped chewing and blinked fast. "Don't be scared," the Fist King said. Survival of the fittest is the natural law in the land of sins. I've sent invitation cards to a lot of forces everywhere in the land of sins to summon heroes of the world to attack Liberty City together. But to be honest, I don't really care who exactly comes with those invitation cards. Whoever passes through the entire Bloody Plateau and arrives at Great Iron City has proved themselves worthy enough to share the glory of conquering Liberty City. On the other hand, the incompetent garbage who cannot even protect their invitation cards would be useless even if they came here. Will they be of any help other than disrupting the organization and morale? Therefore, it doesn't matter whom your invitation card belonged to at the beginning. It is now in your hands. So, it is yours. I am just a little bit curious. Double Dragon City is just an insignificant town at the edge of the Bloody Worlds and makes its living by levying taxes on the business activities that pass through the city. But in any case, the 10 or so gangs occupying the place have fought through mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. They are all the most ferocious desperados. The Village of Peace should only be a settlement of civilians in a desolate world, right? However strong you may be, how on earth could you have robbed them of their invitation card? Also, it's been almost a month since you arrived at Great Iron City, but not a third person from Double Dragon City ever came. It's obvious that the gangs lurking there were annihilated by you, leaving no survivors, which makes me even more curious about how exactly you did it. Han Te chewed hard and struggled to swallow a large piece of meat. He stammered. The gangs in Double Dragon City wanted to capture the sinners in dozens of villages nearby as cannon fodder. Left with no choice, we could only fight them. Later, well, some of them seemed to be thinking of joining the leader of Liberty City. A civil war broke out, and they seriously devastated each other among themselves. We took the opportunity and suppressed all the gangs. I imagined so. The Fist King nodded and gestured for the two little fellows to continue eating. Then he suddenly changed the topic. However, did the cunning gangs so easily begin a large-scale fight among themselves, to the point that everybody was wounded and exhausted? There must have been a key to the whole incident. It was probably the spiritual puppet right next to you. Han Te and Lu Li only just took a breath in relief when they shuddered in fear again at the Fist King's new insight. The food that they had just eaten was stuck in their throats, neither going up nor sinking down. They were both blushing in suffocation. Liao, however, was not surprised. It was very incredible for the Village of Peace to crush the many gangs in Double Dragon City after all. Whoever was suspicious of the issue could find many loopholes after they investigated. He was becoming more and more curious about the Fist King's aim. There were almost 10,000 iron fibers as thin as hairs on the Fist King's mask, which allowed him to make the movement of a smile vividly. He was even able to look at Liao with obvious passion when he said to the two little fellows, because of their unstable performance and the difficulty of control, spiritual puppets that boast functions of automatic learning and upgrading are rare to come by nowadays. I did not know that there was such a well-preserved one in your desolate village. Where did you get it in the beginning? Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other. Hinted by Liao, they replied dutifully. It was picked up by us from some ruins not long ago. It seems to be a war puppet made before Judgment Day, and is embedded with a military crystal processor with remarkable performance. All in all, we do not need to operate it specifically. As long as it is given a basic instruction, it will automatically complete the task. The Fist King looked at Liao and said, therefore, to some extent, you can simulate the style of human beings and communicate with them? Yes, Liao said coldly. His patience and curiosity had both reached their limits. His crystal cameras and the Fist King's flashed quickly in a similar frequency, raising invisible sparks in their collisions in midair that looked like a transparent rain of fire. Liao was 100% certain that the Fist King had learned that he was not a common spiritual puppet or war machine. But out of his expectations, the Fist King did not pursue it any further and simply retreated his scorching gaze. Shifting the topic back to the two little fellows again, he said, I can tell that the two of you are not enthusiastic about power or killing. Then what exactly are you hoping to get from the war? Tell me. I may be able to help you. Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other, both finding it hard to believe their ears. They felt that their heads were dizzy, as if they had been hit right in the face by a tank named Luck. Hante hurried to wipe his mouth and said, "We are hoping to ask for your protection for the Village of Peace. As long as your banner flies in the sky of the Village of Peace, no gang will ever be bold enough to bully us. That's all?" The Fist King said casually. Also, Hante hesitated for a moment. Then, with intense determination beaming out of his eyes, he said firmly, "I want to go to Manjasaka, the city in the sky. I will not have an opportunity unless I join your army and help you conquer Liberty City." Exactly. Perhaps the Fist King's gentle attitude and the delicious meal had shortened the distance between them. Luli summoned her courage and added, "I want to go to the city in the sky, too. After you conquer Liberty City, would you help us find a way to go up there? Please." The city in the sky? Looking at the two little fellows' excitement, the Fist King seemed frustrated. He asked in disappointment, "Why do you want to go there at the risk of your life? You want to be the high and mighty angels, too." "Not exactly." Hante stared at his clenched fists. "I couldn't care less about angels and whatnot. I only want to look for the truth in Manjasaka." The Fist King was slightly dazed. Then his crystal cameras glittered so hard that they were almost on fire. "What truth?" "My sister went to the city in the sky 3 years ago, never to be heard from again. I want to find my sister in the city in the sky and ask her what happened in the past 3 years," Hante said solemnly. "Not just my sister. Few of the people who have supposedly risen to the city in the sky have ever returned. Why? Is Manjasaka such a splendid place that everybody forgets their hometown and family? Also, the world we are living in, the desolate land, the sealed sky. I want to find out the truth about everything. Ever since my childhood, I have been standing on the ground, craning my neck to look at the city in the sky. Now, I want to know what the view will be if I look down at the land from the city in the sky. That is really..." Subtle emotions spread out of the Fist King's artificial eyes. He turned his metal head to Luli and asked, "Little girl, is it the same for you?" "I am different from my senior brother." Luli shook her head. "I'm told that the angels are omnipotent. I want to go to the city in the sky to find a way to grow the gold barley across the land of sins." The Fist King was stunned again. "The gold barley?" "Yes, like this." Luli took out a lead-plated can from a satchel attached to her waist and opened it carefully, revealing the seeds of the gold barley inside that looked like grains of sand. She smiled. "The gold barley is one of the few crops that can take root and sprout in all kinds of polluted and barren environments. If we can modify it and make it robust enough to be grown all over the land of sins, everybody will be able to fill their stomach, and there will probably be fewer conflicts." The Fist King was stunned for a long time before Luli's eyes that were as clear as water. Amused, he observed, "It's been a long time since I've seen two youngsters as interesting as you. You want to appease the conflicts and carnage in the land of sins? Well, come with me." The Fist King turned around and walked to his metal throne made of gears and chains. After he pulled a lever on the back of the throne, all the gears began to spin in squeaky noises. The throne gradually disintegrated and was reshaped during the spinning, changing into a spiral ladder that led to the rooftop of Great Iron City. The dome of Great Iron City blossomed slowly like petals, revealing the deep, dark night sky that was half illuminated by the blood-red lights from Manjasaka. The Fist King led the two little fellows to climb the stairs and reached the peak of Great Iron City, at an altitude of almost 100 meters on the bloody plateau. Wind was blowing like a surging tide from all directions. The two little fellows staggered and almost fell from the high fortress. The mountains far away were like decayed corpses that were releasing black mist. As far as their eyes could see, their own camp below their feet and Liberty City opposite them were both ablaze with lights. All the thugs and bandits were taking every second to examine their magical equipment, treat their wounds, and stuff more high-energy synthesized food into their bellies, preparing for the battle the following dawn. Collisions of weapons, clicks of bullets when loaded, vibration noises when the chains words and the vibration sabers were activated, the laughter and curses of the people, the screams of the wounded, and the howls of the mutated beasts, All the sounds congregated into a melody of blood that could only be heard in the abyss at the deepest level of hell. At the center of the two battle formations, on the battlefield that witnessed a fierce battle during the day, broken stones and remnants were scattered and everywhere to be seen. To this moment, the fuel and ammunition inside the remnants of a lot of crystal tanks were still smoldering. Glamorous fireballs burst out every once in a while, adding to the hazy atmosphere of the night. Illuminated under the colorful fire, the stealthy will-o'-the-wisp, mixed with the broken souls of the deceased, danced creepily like the drowned before they gradually dispersed and were gone for good from the cruel world. As they looked down at everything, it was both like an evil fairy tale and an absurd joke. Han Te and Lu Li shuddered coldly at the same time beyond their control. When they looked from such a high altitude, humans were truly no longer humans but incomplete yet aggressive pawns. "Do you see those people?" With his hands behind his back, the Fist King stared at the two parties who were busy preparing for the war and casually said, "They are so rapacious, so desperate, and so careless about the lives of other people as well as their own. Do you really think that they want to stab chainswords into each other's stomachs and mince the enemy's internal organs into pieces only because they are not fed?" Han Te and Lu Li were silent. Even if you truly grow the gold barley across the entire land and give enough food to everybody, including the crying toddlers and the strengthless old men, making sure that nobody will weep at night because of hunger, it will still be useless. There will still be as many contradictions, massacres, and wars. Perhaps this land of sins has been created for wars, and all the sinners are born for fighting. Wars are our destiny. This is the ultimate law of this world that nobody can change or avoid. You can only choose to kill or to be killed. Sensing the rising aura from the Fist King's metal shell, Han Te and Lu Li trembled even harder. But as his anxiety surpassed a certain level, Han Te somehow calmed down. There was no telling where he found the courage, but he gritted his teeth and asked, "Master Fist King, are wars so interesting? Do you really like wars so much?" "Yes, I love wars." The Fist King grinned. The smile condensed by metal muscle fibers was 100 times more terrifying and violent than the laughter of regular bandits. "I love the feeling of punching somebody's face and mixing their broken skull with their brains. I love the flying flesh and blood from a chainsword that looks like a blossoming flower. I love the smell of a burning body. I love the barrage of crystal cannons and the glow when 10,000 mystic ray launchers are activated at the same time. I love everything in a war." He rendered speechless. Han Te was defeated. Lu Li, however, held onto the can of the gold barley seeds and said softly but firmly, "But we feel that the world is not supposed to be like this. One day, we will find a way to completely stop all the wars in the land of sins." "What an audacious little girl." The Fist King's smile got more and more creepy. He extended his metal face to Lu Li and said, "The entire land of sins is a ceaseless battlefield. All the sinners are predestined to fight until their death from the moment they are born. How do you want to stop it? There is only one way if you hope to completely terminate the wars in the land of sins." Han Te and Lu Li were both stunned. They lost their calmness and exclaimed, "What is it?" The Fist King opened his arms, as if he was hugging the entire land of sins. His face turned from a smile into utmost solemnity. "Conflicts have never stopped in the land of sins. The major forces have been killing and fighting for the Elysian worlds for hundreds of years without any change. You cannot expect to make them stop killing each other with the ridiculous gold barley. The only solution is very simple. All that is needed is an unprecedented expert, who will gather all the forces into an invincible, indestructible army to conquer the desolate worlds, the bloody worlds, and the Elysian worlds. If the entire land of sins obeys the iron fist of one expert, your wish will naturally be fulfilled. There will be no killing or wars." Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling coldness leaking out from the deepest parts of their bones. They eyed the Fist King as if he were a lunatic. "No, I almost forgot. There's still that." The Fist King grinned and extended one of his metal fingers to point at the night sky. "Even if an expert can unite the entire land of sins and conquer all the gangs and Elysian worlds, It is impossible to end all wars because Manjusaka, the city in the sky, still exists. It will not be the last war until the high and mighty city in the sky is conquered. Will it? Hante swallowed hard and panted. Master Fist King, do you want to unite the land of sins? The Fist King laughed without a sound, baring his glittering teeth. Probably. Liberty City will only be my start point. After I trample on Liberty City, I will march to other Elysian worlds and swallow each and every one of them until I go to confront the city in the sky. So, I'm afraid that I can provide little help if you intend to go to the city in the sky. But maybe it will be shot down by me someday, and you can look for your answers from the debris of the city in the sky. You want to shoot the city in the sky down? Lu Li blurted out. Have you never thought of the idea before? Looking at the bloody flower of the other shore in the sky, the Fist King said, have you never felt that its light hurts your eyes, and you need to shoot it down with your cannon to drag the angels out and check how different they are from us? Hante trembled and stammered. But all our assets are from the city in the sky. I don't think that a battle against the city in the sky will succeed. Will it? What does it matter? The Fist King replied. Wars with a guaranteed victory are boring. Only a war that cannot be won is worthy enough for me to challenge and enjoy. Hante and Lu Li fell silent again. After a moment, they asked at the same time, Master Fist King, why are you telling us such things? We are just two nobodies not worth mentioning at all. No reason. Perhaps I am just too excited now that I am about to embark on the quest of my destiny, and I needed to chat with some nobodies about it. Or maybe... Looking at the two little fellows, the Fist King's scorching eyes surpassed their shoulders and fell on Liao, who was not far away. Maybe it is because I noticed that we are the same type of person. We are all insane lunatics. Hante and Lu Li felt that their faces were burning. Although they were rather flattered, they vaguely realized that the Fist King's words were probably not meant for them but for Grandpa Yao. The Fist King and Grandpa Yao were the same type of person. What kind of riddle were the two of them playing? The two little fellows did not have the vaguest clue however hard they thought. Not just them. Even Liao was baffled by what the Fist King had tried to say. He only vaguely felt that Fist King Lei Zhonglia seemed to have misunderstood something. Today we have found the weaknesses of Liberty City, the Fist King said. But my army consists of unfocused, unorganized mobsters except for the elites from the Godly Fist Union. It is impossible for us to besiege the enemy and wage a war of attrition. While the morale is still high, we must launch the real attack tomorrow. The fighting then will be 100 times more gruesome than today and not suitable for two youngsters from the desolate worlds such as yourselves. So, you can stay inside my great iron city with this spiritual puppet. Liao was surprised again. Hante and Lu Li were even more perplexed, wondering why the Fist King treated them so friendly. But our companions? Hante and Lu Li hesitated. I'll naturally keep your companions by my side. They will certainly get a chance to play their part. Waving his hands, the Fist King said irrefutably, after all, your team is only a temporary one. I don't think that they will care about where you have been. After Liberty City is taken, let's talk more about our ridiculous dreams. A long time after the Fist King's back disappeared into the darkness inside Great Iron City, Hante and Lu Li were still not back to themselves. Grandpa Yao? They looked at Liao with the utmost confusion. I do not know what is going on at all. Liao smiled bitterly. However, I somehow feel that Fist King Lei Zhonglia is keeping a secret, and the secret is somehow related to me to some degree? During the long conversation, Liao had been thinking hard on why Fist King Lei Zhonglia had been showing friendly gestures to him. But he could not figure out the answer no matter how hard he thought. He did not know what the purpose of the famous, intimidating Fist King was at all. Liao was of a mind to go to Lei Zhonglia for a sincere talk or even reveal the truth of the land of sins to him. After all, from what Lei Zhonglia had said just now, he could easily tell that the spectral cultivator was a disobedient, unrestrained lunatic who would in no way allow the angels or the immortal cultivators to shit on his neck without doing anything. But he did not know what kind of surveillance the immortal cultivators had imposed on Xianxia, and if they would grow suspicious about himself after the two of them met. If he was locked onto by the immortal cultivators, it would be quite a headache. After thinking for a long time, Liao planned to wait until the fierce fight tomorrow was over. Or maybe he could find an opportunity in the middle of the fierce fight when the battlefield was occupied by turbulent spiritual waves and smoke to communicate with Xianxia without alarming anybody else and tell the guy part of the truth. Getting to the bottom of it, Liao quite admired the crazy man. Born and raised in a paradise of slaughter, he did not limit his ambition to becoming the master of a tiny Elysian world. Instead, he wanted to unite the land of sins and even shoot down the city in the sky. His ambition that bordered on arrogance was enough for Liao to raise a thumb for him. At least, the man was 10,000 times better than the ignorant animalistic bandits. It was a shame that Fist King Xianxia had terribly underestimated the dreadfulness of the immortal cultivators. The city in the sky was only 1/1,000,000th of the immortal cultivator's strength. Beyond the infinite firmament that had been blocked, an enormous imperium of true human beings was still standing. The immortal cultivators had probably long noticed the Fist King's ambition, but like a mantis waving its forelegs at a tank, he did not scare the immortal cultivators at all, but was simply considered to be a rather interesting game. If Liao had not arrived in the land of sins by chance, the Fist King's ambition would never be realized. Perhaps, in Liberty City, the very first stop after he embarked on his journey, he would be exterminated by the players and the tourists in mockery and disdain. But for right now, whether Fist King Xianxia is a ferocious bandit or not, he is at least a tough man with a backbone. Such a tough man deserved to die valiantly in a real battlefield if he had to be killed instead of being insulted, tricked, and suffocated by the immortal cultivators as a chess piece and a toy. The pride, dignity, courage, ambition, and even craziness of human beings when they were faced with the vast sky. Liao would never watch the immortal cultivators to stomp on them. Never. We want to sabotage Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the Fist King is planning to do the same thing, the mental devil said. This is an ally that we can temporarily cooperate with. Also, I vaguely felt that his strength is 100 times higher than what he demonstrated during the fight with Bloody Butcher Lei Kuang during the day. He seems to have sealed and camouflaged his real strength with some sort of special art. I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like he is only in his first form right now. Are you serious? Liao's soul released glamorous brilliance as he was greatly interested. In that case, it will be very exciting. The immortal cultivators are under the impression that everything in the land of sins is within their control. Little do they know that nobody can control everything. The Fist King does not look like a bragger. So, on what grounds is he confident in conquering all the Elysian worlds and even waging a war on the city in the sky? And why is he subtly showing friendliness to us? The answer to everything will probably be revealed tomorrow, won't it? On the sleepless night, Liao quietly warmed up his soul and revitalized it. Chances were that he would have to unleash all his strength tomorrow in a gratifying battle to smash the man-eating paradise into smithereens. When the glimmers of dawn shot into the room through the observation hole on the top of Great Iron City, the soul-stirring sirens and thunderous sounds echoed again. This time, even the floor below their feet was shaking hard in fulminations. Liao, Han Te, and Luli looked out through the observation holes, only to discover that the earth was retreating quickly, and that the rocks and mud ahead of Great Iron City were moving sideways only to be crushed into powder by the 16 enormous tracks. Leading the charge, Great Iron City was moving at Liberty City at a high speed. Nobody expected that the Fist King would be so insane that he had transformed a battle to attack the city into a collision of two cities. The sirens and thunderous noises grew louder and louder, almost ripping apart and detonating every part of Liao's, Han Te's, and Lu Li's souls. It was needless to mention the bandits and thugs who did not enjoy enough fighting yesterday. Seeing that Great Iron City was running at Liberty City unstoppably, they knew that it was the day to go all out. They would either become the new masters of the Elysian world or die without a burial. The brutality deep inside their bones was activated, and their morale became higher than ever. Like a million maddened beasts, They followed Great Iron City closely and charged forward. Smoke and airwaves spread out, and the roars of chainswords and vibration sabers echoed among the clouds. Even the battlefield seemed unable to bear the astonishing morale of the Fist King's army. The air was filled with the smell of burning sulfur. Look! Lu Li suddenly pointed at the star plasma cannon right in the front of Great Iron City. On the enormous cannon that looked like an enlarged, erect male organ, Fist King Lei Zhonglia held his arms and stood majestically, with the magnificent flag of the crowned fist that was a bane for all sinners in the land of sins on his shoulder. His aura seemed to have frozen the air around him, and he seemed able to compete with the entire Liberty City all by himself. He simply stood at the frontmost part of the entire battle formation, facing the defense line of Liberty City that had been fixed in a hurry last night. How awesome! Han Te could not help but swallow hard. He looked at Li Yao subconsciously and said, "I wonder, was Grandpa Yao as impressive as the Fist King during his prime?" Well, Li Yao could not help but recall the day when he led 12 colossi to break into the Black Wind Fleet's battle formation in the Tartarian skeleton. In terms of pomp and circumstance, Fist King Lei Zhonglia had more or less reached 1/10 of his expertise. The man was truly incredible. Boom! 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 Hiu! 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 Crack! 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 From Liberty City, thousands of rays and storms of destruction were raised and smashed at Great Iron City. In humming sounds, the thousands of rune arrays on Great Iron City released colorful spiritual energy that formed a semicircular shield, blocking all the attacks. Countless fireballs exploded into an arc-shaped ocean of fire, as if they had cladded Great Iron City with a burning coat of fire. The Fist King was absolutely motionless despite the scourge of the hot waves and the blasts, his flag flying in the wind as defiantly as before. He looked even more unstoppable and invincible. Why is he still not using the star plasma cannon but taking the blows while doing nothing? Han Te was so scared as he was watching that his fists were sweating hard. The meat last night had somehow bought the two little fellows and made them take the Fist King's side without them knowing it. They sincerely hoped that the crazy man could succeed, or at least not fail so fast. "He is waiting," Li Yao explained. "He will not open fire until he is close enough." Close enough? Han Te was stunned. How close? About the distance where the muzzle can be pressed against the leader of Liberty City's nose, Li Yao said casually. "He is going to blow up Liberty City's shield of defense in one attack." Great Iron City was still marching forward unstoppably, like a heavy mountain. However fierce Liberty City's barrage was, and however badly the shield of Great Iron City was torn apart, the Fist King did not take action at all. He did not even bother to furrow his metal eyebrow. The star plasma cannon released ripples of air that were getting more and more scorching and aggressive. It seemed as if it would melt the next second if it was still not launched. Finally, against Liberty City's defensive fire, Great Iron City moved forward stubbornly to only 1 kilometer away from the first defense line. The crazily spreading ripples around the star plasma cannon were also so intense that the three-dimensional space was almost ripped apart. Swoosh! The star plasma cannon opened fire fiercely. A sun seemed to have hit the defense shield of Liberty City brutally. The entire Liberty City was moaning and shivering. Dangerous electric arcs and flashes of light popped out of the void. The previously invisible barrier was left with an ugly gap in it. The moment the star plasma cannon opened fire, the Fist King disappeared from the barrel and crawled through the defense shield of Liberty City through the gap that had been torn apart. The first defense line of Liberty City was immediately plagued by smoke and explosions. Everything was falling apart. The pivots that supported the defense arrays were blown up one after another. Great Iron City did not stop pressing forward at all. Crumbled by the 16 enormous tracks, any barricades, trenches, and landmines were not enough to stop the giant war machine. The Fist King's army that closely followed it hit the defense line like an iron tide, swallowing the entire defense line immediately. Most of the gangs and bandits had better hopes for Fist King Lei Zhonglia in the first place. So many people had taken his side that the attackers outnumbered the defenders more than 3-1. Seeing the Fist King's fearless, insane performance, All the bandits and thugs seemed to have been injected with 10 doses of exhilarants. They were all charging forward without caring about anything. The greatest problem of the defenders was that other than Xiahou Wuxin's trusted subordinates who had been lurking inside Liberty City the whole time, the bandits that were drafted temporarily were not determined to live and die with Liberty City at all. Even worse, seeing that the Fist King's army was coming unstoppably, some of them even changed their attitude and defected immediately, hoping to save their lives and share the benefits after the war was over. That was the reason the Fist King broke the defense line of Liberty City unstoppably on his own. Under his attacks that were as rampant as volcanic eruptions, the morale of the defenders of Liberty City was collapsing like shredded cotton. Other than the gangs who had followed Xiahou Wuxin for too long to separate themselves from Liberty City, the bandits and thugs who had been recruited temporarily in the few months prior were all hesitating while they looked for means of self-protection and even defection. The counterattack was somewhat in disarray. The attackers were all seasoned tigers and wolves. How could they not have noticed the defenders wavering? The momentum of their charge was magnitudes higher than before, and the iron torrents raised surging tides, while they turned into the most ferocious animals and jumped at the enemy's heads without bothering themselves. Everybody had estimated that the peripheral defense lines of Liberty City would be crushed, but none of them expected that they would be crushed so quickly. If the situation went on, perhaps most of the defenders would lose the courage of a street fight and become looters who took advantage of the chaos. Xiahou Wuxin, the Fist King, burst into laughter. He aimed his flag at the depths of Liberty City and roared, "Have your bones been soaked in the wine after decades as the leader of Liberty City? Do you dare show up and duel me?" The Fist King's roar, together with the loud echoes, turned into overlapping tides that spread over the battlefield. They hit the defenders' chests like the bombardment of giant cannons. A lot of the defenders were scared out of their wits and could barely grab their blades and firearms. Strength was the ultimate law in the land of sins. The leader of Liberty City had no choice except to show up. Shwa! 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 Liao sensed thousands of streaks of brightness dart out of the magnificent buildings near the tower that led to the sky in Liberty City. They rushed at the Fist King densely as fast as lightning. They were all the sharpest flying swords. Under the observation of Liao's soul, those flying swords were all bound by spiritual threads, which interweaved with each other into an overwhelming net. At the center of the net of flying swords was a cluster of spiritual waves no less intimidating than the Fist King's, released by an expert at least in the nascent soul stage. Boom! At the center of Great Iron City, the star plasma cannon opened fire again, almost raising an earthquake. The array of flying swords went at the plasma without any dodging. The thousands of flying swords glowed at the same time, emanating brilliance that was even brighter than the plasma. The swords formed a giant mouth that ripped, swallowed, and melted the plasma. Boosted by the plasma, all the flying swords were as crimson as fire. Pulled and manipulated by the spiritual threads, they were condensed into a giant of swords almost 10 meters tall. The giant had cold, shining edges and tips all over the body. Even the indifferent facial organs were made of tiny flying swords. The air around the giant could not have been sharper and more aggressive. Just one quick look at it would make anyone feel as if their eyes had been pierced by a needle. It was truly magnificent. What a remarkable sword array. The thousands of flying swords were not simple. They should be systematic, intelligent flying swords of some sort. Every flying sword had been embedded with super tiny crystal processors or crystal chips. They could work as independent combat units or be assembled as the armor of the commander. It was a rather advanced, if not insane, weapon system. The so-called spiritual puppet did not necessarily have limbs like human beings or other animals. As long as they were driven by spiritual energy, controlled by crystal processors, and boasted a certain degree of automation, they could all be called spiritual puppets in a general sense. In other words, the thousands of intelligent flying swords under Xiahou Wuxin's control could also be counted as variations of spiritual puppets, except that the variations were too unbelievable. As a crazy fan of spiritual puppets, Fist King Lei Zhonglie had selected Liberty City as his primary target. Did the choice have anything to do with Xiahou Wuxin's array of flying swords? Lei Zhonglie, From the gloomy giant of swords, Xiahou Wuxin's voice that was as cold as ice came over. "You are asking to be killed." The fight between the two experts immediately rendered the entire battlefield soundless. Everybody was caught in half-a-second stagnation under the scourge of their daunting auras. Even the players and tourists who were immortal cultivators stopped their slaughter temporarily and focused their attention on the two big toys with great interest, as if it were a special show arranged by the circus. The two experts took action at almost the same time. When Lei Zhonglia's fists turned into two shooting stars, the array of flying swords around Xiahou Wuxin exploded again. The thousands of flying swords, like erratic specters, congregated into unstoppable torrents of swords, then split apart into dozens of quickly revolving iron caltrops, and then darted beneath the ground and attacked the Fist King from there. The Fist King's attacks were devoid of any fancy tricks. They were in the style of utmost masculinity as he bombarded the enemy with his iron fists. A force shield of an extremely high intensity had been raised around him. All the flying swords would be affected and blown away if they got within half a meter of him. The competition between two experts could be finished in the blink of an eye. Lei Zhonglia and Xiahou Wuxin, dominators of the land of sins of 2 generations, collided like two unbelievably fast tyrannosaurs, raising blasts that felt like a tsunami. Everybody and all the crystal tanks within 100 meters were riddled with holes by the blades and air currents that splashed out in the fight or even crushed into thin remnants. Those who were fleeing in panic could not clearly see the battlefield that was enshrouded in smoke and fire. Liao could only see the battle clearly by the observation of his soul. This was the first time that he had observed a life-and-death battle between two experts in the nascent soul stage as one in the divinity transformation stage. It was truly an amazing experience. Under the observation of his soul, the whole world was disintegrated into a colorful ocean of spiritual energy, and Lei Zhonglia and Xiahou Wuxin were two enormous vortices in the ocean trying to swallow each other. Watching wholeheartedly, Liao suddenly had an epiphany. The specific moves were not important. What mattered was which of the two vortices could affect the rhythm of the other's revolution and change it into their own rhythm. Shua! 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 Liao saw the dozens of flying swords boosted by Xiahou Wuxin finally break through the field of interference around Lei Zhonglia and pierce into the enemy's iron shell. They exploded, released dazzling electric arcs, or were frozen into translucent clusters of ice. Lei Zhonglia seemed to have been heavily wounded, but it was useless. Xiahou Wuxin was too focused on the gains and losses of his every move to notice that the rhythm of his spiritual energy had been dragged into the Fist King's vortex. "Not good," Han Te shrieked. "The Fist King is hit." "No," Liao said casually. "The leader of Liberty City is about to fail." Hardly had he said the word fail when satisfied laughter burst out from the siege of thousands of flying swords. The array of flying swords was frozen in midair as if it had been corrupted by some uncanny spell. Like a tiger that had jumped out of a trap, the Fist King jumped out of the siege of flying swords in one step and locked onto Xiahou Wuxin, who was hiding behind the flying swords. Boom! The Fist King punched 18 times in an instant. The force behind his punches could not have been weirder. His every punch was mixed with a force of two opposite directions. They did not blow the enemy far away but seemed to have stuck the enemy in the air heavily. The 18 punches hit Xiahou Wuxin's chest in a row, and it was not until the last punch that Xiahou Wuxin finally managed to break out of the Fist King's control and fly backward like a kite whose string had been severed. While he was still in midair, devastating arrows of blood had already spurted out of his helmet. His array of flying swords, on the other hand, had fallen into the Fist King's control and revolved around him slowly. How is it possible? Liao's soul could not have been more shocked. Lei Zhonglia has deceived everyone. He is not just a simple warrior with more brawn than brains but also an expert of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. He hacked the control network of Xiahou Wuxin's array of flying swords in the soul-stirring battle without alarming anyone and seized the highest permissions of the weapon system. What kind of terrifying hacking ability is this? Liao thought for a moment. With his abilities inherited from Professor Mo Xian and the extraterrestrial devils, it should be possible to sabotage the control network of Xiahou Wuxin's sword array. But hacking without catching the enemy's attention, planting a virus, and taking control were too appalling a task to be accomplished. Fist King Lei Zhonglia, what kind of monster are you? Liao was so curious that his soul was almost breaking apart. In the eyes of other people, the battle between the two experts ended with the Fist King blowing the leader of Liberty City away in one punch. It was like the tolling of the knell for the defenders of Liberty City. The battlefield that had just fallen silent brimmed with energy 10 times more violent than before. Battles spread inside Liberty City like magma. Countless people followed the Fist King's footsteps and rushed toward Xiahou Wuxin's landing point, trying to cut the leader of Liberty City's head off and hang it on the Fist King's flag. Right then, an abrupt change took place. Huh? This isn't over yet. Liao observed every subtle ripple of spiritual energy on the battlefield. Right when the Fist King broke into Liberty City leading the charge, fire and venomous fog suddenly soared from the point of Xiahou Wuxin's crash. Dozens of daunting auras appeared next to Xiahou Wuxin mysteriously and attacked the Fist King. Behind the Fist King, among the comrades who were supposed to fight side by side with him, almost 10 immortal cultivator players aimed their weapons at the Fist King and performed an unexpected assassination. Red Viper, Black Spear, and Flashpoint, the 3 trial takers, were among them. So this is their real aim. Liao finally understood that the main quest of the 3 trial takers was not to conquer Liberty City but to assassinate the Fist King. Since the very beginning, they had been allotted to the side of Liberty City, and they were just assassins who had snuck into the Fist King's army. There was probably something wrong with Xianxia, too, who must have been hired by the leader of Liberty City earlier. That was why she said that Han Te and Lu Li would be killed no matter what they did. Now that he thought about it, Lei Zhonglia should be a big boss of a higher level than Xiahou Wuxin according to the Immortal Cultivator's evaluation. Therefore, the battle between the Fist King and the leader of Liberty City was only an appetizer, and the battle between the players and the Fist King would be the most splendid part of the whole game. The Fist King was immediately surrounded by hundreds of attacks from almost 50 Immortal Cultivator players in 20 different directions. Blades, bullets, acids, venomous arrows, magma, and frost close to absolute zero came at him one after another. A bloody mouth seemed to have been opened in the void and was about to swallow him brutally. In order to heavily wound the leader of Liberty City, the Fist King had taken the slashes of the enemy's swords dozens of times head-on. The functionality of his iron body was already seriously affected. The fatal ambush from behind further caught him unprepared. He could barely move. At this moment, it was actually the assassins or the Immortal Cultivator players who were in conflict. Everybody was lunging at the Fist King and hamstringing each other openly or secretly. Get out of my way. This creep is mine. After I reap the monster, I will complete the main quest perfectly and advance to the Black Island Research Tower as first place. Nobody can compete with me. Hehe. I am going to be the next leader of the Yuan family. Whoever stands before me, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Liao's soul keenly sensed the subtle spiritual waves wandering in the air, which were the ripples of the private talk among the Immortal Cultivator players. It seemed to be a public frequency that involved a very mysterious skill of spiritual energy vibration and could deliver the sound of silence to several kilometers away. All the Immortal Cultivator players and tourists could communicate with each other in such a way without being noticed by the sinners. Naturally, they could not deceive Liao's soul. Over the past month, he had been studying the means of communication of the 3 Immortal Cultivator players in the Red Viper squad and had long discovered the mysteries of the private talk. After cracking the special frequency of the Immortal Cultivator's public channel, he could hear the roars and screams of the players easily. It seemed that they were there for different trial quests for different purposes. Naturally, Fist King Lei Zhonglia, as the warrior with the highest combat ability on the battlefield, represented the most points. That was why he became a common target, and everybody wanted to deal the final blow. However, idiots, Liao thought coldly. Since you know he is the boss of a golden quest, how can he be killed so easily? As it turned out, all the players who jumped forward hit a non-existent wall at the same time and were blown back in a clumsy and panicked way. The 2 players who reacted slower were immediately involved in the colorful smoke, before they were tossed out brutally in a bloody, mangled form together with their broken armor. The bloody mist and the shattered bones spluttered everywhere, and the two immortal cultivators were killed on the spot without even letting out a cry. This was indeed an extreme trial with a high death rate. The immortal cultivators were as brutal to the ordinary people as they were to their own kind. They did not care about the casualty rate in their training and trials at all. Sensing the killing intent that was becoming more and more intense in the smoke, and observing the gory outcome of their companions, all the players turned grave and began to make preparations. The smoke gradually dispersed. Fist King Lei Zhonglia stood inside a steaming crater steadily with his hands behind his back, staring at the immortal cultivator players coldly. The immortal cultivators had an entirely different vibe from that of the sinners. They could tread lightly and disguise it in peacetime, but now that they were exerting all their strength in such a large group, they immediately gave a feeling that they were not the same as the real sinners around them at all. So, my intuition was correct. The Fist King slowly plucked the flying swords that had been stabbed into his body, kneading them into iron balls casually and tossing them away. Long ago, I discovered that a lot of strange guys had shown up both on my side and Xiahou Wuxin's. You do not look like thugs who have just distinguished themselves in the land of sins but reek of disgusting smells. Who are you scumbags exactly? Black Spear, the dark, muscular man in the Red Viper squad, bumped his fists and roared, "Your death!" His image and way of fighting were similar to the Fist King's. So, he could not be overwhelmed by the Fist King's dominance. Otherwise he would not get a chance to fight at all. Hee hee. The Fist King chuckled in a low voice, drawing out the last twisted flying sword on his body. He said as if he were speaking to himself, "According to the intelligence, countless assassins and mercenaries from the Valley of Thorns are lurking inside my camp and Xiahou Wuxin's. You must be them. However, what is the Valley of Thorns exactly, which has apparently been manipulating the history of the Land of Sins from the shadows? Let me blow up your brains and look for answers in person." "Stop bragging," Black Spear shrieked. "You were heavily wounded by Xiahou Wuxin's full-strength blow first, and then you took the bombardment of so many of us head-on. Your body must be riddled with holes and on the brink of destruction." Yes, the Fist King did not deny it at all. His metal lips curling into a cruel smile, he said, "So, let me switch bodies and fight you again." At that moment, an enormous crystal bomb seemed to have exploded below the Fist King's feet. The ferocious wind and blast swept across the entire battlefield. In the middle of the raging storm and sand, his broken, mottled iron body fell apart one piece after another like a withered slough. Well, all the players were dumbfounded, feeling as if their blood was freezing. "The Fist King is transforming," Liao exclaimed to the mental devil. "Your guess was correct. The guy truly has a second form. He indeed deserves to be the boss of a golden quest." After the smoke rose into the sky and the dust settled on the ground, what appeared in front of everyone was a Fist King that was much smaller in size but even more agile and fierce. He had been using a silver, glittering body almost 4 meters tall previously, and his body size was equivalent to a super-heavy crystal suit installed with reactive armors. Nobody expected that a second body was actually hidden underneath the magnificent body. It was a super-light artificial body only around 1.5 meters tall. Its surface was smooth, without any rune array or joint. The streamlined torso and limbs seemed to have been melted by water drops large and small. Emitting bright golden colors, it was natural and flawless. Although the size had been reduced to 1/3, the bursting aura from the body was 10 times more intimidating than the first form. Li Yao's soul almost saw a furiously burning torch whose flames hopped hundreds of meters into the sky trying to burn a hole there. Under the watch of the flabbergasted immortal cultivators, the Fist King warmed up the brand-new artificial body unhurriedly before he fell on one knee, making the preparation posture of a sprint. He smiled and said, "Shall we begin?" It was not a question but the horn of a massacre. Before he finished the last syllable, a lot of players attacked the Fist King in the spirit of better attack than be attacked. However, the Fist King had already turned into several dazzling streaks of gold brightness before their attacks arrived, and appeared in front of almost 10 immortal cultivators simultaneously. It was the same heavy punches with the utmost masculinity as before, except that the force was 3 times greater than in the first form, and the speed 5 times higher. The 3 players in the Red Viper squad were bombarded by the Fist King in the first round. They barely had any time to summon their real crystal suits. Black Spear punched back at the Fist King. His entire right arm exploded from inside to outside, and his arm bone turned into hundreds of fingernail-sized pieces. Flashpoint was about to activate his velocity that he had always been proud of when the Fist King opened his hand, grabbed his head, and threw him into another player brutally. The 2 players were almost embedded into each other. Red Viper, who had the highest cultivation, released dozens of flames, only to be blown into nothingness by the Fist King's one punch. She hurried to fall to the ground and fly backward, dodging the fatal serial bombardments closely. Shwa! 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 Finally, some players could not withstand the high pressure between life and death anymore, summoning their real crystal suits. Liao heard them cursing aloud in private talk. It seemed that such an action would seriously affect their score and rating in the trial. If they had only used the magical equipment from the Land of Sins and did not expose any weapons from the heavenly rails, they would be able to accomplish a certain achievement, which would grant them a bonus. But once they used the advanced crystal suits from the Imperium, their final score would be reduced to around 60 to 70%, depending on the enhancement that their crystal suit provided. Protected and boosted by the high-level crystal suits, the players were like wolves who had grown their tusks again. Their confidence returned to them. Is it the legendary Cosmos Ring? The Fist King's gold fists were both smoking, like a volcano right before the eruption. The abrupt changes of his opponents made the fighting while beaming of his eyes even more intense than before. So many of you boast Cosmos Rings and glittering crystal suits. So, who are you scumbags exactly? And who do you think the Fist King is? In crazy roars, he lunged at the enemies again. However, this time, the players who did not pursue perfect achievements anymore were obviously much more difficult to kill. Even if the Fist King could punch the enemy heavily with his iron fists, the enemy could offset most of the attack with the crystal suit that had a much higher performance. They were even capable of launching counterattacks. In the blink of an eye, the Fist King dashed back and forth and blew up the high-performance crystal suits of almost 4 players. However, his immaculate body of gold was seriously wounded and dented, and the circuits and components inside were exposed and disrupted. Boom! When he squatted deeply again, ready to launch another sprint at the immortal cultivators, his body suddenly became blurred, as if he was moving at a high speed to dodge something. Then, his left shoulder blossomed like a metal bud, and his entire left arm was blown away. It was not until this moment that a vague trace appeared in the air, implying that something similar to a bullet had just passed by. A sniper, Liao mumbled. One of the players has been lurking in the darkness and did not attack at all until this moment. He is an expert among experts and a most dreadful shooter. Even Liao did not notice the sniper when he observed the battlefield with his soul looking down from above. It was not hard to imagine the expertise of the sniper. The first bullet that contained explosive energy had been sneaking in the air without a sound and did not spread any ripples at all. If the Fist King had not reacted in time, it might have blown his head up. Failing to kill the target in the first attack, the sniper did not hide the trajectories of his bullets anymore. 7 streaks of brilliance rushed close from everywhere on the battlefield like 7 shooting stars running parallel to the ground, aiming at the critical parts all over the Fist King's body. The sources of the 7 shooting stars were thousands of meters away from each other. However, in Liao's perception, there was only one sniper. He really did not know what kind of clone skills the guy had practiced to allow him to shoot those 7 aggressive, expeditious bullets simultaneously. The left arm of the Fist King's body was torn apart, resulting in a loss of balance. He had nowhere to dodge, either, as he was surrounded by the immortal cultivator players from all directions. So, he simply bellowed and grabbed one of the players before him as fast as lightning and boosted his own spiritual shield and force field to the maximum, taking the 7 bullets head-on. Boom! 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 They were not 7 bullets at all but 7 thunderous cannons opening fire at the same time. The player who was snatched by the Fist King as a human shield was blown to pieces, utterly unrecognizable. The Fist King also had several shocking wounds because of the explosions. A lot of thick, transparent liquid spurted out. Arg! The gold brilliance around the Fist King flourished. His angry and regretful roars reminded Liao of a lion faced with the sordid hyenas above the trap. Crack! The Fist King still wanted to attack, but his right leg could not bear the weight of his body anymore, and the ankles and knees broke apart at the same time, releasing glittering components. The Fist King almost fell over, but he stood on his foot again after a tremble and glared at the hyena-like players. The players looked at each other in bewilderment. They had truly been awed by the Fist King's dominance at first and were balking beyond their control. After seeing the Fist King's miserable condition, however, they were all embarrassed and exasperated. All of them lunged forward aggressively, hoping to reap the Fist King's last blood. "He's mine! Get out of the way! Let me! Who dares steal the kill from me?" All the players thought that the Fist King was already on the verge of death. Everybody wanted to be the first warrior to kill the boss. Their hostility toward each other was condensed into daunting killing intent. Even the mysterious sniper shot another 13 times in a row, aiming at not the Fist King but the many immortal cultivators around him. All the players sensed the horror of the sniper. Screaming, they hurried to disperse. The Fist King's second artificial body, however, exploded brutally at this moment. The gold light that was even more dazzling than the sun rose into the sky, and a gold-winged bird flapped its wings and flew toward Great Iron City. The immortal cultivators did not expect the Fist King to be so tough that he still had a third artificial body in the shape of a bird to help him escape. While they were momentarily dazed, the Fist King flew out of the siege. The sniper opened fire nonstop, at the risk of exposing his own location. But the Fist King, whose body size had been reduced to the size of a palm, was 100 times more agile than before and dodged the unavoidable bullets narrowly one after another. Voila! The star plasma cannon at the front of Great Iron City opened fire again, shooting out an overwhelming web of fire across the battlefield this time to disrupt the eyesight and movement of the players. The gold-winged bird that carried the Fist King's soul took the opportunity to escape to Great Iron City. Starting from the Fist King's competition with the leader of Liberty City, to the leader of Liberty City being blown back while vomiting blood, to the Fist King accelerating to chase the enemy, and to the many assassins attacking him and forcing him to use up 3 artificial bodies in a row. A lot of things seemed to have happened, but only 3 minutes had passed. In only 3 minutes, most of the bandits and thugs scattered on the entire battlefield naturally did not know what was happening at the center of the battlefield. Most people were still charging forward unstoppably in the middle of the iron torrents, destroying everything that could be seen. At this moment, ear-splitting sirens echoed around Great Iron City again, followed by the Fist King's furious roars. "Xiahou Wuxin has been killed by me in one punch. Let's break into Liberty City and conquer the Elysian world." The voice smashed the entire battlefield like a tsunami. All the bandits became crazier and more excited than ever, but all the defenders were overwhelmed by panic and fear. The Fist King was not entirely lying. Xiahou Wuxin had been heavily wounded by his punches. There was no telling if the man was still alive. The defense line of Liberty City immediately collapsed. Damn it! All the immortal cultivators who had just attacked the Fist King were so gloomy that ink seemed to be flowing out of their faces. Knowing that their internal competition had caused the best opportunity to slip away, they could not help but whine about each other. It would be 10 times more difficult if they wanted to kill the Fist King later. However, not all the players were on Liberty City's side. A lot of players had also been distributed to the Fist King's side randomly. After realizing what was going on, they could not help but laugh aloud, delighted by their luck. Liao, who had been watching the battle from Great Iron City, felt more and more ill at ease. He felt that something was not right. After the Fist King's remaining soul ran back to Great Iron City, the spiritual waves were not disrupted at all. Instead, they became more and more powerful, violent, and crazy. It was almost like a seal had been opened, and the lord of the underworld extended thousands of strong tentacles to the sky. The tentacles spread to every corner of Great Iron City like veins, nerves, and muscle fibers. The whole Great Iron City was quaking so violently that it was almost like a monster that was gradually waking up. Who? From the depths of Great Iron City, the Fist King's roars came once more. The skyscraper-like Iron Fortress had activated the anti-gravity rune arrays on the chassis and simply floated into the air. Then, together with the rapidly revolving gears and chains, the camouflage on multiple shells was removed one piece after another, revealing 7 extensible mechanical arms. On every mechanical arm, super-enormous dragon-slaying swords more than 10 meters long and sabers and axes that could shatter mountains had been installed. When they were fully stretched out, the range of their attack reached almost 1,000 meters away. The honeycomb-type heavy firepower platforms and the revolving turrets all over the entire Great Iron City were taken off. The building was practically a mobile arsenal. Countless spiritual puppets in the form of spiders, scorpions, and animals were moving quickly on the surface of and inside Great Iron City, maintaining the magnificent iron body so that it could bring out the highest combat ability. Woo! 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 The sirens were roaring, and white steam was popping up. Great Iron City became blurred in the mist, like a Goliath standing above the clouds looking down at the mortals on the ground. Hee hee. The Fist King's roars turned into cruel laughter, while he raised the swords, sabers, and axes. All the immortal cultivator players, whichever side they belonged to, were deeply shocked by the oppressive, unbelievably dominating scene, unable to say a word for a long time. "This is too unbelievable and violent," the mental devil said gloomily. "So, this is the Fist King's ultimate form. Great Iron City is his body. It is with such a special, artificial body that he's grown the ambition to unite the land of sins and attack Manjasaka. Is this really something the remaining soul of a nascent soul stage cultivator could achieve?" The more he thought about it, the more Liao felt that it was not right. At this moment, in order to steer Great Iron City, a 100-meter-tall iron fortress, the Fist King had activated his soul to the maximum, which made Liao, who was inside his body, sense a subtle anomaly. Connecting all the suspicious points from the beginning to the end into a glittering chain, Liao felt that he was close to the destination of all the mysteries. The rhythm of Fist King Lei Zonglia's soul is rather strange. Why do I have the feeling that he is not a human being? Liao was slightly dazed. He was shocked by his own finding. Looking through the observation holes on the top of Great Iron City, Liao noticed that, although it was the middle of a day, the vivid and enticing flower of the other shore was still clearly visible. Like a bloodshot eye, Manjasaka stared at the battlefield without a sound. "Flower of the other shore, and the immortal cultivators, what kind of monster have you created?" Liao mumbled to himself. "I vaguely have a feeling." The mental devil grinned hideously. Whether or not the immortal cultivators are aware of Lei Zonglia's secrets, they will be burnt by the fire that they want to play with. All the way up in the sky, on the edge of the atmosphere where the 6 heavenly rails joined Manjasaka, as a star fortress of an ultra-large scale, floated in silence. When Liao stared at Manjasaka, countless pairs of eyes were observing everything happening on the battlefield from the star fortress that looked like the flower that grew on the entrance to hell. Inside a hall that was splendidly decorated like a palace, countless translucent 3D light beams were floating around and on everybody's head. Every light beam was displaying the picture shot from the main perspective of a player, next to the streams of information that displayed their current biophysical parameters, including their heartbeat, pulse, wounds, adrenaline secretion, and spiritual energy usage. The pictures of the players who had been killed were black and white, and the process of their miserable death was played on repeat. There were also real-time pictures captured in secret from various perspectives on the battlefield, which depicted the gory war in a relatively macroscopic way. The largest and the most eye-catching light beam had a ranking. From the scores, the total kills to the completion rate of secondary quests, all the information had been manifested on it. Half of the place was an ocean of coldness, while the other was a volcano of passion. Illuminated by the rivers of blood and the soaring fire, It was a roomful of casual guests who were toasting each other in a light-hearted atmosphere. Countless genteel and gorgeous people of the upper class raised glasses now and then, talking and laughing. They were apparently holding a wine party. Those people of the upper class were all the elites of the imperium of true human beings, who gave speeches to the media every few days. They were from military, political, economic, academic, and many other fields. Some of them were tough generals from the military who commanded thousands of troops, and some were big shots from the financial sector who could drop trillions of dollars whenever they pleased. There were also specialists and professors from the famous universities and research institutes of the Imperium. Everybody had a vague air of pride around him. The few young, beautiful, and smiling stars of the show business among them were almost like humble servants. However, even the toughest iron-blooded generals were wearing sloppy, casual clothes and chit-chatting with each other casually. This was an informal wine party and more like an occasion for the big shots from various fields to relax themselves in their busy life. The room had adopted an open design. The most precious cuisine, including caviar from the 7-star space zone, the 9 phantom snake blood brew from the Silver Ring planet, and the cloud-shocking crane liver that was even more valuable than high-quality marrow crystals of the same weight, had been placed on the long desk covered by a white, silk tablecloth, ready to be enjoyed by the honorable guests. A lot of them were holding their glasses and communicating with each other while watching the war game all around them. General Gu, there are quite a few promising talents among the newcomers whom you have brought to trials this year, aren't there? I can tell that of the top 50 on the total score rank, 3 are from your bone-breaking hammer troop. No wonder you secured such glorious triumphs on the front line. You are flattering me. If we are talking about promising talents, who has more of them than the sky-holding group? Even the trials of the employees in your group are conducted in the dangerous land of sins. Your criteria are truly rigorous, and the quality of your employees is remarkable. We dare not be compared to the military. We are just a bank and financial institution that is expanding quickly and ready to march into the territory just recovered by the Imperium. So, we need to raise a new batch of geniuses in finance, which is why we have consigned some candidates with potential to this place to test their personality. They are not necessarily required to accomplish many dangerous tasks, but if you haven't killed 100 or so people or fed on human flesh and blood, how can you be engaged in the financial business, right? Fair enough. Look, the new generation of the Yuan family and the Li family are quite impressive, too. The talented youngsters of the big families are like fish in a river. There are never enough of them. Of course, the Yuan family is a noble family that has existed for more than 700 years. Controls 2 highly developed sectors. Not just that, their influence has already spread to the financial and media fields. All the branches of the family have the most intelligent people. How can there not be many talented young people? As for the Li family, we don't even need to talk about it. One of the 4 Kurfürst families. I'm told that a lot of new people have distinguished themselves this year. Many unprecedented geniuses have appeared in plenty of branches of the family. To fight for a better future in the family, they are now engaged in a fierce competition. The Li family seems to have given a tolerance of 2-digit casualty rate. The death of a couple of geniuses won't mean a thing to them. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The Kurfürst families are indeed different from the common noble families. A 2-digit casualty rate in trials. Even the special forces of the military do not dare set such a rigorous standard when we are screening talents. No arguments here. Even Li Lingfeng, one of the pillars of the Li family right now, has come here to supervise the selective trials of the new people of the Li family. What? Even Li Lingfeng has come? Wu Yinglan is truly remarkable to have invited such an influential person. His Manjasaka is getting better and better each day, outside of the big shots from the military, financial, capital, and media fields who were chit-chatting with each other lightheartedly. A lot of youngsters who looked rather juvenile but indifferent were gathered. They were mostly the young generations of the noble families that were the favorites of the big shots but had not reached the age of trials yet. They had followed the big shots there to open their eyes, meet their uncles, and cheer for their brothers, sisters, and cousins who were fighting in the land of sins. From the position of the youngsters who were like stars surrounding a moon, Those standing in the middle, who were wearing pure black uniforms with a Li painted on their chest, had the highest social status. It was only reasonable. They were all from the Li family, one of the 4 Kurfürst families. Years later, one or a few of them might even get to decide who the next emperor of the Imperium of true human beings would be. Therefore, despite their young age, there was not the naivety or innocence typical of normal teenagers on their faces. The only thing that could be found was nonchalance and coldness. They watched and commented on the bloody light beams, almost like a younger version of the big shots who were chatting at the center of the room. Brother Lai has demonstrated an excellent performance. He has killed 22 pigs since the battle began with stable breathing, heartbeat, and adrenaline secretion. That is truly impressive. A seemingly harmless and beautiful girl said with a smile. Stable, yes, but it is too impassionate. I prefer Brother Shan's style. He has boosted his breathing, heartbeat, and adrenaline to the maximum, and he does not hesitate to kill anyone after he goes mad. Ah, look, even a pig from the Yuan family has been slain by Brother Shan. It's true that nothing can stand in his way. Another tall and arrogant teenager observed. Watching the flashing blades, the falling heads, the soaring blood, and the twitching bodies on the light beams, the future of the Li family finally cheered delightedly like a bunch of normal young people. Not far away from them, another group of young people who had Yuan sewn on their chest looked rather awful and glared at them in fury. Excuse us, people of the Li family are always straightforward. If we accidentally hurt your vulnerable feelings, the arrogant young man of the Li family shouted at the infuriated young people of the Yuan family. You can just suck it. If you are discontent, why don't we ask Wu Yinglan, the producer of the game, to help us arrange a free contest after the Battle of Liberty City, so that we can all go to the Land of Sins and see what's what. That's a great plan. The innocent-looking and beautiful girl clapped her hands and smiled. After all, we will have a few days to ourselves after the Battle of Liberty City. We can go to experience the atmosphere of the Land of Sins first and make preparations for our selective trials next year. Why don't you come together with us? I very much would like to find out what it feels like to kill the pigs of the Yuan family. Exasperated, the young people of the Yuan all made throat-cutting gestures and nodded at the Li family. It's a deal. Just wait for it. The young people of the other big families were fond of nothing but trouble. They immediately started whistling and cheering for both parties. It was merely one of the everyday riots that did not raise the interest of the adults. After calling each other's names for a while, the young people shifted their attention back to the battlefield that was becoming more and more fierce and bloody. Skulls were exploding, flesh was roasted, and internal organs were shattered into clusters of bloody mist that sprayed on those who were behind the victims. All the scenes activated the appetites of the young people. More than half of the food on the table was gulped by them. However, in the middle of the exclamations of amazement from the young people of the Li family, an inharmonious noise came over. One of them was actually gagging. It was a slender young man who gave an air of femininity, like a lamb that was wearing the skin of a wolf. He looked entirely different from the aggressive, intimidating, and ruthless young people around him. He knew himself very well, too, and had been hiding in the shadows, not having the courage to join any conversations. It was almost like his greatest happiness was when other people ignored him. However, the pictures of battles on the light beams in all directions were too bloody and exciting. However he tried to avoid them, he still happened upon a 3D vivid head that exploded entirely like a cantaloupe. Some of the red and white stuff even seemed to have splashed into his mouth. He immediately shut his mouth, but he felt that he could not catch his breath. He breathed hard but still could not hold back the feeling of nausea. He was so uncomfortable, as if a tsunami was raging in his stomach, that he could not help but cover his mouth with a napkin and gag in secret. But the noise was still too loud to escape anyone's attention. The young people of the few noble families nearby all looked at him in surprise. Further away, the young people of the Yuan family all noticed the quirky guy and eyed him in mockery. The young people of the Li family immediately blushed before they turned gloomier than ever. Li Jialing, what is the meaning of this? Do you have to humiliate the Li family in public? In the utmost fury, The young man who had provoked the Yuan family just now dashed over and grabbed Li Jialing, the gagging young man, by the neck. Garbage is always garbage. The innocent, beautiful girl also put on an expression of extreme disgust. I really don't know why we had to bring such a useless man. If he cannot stand such pictures, won't he pee his pants once he goes to a battlefield? We are a mighty Kurfürst family. Even if we die, we must open our eyes and remember who kills us. How can there possibly be such garbage among us? I won't give him an opportunity to pee his pants. The arrogant young man narrowed his eyes and declared, In a few days, when we have a chance to visit the land of sins, I will certainly kill you to honor the Li family. A renowned Kurfürst family does not need such a weak member. Just wash your neck and prepare to die. Like a panicked chicken, Li Jialing shuddered for a long time before he uttered feeble, gagging noises again. Asshole! If you dare vomit on me, I will cut your tongue right now. Get lost! The arrogant young man pushed him hard, shoving Li Jialing to the ground and making him hit the corner of the desk heavily. One of the dishes on the table was knocked over, and he was soaked by the leftovers in it. All the young people of the Li family chuckled in amusement. Seeing Li Jialing's weakness, they all wanted to stomp on him and only restrained themselves because they were in public. But such a thing was not unusual when they were within the Li family. As one of the most dominating Kurfürsten in the Imperium of true human beings, the Li family had a long history. It had been a great family with influence in the military, in politics, and in the private sector in the Star Ocean Republic long before the Imperium was established. After thousands of years of development, it had copious branches and offshoots. Counting the younger generation of the central bloodline alone, there were thousands of new people every year. Since there were so many family members, they were naturally of different aptitudes, and not all of them could grow into geniuses. However, most of the family members had received rigorous, elite education from their family, and their decisive and ruthless character was raised since childhood. Even the most cold-hearted bandits in the land of sins were as harmless as lambs whose teeth had been removed in front of the seemingly polite and graceful young people. But Li Jialing was not one of them. It was said that he was born in a branch of the branches of the Li family. His father was a lesser warrior in the family who was killed on the battlefield a long time ago, and his mother passed away in labor when giving birth to him. Therefore, he was raised in the future academy of the family as an orphan. After he grew slightly older, he was sent to the household of a big shot in the family to learn from the big shot and to take care of the chores for him as an unofficial servant. The destiny of an orphan of a branch of the family was supposed to be a common warrior of the family or a general worker that was even less known. Perhaps, after serving the big shot for decades dutifully, he would have a change to be sent to a certain new business established by the family on a remote planet as a manager. However, with unbelievable luck, Li Jialing somehow won the favor of Li Lingfeng, one of the top experts of the Li family, who often took Li Jialing around with him. Li Lingfeng and Li Linghai, the queen of the Imperium of true human beings today, were known as the dual pearls of the Li family. He was a powerful person who would very likely become the next leader of the family. Not just a person that he was fond of, even a dog that he appreciated would be more awesome than some experts in the border worlds of the Imperium. Therefore, Li Jialing was able to enter the circle of the most distinguished young people of the Li family. Like all the noble families of the Imperium, the Li family did not attach much importance to the bloodline but worshipped cruel competition more than anything else. As long as they were strong enough, the offspring of the branches could also kill the offspring of the main bloodline and be acknowledged. They would also receive the real heritage of the Li family. So, the young people had been quite wary of Li Jialing at the beginning and thought that Li Lingfeng had earned this special attention because of some particular qualities in him. However, after a few days of getting to know each other, they discovered that Li Jialing was a completely spineless pussy and a joke. It had nothing to do with his strength. After all, with the Li family's wealth and technology, even a cripple who could not catch a chicken could be modified into an acceptable warrior after astronomical resources were invested in him. The real problem with the hopeless guy was that he was too indecisive. He did not even have the courage to kill a chicken, much less a person. Human beings were evil in nature. Young people tended to fear the strong and bully the weak. It was especially so for the young people of the Imperium of true human beings. Li Jialing soon became a target for all the core young people of the family to bully and vent their frustrations on. At first, some of them were concerned about Li Lingfeng's attitude. However, after throwing Li Jialing into a special school that was designed to raise the future of the family, Li Lingfeng never once asked about him, as if he had completely forgotten the guy. There was one time when Li Lingfeng's blood grandson asked him about Li Jialing prudently. Then, the big shot of the Li family raised his head and replied in confusion, "Li Jialing? Which Li Jialing?" It seemed that Li Lingfeng only did it on the spur of the moment. Perhaps Li Lingfeng had met the garbage's father before, but it could not be any important relation. Right now, Li Lingfeng had completely forgotten the garbage. Li Jialing immediately became a target that everybody could bully casually at the core school of the family. Or rather, if the shit in the school grew legs, it would have stomped on Li Jialing's face several times every day. Everybody agreed that Li Jialing had survived to this day because he was too useless. He was so useless that anybody who killed him would only be mocked by their companions. He was a toy for everything and a public sandbag. Nothing more. However, on the trip to Manjusaka to watch the seniors to complete their trial quests, Li Lingfeng, who led the team in person, somehow remembered the garbage again and ordered specifically that he should join them. The young people were dissatisfied with the decision, and the garbage even gagged in front of everybody, which was a great humiliation for the Li family. A lot of people were so infuriated that they were almost determined to kill him. Li Jialing, however, was used to everything. He wiped the leftovers off his body in silence, without the slightest expression on his pale face. The mockery from within the family, the confusion of other families, or his inevitable death a few days later had no effect on him whatsoever. His life did not seem to belong to himself but was just an unimportant game. Li Jialing lowered his head, unwilling to watch the gory battles on the light beams anymore. He was about to hide in a corner of the lobby when he noticed the eyes of both coldness and passion that were staring at him. He could not help but shudder. Li Lingfeng was looking at him in silence not far away. The powerful man of the Imperium of true human beings, the blood brother who shared the same parents with Queen Li Linghai and the commander who could summon thousands of starships and millions of loyal warriors with a light cough, had a graceful appearance entirely different from his identity. His face was as pure as jade, and his eyes were as brilliant as stars. His long hair covered his shoulders, making him look even gentler. He was more than 200 years old, but he was like a young scholar who had just started his career in a college. His demeanor could not have been more elegant. Li Jialing's eyebrow trembled hard. He lowered his head and bit his lips, walking over to Li Lingfeng obediently. The young people of the Li family who bullied him blatantly were baffled, but how could they be bold enough to ask? They were still looking at each other in bewilderment even after Li Lingfeng and Li Jialing went to the corridor outside of the hall, not having the vaguest clue about the relationship between the star of the family and the shame of the family. In the corridor, Li Lingfeng and Li Jialing looked at each other in a subtle atmosphere. With his hands behind his back, Li Lingfeng looked at the weak young man and said casually, "Why didn't you attack after all the time you've been bullied? Are you going to restrain yourself until they really kill you? Just kill a couple of them in a yawn, and none of them will dare bully you anymore." Li Jialing bit his lips hard and fell silent for a moment. Then he said softly, "Your grandson is among them. I have a lot of grandsons, great-grandsons, and great-great-grandsons," Li Lingfeng said. "It is not a big deal if a couple of them are dead, especially when it is for you." With extreme agony and stubbornness beaming out of his eyes, Li Jialing shook his head and said, I don't want to kill anyone. I know that a dam will be completely crushed if I begin. I will completely lose control of myself. Killing a couple of them will be enough? It's impossible. You're lying to me. After I kill a couple of them, you will certainly give stronger opponents to me and ask me to kill dozens more. Then hundreds more and thousands more. There will be no end to the cruel experiment. If I cannot get out of your control in any case, I would rather kill none of them. If I must die, so be it." Li Lingfeng put on a smile of comfort. "You are very smart, and you are getting smarter. It is you who made me so smart. The young man put on a bitter smile. Smart enough to figure out my identity and destiny, and to realize that I am just a special test subject that has no fundamental difference from the sinners in the land of sins. I'm having higher and higher hopes for you now. Li Lingfeng's eyes became deep and mysterious. I really want to find out how terrifying it will be when you unleash all your potential. It will certainly be a shock for a certain someone. What if I never allow you to fulfill your wish? Li Jialing summoned his courage and revealed a side that he had never shown to the young people of the Li family before. Clenching his fists, he said, "You may modify me into a terrible monster, but I will never start a cruel slaughter as you wish. What will you do? Kill me?" Li Lingfeng was amused. "I've spent so much effort and so many resources in the past 10 years to raise you. The complexity of every experiment and modification, and how successful the results are, you should be clearer about them than anybody else, right?" The future leader of the Li family looked at the young man thoughtfully and said, "You are my most precious treasure. How can I waste you for nothing? Besides, your performance today was within my expectations. It is a kind of interesting game between me and a certain someone. Trust me. One day, you will recognize your nature, submit to your real destiny, and even inherit the strength of the entire Li family." Li Jialing shook hard in shock. It was the first time that he had heard Li Lingfeng's last remark. What do you mean?" Teeth seemed to have grown out of the young man's eye sockets. Blood spots the size of needles burst out of his face, as he half begged and half bellowed, "Tell me the truth. Who are my parents? Who is the certain someone that you talk about all the time? Why did you choose me for such cruel modifications in the beginning? Why do you have to push me? Why?" Li Lingfeng was utterly unmoved. "If you want to know the answer so desperately, just listen to the real voices in your heart. Stop being restrained by non-existent laws and start a slaughter." His eyes suddenly turned gentle as he said, "In any case, you must believe one thing. From the beginning to the end, I have never regarded you as a test subject. If possible, I really want you to become my real successor as the future of the Li family." Future of the Li family made Li Jialing's head dizzy again. He felt that he was trapped in an immeasurable maze. The young man stared at the man who could influence the entire imperium of true human beings in a daze and hesitated. "Can I trust you?" "Why not?" Li Lingfeng smiled. "After so many inhuman, excruciating modifications, you should know very clearly that if I wanted to interfere with or even control your mind to start a slaughter, it wouldn't have been any trouble at all. There was no way that you could resist it. But I did not do so. For all these years, I have merely been trying to modify your fleshly body, activate the potential of your brain, build up your soul, and nurture the terrible monster deep within your heart. However, I never interfered with your free will. If I had been considering you as a common test subject, why would I bother to raise you in such an exhausting way? Come on, let's go and meet someone." Li Lingfeng led Li Jialing to a clean secret room next to the hall. The secret room was empty, but it had a mirror that was transparent on one side, which allowed them to observe the people in the hall. There were also light beams that were more advanced and detailed than the ones in the hall, allowing them to grasp every detail in the land of sins. This was a VIP room of the highest level in Manjusaka that only the big shots on Li Lingfeng's level were qualified to enjoy. Through the one-way mirror, Li Jialing looked at the young people of the Li family who were still baffled and suspicious. He was as ignorant of the situation as them. "Look at that guy." Li Lingfeng pointed at a middle-aged man at the front of the hall who was as impeccable as a marmoreal statue. The man was talking with a few influential generals and politicians and brimming with the confidence that everything was under his control. Li Lingfeng asked, "Do you know him?" "I do," Li Jialing replied dutifully. "He is Wu Yinglan, the owner of this place. He is also the man who has been providing you with all kinds of technology and secret arts to modify me all these years." "Exactly. I have been cooperating with him profoundly since decades ago and received a lot of cutting-edge technology from him. Most of the abilities inside your body originated from his laboratory." Li Lingfeng smiled. "From that point of view, you are the son of Manjusaka. This place is your real home. Li Jialing trembled again. He said softly, I get it. You personally came to Manjusaka this time not for the trial quests of the new generation of the Li family, but for me to receive new modifications. You are truly unbelievably smart, but it is only one of my purposes, Li Lingfeng said casually. Now, I'm more interested in talking about the story of Wu Yinglan with you, because he is really very similar to you. Li Jialing was slightly dazed. He simply listened in silence. Although Wu Yinglan is from the royal family, like you, he is from a branch of the branches, Li Lingfeng said unhurriedly. Besides, you should know the awkward situation of the royal family in the Imperium very well. Everybody was so intimidated by the dominance of Black Star the Great, Wu Yingqi, that they worked together to limit the royal prerogatives after his death. Now, even the high and mighty emperor himself, although not anybody's puppet, has a lot of restraints and cannot do whatever he wants. The branch that Wu Yinglan is from is not worth mentioning at all. He was even less important than the offspring of the 4 Kurfürst families. Besides, the man had congenital deficiencies. He was an abnormal dwarf when he was born. What? Li Jialing immediately bulged his eyes. To appear as he does right now, he has been modified after countless painstaking procedures with the cutting-edge technology of Manjusaka after he arrived here. Li Lingfeng smiled. You didn't see this coming, did you? An abnormal curse that should have been suffocated the moment he was born survived stubbornly, and somehow became the governor of the martial meritocrats sector after killing countless competitors. However, when he first took the duty, the martial meritocrats sector was only one of the dozens test bases for large magical equipment and techniques. There was nothing special about it. Also, because of hundreds of years of excessive experiments, the place was already murky and messy after all the destruction. The few sinners were all cockroaches and rats drawing their last breath. Those vermin were incapable of testing the quality of the most advanced magical equipment and techniques of the Imperium. Therefore, everybody thought that the base would be shut down very soon. The arrival of a dwarf governor was the best evidence. But little did they know that Wu Yinglan really had the capabilities to change the world. He came up with the idea of slaughter streaming first. By attracting the most dour and repressed hominoids at the bottom level of the Imperium with the most bloody and exciting videos, he collected the first bucket of gold from them. Then, he invested the first bucket of gold into the renovation of the Land of Sins, transforming the place into a top-tier base of trials with adequate facilities, both dangerous and thrilling. With a low price, he attracted the major families, academies, sects, and groups of the Imperium to hold their trials here. At that time, many people did not understand the arrangement. You know that the cost of trials can be very high. The consumptions during the trials, the timely refilling of the prey after they are butchered, the safety and surveillance, the incessant investment was astronomical. According to the price that Wu Yinglan offered, he would not earn any profit at all, and his first bucket of gold would soon be wasted. At that time, nobody knew that the focus of Wu Yinglan was not profit but connections. The trial teams that came there incessantly were all from the most powerful families, sects, and groups of the Imperium. They were certainly led by the big shots of various fields, too. Of the new people who participated in the trials, a lot were talented geniuses who would grow into the pillars of their families. After gathering those people, Wu Yinglan made friends with them and naturally weaved a broad and tensile web of connections. If you have connections, you have everything. Wu Yinglan received the appreciation of a lot of people, including myself. We invested tremendous resources to help him revive the test base of magical equipment and techniques that was on the brink of bankruptcy. Then, a virtue cycle began. The levels of the trials became higher and higher, and more teams came for trials. With the freshest ingredients, the laboratory was also able to present the most cutting-edge results in experiments. The influence of slaughter streaming grew after each day. Later, he established his own lottery group, which has expanded into a behemoth that covers media, lottery, cutting-edge studies, and many other fields. The dwarf that nobody had any hope in or even knew in the past has become one of the most popular big ghosts in the royal family. Nobody does not know him today. Remarkable. It is truly remarkable. After a brief silence, Li Jialing asked in confusion, "Why are you telling me this?" Li Lingfeng smiled. "It's simple. Since Wu Yinglan is capable of establishing an enormous empire in the media industry from scratch, why can't you?" Li Jialing opened his mouth, meaning to ask why Li Lingfeng thought so highly of him. But he did not ask in the end because he knew that he would not get an answer even if he did. He was just a chess piece in the guy's hand, and he was not qualified to know what was on the player's mind. Furthermore, Li Lingfeng said, "I want you to know that most of the approaches that I modified you through were used by Wu Yinglan on himself before. It is even safe to say that, in terms of physical bodies, you are an upgraded version of Wu Yinglan. As for exactly how much the upgrade is, you will have to ask yourself. So, I think that the two of you should try to bond with each other. Chances are that he can answer some of your questions. Right?" Li Jialing's eyes opened wider and wider, looking at Wu Yinglan not far away and then at his pale, dry hands. He was completely lost in the swirl of confusion. Li Lingfeng smiled and raised his wrist, planning to call Wu Yinglan. However, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the broadcast rune arrays. Hundreds of light beams displayed the horrifying picture of Great Iron City floating and extending 8 arms at the same time. The intimidating aura of Fist King Lei Zhonglie was almost burning through the light beams. "Ha!" Li Lingfeng was slightly dazed. Wu Yinglu is truly hard to predict sometimes. I did not know that he had crafted such a magnificent monster. The game is finally getting interesting. In the hall, Fist King Lei Zhonglie's ultimate form attracted the attention of a lot of attendees. Some were whispering to each other, some exclaimed in amazement, and some danced in ecstasy because they had wagered on the Fist King's side. Wu Yinglan, the owner of Manjasaka, smiled casually while holding a wine glass, as if every transformation of Fist King Lei Zhonglie was under his control and part of the game. Even Li Lingfeng, the greatest endorser of Manjasaka, did not know the shock in Wu Yinglan's mind right now. He spoke to 2 honorable guests for a while with a pleasant smile, asking them to enjoy themselves as much as possible. Then, he left the hall unhurriedly, passed a narrow corridor, and came to the planning and control room of the entire trial. It was an ocean of crystal processors and light beams. The overwhelming pictures and data were 100 times more complicated than in the hall. 12 supercrystal processors together with 1,000 immortal cultivators with amazing computational abilities analyzed and processed without any rest in order to monitor and maintain the most crucial areas in the Land of Sins, including the Battle of Liberty City that was underway. At this moment, all the cameras had locked onto Great Iron City. Fist King Lei Zhonglie had revealed his true appearance and was on a killing spree. He had penetrated 7 defense lines of Liberty City and butchered more than 50 immortal cultivator players. The control center in the city in the sky was in an utter mess because of the disruption. "What's going on?" Frowning, Wu Yinglan asked coldly, "What do you mean by the Fist King has gone out of control?" "My lord," an old man in a white gown who was short, slender, and looked like a weasel hurried to walk forward. A metal ring had been embedded into the old man's brow and around his head. More than 10 ports were distributed on the metal ring evenly. Most of the ports had some weird magical equipment that was either blinking or humming. The information streams that they triggered around his head were chaotic. He was Luo Tiansheng, the supervisor of the Laboratory of High-End Magical Equipment and Techniques in Manjasaka, and a renowned scholar who was adept at everything from flying swords and crystal suits to biochemical modifications. Staring at Great Iron City, that was on a rampage on the light beams, Wu Yinglan asked, "Dr. Luo, you said that the Fist King went out of control, but didn't we know that something was wrong with his Great Iron City? All the procedures of his modification on Great Iron City were closely monitored and recorded by us. What tricks could he possibly pull? There is nothing wrong with Great Iron City. The problematic part is the way to control Great Iron City, or rather, the Fist King himself," Luo Tianxing said. "Please look at the battle parameters that the Fist King has demonstrated right now." Shwa! A light beam where the Fist King was butchering his enemies was enlarged. Detailed analyses were run on his every attack. Every subtle change, from speed to angle to strength, was displayed after quantification. The thousands of data points were calculated through complicated formulas, and the value of the comprehensive combat ability was presented. How interesting! Wu Yinglan narrowed his eyes. The skin around his eyes was still frozen in frost, but his lips curled into a smile of interest. His movement should be somewhat clumsy when he is steering a great iron city, almost 100 meters tall, but his speed and agility are more than twice what we anticipated. He is almost as fast as a colossus. What kind of secret arts has his remaining soul been practicing to enable him to make use of such an enormous iron fortress as if it were part of his body? You're quite right, my lord, Luo Tiansheng said drily. The Fist King's comprehensive combat ability is 275% higher than our expectation, and the value is still rising. Based on all the techniques that he has ever trained, it is absolutely impossible. Therefore, we went back and studied all the files of the Fist King in the past. Overturning a lot of our preconceived hypotheses, we have reached the most astonishing conclusion. Oh! Wu Yinglan looked at the light beam, where Fist King Lei Zhonglia had grabbed a player of immortal cultivators in his giant hand. The player struggled hard and screamed desperately. He seemed to be shouting something like, I'm done playing. Come on and save me. Get me out of this place. But it was useless. In the very next second, the player was crushed by the Fist King into a cluster of sparks and blood. Wu Yinglan's cold smile was even more intense. What is your conclusion? No spectral cultivators can achieve what the Fist King has achieved, hacking Xiahou Wuxin's automatic flying sword system, changing 4 spiritual puppets in an instant, and eventually controlling a gargantuan spiritual puppet almost 100 meters tall in such a deft and accurate way. Absolute none, Luo Tianxing said affirmatively. Therefore, Fist King Lei Zhonglia can't be a ghost. The whole group of specialists can vouch for that. Not a ghost. Weird brilliance beamed out of Wu Yinglan's eyes. What is he then? An artificial intelligence, Luo Tianxing said. Or you may understand him as a very unique spiritual puppet, my lord. Interesting. On the light beam, Fist King Lei Zhonglia was shouldering the intense barrage from Liberty City. The colorful fireballs seemed to have covered him in an armor of flames. He or it uttered metal and mechanical roars at Liberty City, the tower leading into the sky beyond Liberty City, the heavenly rails above the tower, and Manjusaka at the center of the heavenly rails. As if he were observing the most fabulous toy, Wu Yinglan said, Explain yourself. This whole time we have been fooled by Fist King Lei Zhonglia. It has been acting outwardly and straightforwardly and did not bother to disguise his ambition to unite the entire land of sins, misleading us into thinking that he was just a simple-headed warrior. Now, we can tell that he only declared such appalling ambitions in order to cover a greater secret. He disguised himself as a living human being, a remaining soul who had lost the fleshly body, and a spectral cultivator who had crawled into an artificial body. It was not until today when he exerted all his strength that we managed to catch a glimpse at the truth. He is not a human being but a spiritual puppet that boasts automatic learning and upgrading abilities, and a super artificial intelligence that can vividly simulate the feelings and demeanors of human beings. I know that there was an increased trend of super artificial intelligence in the Imperium about 300 years ago, Wu Yinglan said unhurriedly. A lot of specialists believed that spiritual puppets with the ability to automatically learn and upgrade themselves could replace soldiers to a very large extent. At least, they could replace the bottom-level soldiers, the cannon fodder. If the goal proved to be a success, we wouldn't need to feed so many filthy hominoids. At that time, the specialists ran a lot of experiments on this planet, right? Yes, Luo Tianxing said. 200 years ago, we sent 47 models of spiritual puppets that could automatically learn and upgrade to the land of sins. Each of them had a unique logic circuit and means of upgrade. At that time, our main approach was still competition. We hoped that the 47 spiritual puppets would fight, swallow, and merge with each other like 47 different insects. Then, the last survivor would be the king of them, and its logic circuit, mind database, and upgrade forms would have the greatest value to be studied and manufactured. Therefore, when the spiritual puppets were sent to the land of sins, They were not set with any specific targets. Only a fuzzy instruction was set deep into their mind database. What was the instruction? Wu Yinglan asked. Upgrade to the strongest whatever the cost and method, Luo Tianxing said. Wu Yinglan asked, unmoved. What happened later? Later, the project ended in a natural course. Luo Tianxing sighed. It was supposed to be the project with the hugest investment in the laboratory of the Land of Sins 200 years ago, but everybody underestimated the difficulty in creating real artificial intelligence. The so-called automatic learning and upgrading was just an impractical illusion. In the end, the spiritual puppets can still only carry out mechanical and definitive tasks but cannot understand fuzzy, chaotic, and unpredictable targets. A spiritual puppet can destroy everything in a pair of fixed coordinates, but it cannot understand what upgrade to the strongest means. What does strongest mean? Is it the strongest in the Land of Sins, the devilish scorpion galaxy, the Imperium of true human beings, or the entire universe? Does it mean to be strong enough to blow up the three-dimensional universe, the four-dimensional universe, or even everything beyond? At that time, the specialists did not take the question into consideration but simply inputted such a ridiculous instruction for the artificial intelligences. Also, because of the vulnerability and instability of the new crystal processors, the fault rate of the batch of automatic learning spiritual puppets was very high. Even if no faults happened, 99% of them would be mired in absurd logic traps. If the regular spiritual puppets could be compared to lifeless slaughter machines, the automatic learning spiritual puppets were like 3-year-old children. They were unpredictable and uncontrollable. The automatic learning spiritual puppets project became a bottomless hole that absorbed tremendous resources. The sects, families, and corporations that were involved in the project all suffered heavy losses. It even led to the decline of the laboratory in the Land of Sins and even its doom. If you had not come here to bring it back to life again, my lord. Wu Yinglan nodded. Then, what was the ending of the spiritual puppets that boasted the automatic learning and upgrading abilities? Most of them were destroyed in wars, Luo Tianxing said. They were dismantled into the most fundamental components in the ceaseless battles in the Land of Sins or buried in the deepest part of the city ruins. Only some of them fell to the hands of the sinners, but their performance was very unstable in battles and got a lot of people killed. Later, they were mostly used for civil purposes and worked as machine servants, waiters, or porters. You know that the resources for our surveillance are very limited, and the analysis abilities of humans and crystal processors are seriously inadequate. Therefore, after the success of dozens of projects since you came here, most of the resources have been distributed elsewhere, and we gradually lost track of the remaining automatic learning spiritual puppets. Wu Yinglan smiled. It appears that the king of competition, that the specialists and professions looked forward to 200 years ago, has been born without anybody knowing it. Yes, Luo Tianxing said. When they studied the super artificial intelligence, the specialists and professors resorted to anything possible, even including the most extreme approaches. A lot of the super tiny crystal chips excavated from the primeval relics of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were directly duplicated and embedded in our crystal processors. It must be noted that countless complicated rune arrays and circuits are within the super tiny chips. We do not even know their functioning mechanisms, only the input and the output. They are essentially black boxes for us. After the crystal processors that were embedded with countless super tiny black box chips were sent to the ever-changing, chaotic battlefield, what kind of amazing changes could happen in 200 years? I can only say that anything is possible. So, this can be counted as a pleasant surprise? Wu Yinglan mumbled. Look at it. How strong, how magnificent, and how intimidating. Tell me about it. Does it have a real self-consciousness? Is it a life of a brand new life form? It is not accurate to call it a life, Luo Tianxing said. The most remarkable specialists in the field of artificial intelligence reached the conclusion more than 200 years ago that it is impractical to make the artificial intelligence generate self-awareness and evolve into a new life form in the next 1,000 years without the interference of the civilization of a higher level. However, Fist King Xianxia is indeed a very advanced superintelligence that is probably even more powerful than the artificial intelligences applied to the main crystal processors of the transportation hubs and the super warships in the Imperium. It is certainly worth studying. It is a shame that we did not focus surveillance on it until it returned from the city ruins and distinguished itself in the land of sins. We paid close attention to its development and growth, but we do not know the first thing about its experiences decades ago. Therefore, we still have to bring it back to Manjasaka in order to dissect and dismantle it. That's the only way to find the answers. Do we need to terminate the Golden Quest, Battle of Liberty City, my lord? Wu Yinglan narrowed his eyes. The unexpected mutations of the Fist King have made the situation somewhat out of our control. Please take a look. Our estimated comprehensive death rate of the players is 11.5%. And the highest death rate should be no greater than 18%. But the floating death rate has now been increased to 15.4%, and the estimated highest death rate may surpass 30%. Those rookies are no match for the Fist King. Chances are that they will all be butchered by the Fist King. Should we terminate the trial and the game and bring the Fist King under control first? That's impossible. Wu Yinglan stared at the light beam, with a multitude of emotions beaming out of his eyes. On the light beam, the Iron Giant shot out spiritual energy that consumed countless sinners and players of immortal cultivators like a destructive storm. The 3 members of the Red Viper squad who used to be arrogant were mired in the swirl, too. Like broken canoes, they shuddered in fear among the surging tides. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yinglan sent a voice to Luo Tiansheng with a very special frequency of private talk that only the 2 of them could hear. Dr. Luo, do you know our audience rating on all the terminals of the spiritual nexus in the entire Imperium? Do you know how many trillions in capital is waiting for the final result of the soul-stirring epic quest like ravenous beasts? Do you know that the Li family, the Yuan family, the Sky-holding group, and many big shots from the military are paying close attention to Manjasaka and us? 100 years. For 100 years, we have been fighting bloodily through thorns and finally made it this far. We have also pushed ourselves to the tip of the tide. Before us is a path of glory, but below our feet is a bottomless abyss. We cannot quit or turn around now. I have already wagered all my belongings on the magnificent, mind-boggling epic quest. No unexpected factor is to disrupt it. Look. Wu Yinglan smiled confidently and showed the translucent data on his mini crystal processor to Luo Tianxing. Our audience rating on all terminals has surpassed the limits. No media outlets or platforms can compete with us. Even the real-life war stream between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance has been eclipsed by us. Don't you see? After 100 years of slaughter streaming, the audience is already tired of control. They do not want to see everything that is carefully manipulated. They like chaos, they like accidents, and they like Fist King Xianxia. But Luo Tianxing thought for a moment. Just for the audience rating? This is a gamble as well as an ultimate competition between me and the scumbags in the court in the Imperial Terminus sector. Wu Yinglan's voice suddenly turned extremely hoarse and cold. Such is the cruelty of this world. When the place was a dying, desolate land, the scumbags kicked me here and simply let me live on my own. They even wanted me to take the blame for the shutdown of the laboratory of the Land of Sins. After we worked hard for 100 years and made the place thrive again after arduous efforts, the scumbags have come back again, extending their long, furry claws in the hope of reaching for the fruit of our effort. They want to occupy the place for themselves and kick us back to where we came from. Those scumbags include our most brilliant and invincible emperor. A few years ago, the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance was still too intense, and the emperor did not have the time to deal with us. But right now, the army of the Imperium has secured continuous victories on the front line and recovered all the territory that has been lost in the past 1,000 years. His Majesty's head is getting larger and more feverish each day. He is trying to become a second magnificent monarch, as incredible as Black Star the Great. Our Heavenly Eye group has become his target too. But am I someone who will just wait to be killed? Nobody can steal the Land of Sins and the city in the sky from me. Not even the Emperor. It is the age of information now, and audience ratings are everything. Whoever attracts the eyeballs controls the mind, whoever controls the mind manipulates the behavior, and whoever manipulates the behavior will have the entire world. Dr. Luo, we've known each other in our most devastated times. In the past 100 years, no matter how insane your ideas, projects, and experiments were, I have always supported you to accomplish them without any reserve. However many resources you need, you will have them. When you need 1,000 living test subjects, I will get you 5,000 without batting an eye. The two of us are the best partners. I keep no secrets from you and always tell you the truth, no matter how serious the issue is. You will certainly support me to the end, too, won't you? Luo Tianxing nodded without any hesitation. Of course. Excellent. Wu Yinglan smiled. With the support of so many big shots from the military, political, and business worlds, and even Li Lingfeng, the promising next leader of the Li family, on my side, now that a surprise as pleasant as the Fist King has been found by you, even the Emperor will not be able to do anything about us as long as we control the situation well and arrange the whole play perfectly. Luo Tianxing was not surprised at Wu Yinglan's lack of respect for the Emperor at all. He asked calmly, "Then, what do we do now?" After pondering for a moment, Wu Yinglan clapped his hands and said, "Firstly, increase the difficulty of the quest from golden to platinum, and project a batch of powerful magical equipment and weapons in that direction. Make sure that only players can open and make use of them. Then, open the secret shelters that we buried deep below the earth and send the coordinates to all the players in the quest area. If the players cannot take it anymore and decide to quit the trial, they are free to hide themselves in the shelters. Of course, the points and accomplishments they have achieved will all be cleared. Thirdly, ask the Heavenly Eye Legion to establish a defense line outside of Liberty City. The Fist King or any sinner in the land of sins is not to run free. Those sinners have seen too many things that they shouldn't have, including Xiahou Wuxin, the leader of Liberty City. None of them are to be spared. After most of them have killed each other and the trial quest is over, clear the field. Right? Let me see. I'm told that your laboratory has recently produced a new batch of monsters. Right? Yes. When his experiment results were mentioned, Luo Tianxing smiled proudly. I guarantee that they will be real nightmare monsters. Very good. Then, after the Battle of Liberty City is over, just test the power of the nightmare monsters in front of the big shots here with the Broken City ruins as the test field. Chances are that some of them will place a large order on the spot. As for the control of Fist King Lei Zhonglia, lock onto it with our railguns first and make sure that it will be blown to pieces if it shows any anomaly. But do not use the railgun just yet and ask the Madman Squad to try to weaken it so that it will not go completely out of control. I want to know how much potential can be dug out of the spiritual puppets that can automatically learn and upgrade. Got it. Luo Tianxing nodded. I'll go and prepare the nightmare monsters. Wait. Wu Yinglan suddenly stopped him, pointing at an obscure picture that was a replay of the battle yesterday. In the overwhelming smoke, Li Yao's clumsy body flashed before the picture was blocked by intense fire and smoke. Wu Yinglan pointed at Li Yao and asked, "There's still a minor issue. What's that?" "It seems to have been absorbed by the Fist King into the body. It should be another spiritual puppet that boasts automatic learning and upgrading functions," Luo Tianxing said. "We don't know the specific model yet, but the Fist King has always been enthusiastic about collecting spiritual puppets of all kinds of models, especially those that can automatically learn and upgrade. In the past, we did not understand the reason and thought that it was only an unimportant hobby. But now we have finally understood its intention. It was probably finding ways to strengthen itself continuously by dismantling and studying other spiritual puppets. Wasn't it? Okay, Wu Yinglan said emotionlessly. Therefore, this is a pile of insignificant garbage? Probably. After thinking for a moment, Luo Tianxing said, "However, if you are interested, we can spare some of the computational ability monitors and analysts to figure out the backstory of the spiritual puppet and see where it originated." Glancing at the supercrystal processors that were all functioning at full efficiency and the analysts whose heads were about to explode, Wu Lan shook his head after pondering for a moment. Forget it. An epic quest is about to begin. There is no need to waste time on such trivia. Let's just move on. Manjasaka extended its limbs like a glamorous, poisonous spider, and the overwhelming net in the sky was weaved even denser than before. The nightmare monsters and countless elite warriors were all set to go. The people in the land of sins did not have the faintest idea about their upcoming doom and were still dwelling in the bloodiest battles. The entire Liberty City had been cast into a complete mess. Out of everyone's expectations, Fist King Lei Zhonglia turned into an iron giant almost 100 meters tall, increasing the combat ability of Great Iron City by magnitudes. The spiritual shield around itself was as brilliant and dazzling as a supernova outbreak. Under the 8 enormous limbs that were waving crazily, the crystal tanks became the most vulnerable matchboxes. Both the bandits and the immortal cultivator players fled in panic. Whoever stood in his way would immediately learn the feeling of desperation when the 20-meter-long saber was slashed at them. The defense line inside and outside of Liberty City had completely collapsed. The Fist King moved to the center of Liberty City unwaveringly, where the tower to the sky was located. Even the bandits and players on his own side were appalled by his toughness and dominance, and they did not approach with 1,000 meters from him, fearing that they might be bashed into smithereens by his hammer while he was on a killing spree, which seemed to have already happened several times. All in all, the battlefield became an utter mess everywhere. Both the attackers and the defenders looked at the iron monster in bewilderment. Fist King Lei Zhonglia became the only protagonist of the war game. Right then, the city in the sky emanated weird redness. Countless stars broke into the atmosphere at an unbelievable speed, raising a storm of fire inside and outside of Liberty City immediately and leaving thousands of craters on the ground. Blasts spread out everywhere at the same time. A lot of sinners and immortal cultivator players were blown into the air. Some of the less fortunate ones who happened to be standing on the landing points of the shooting stars were immediately blown up and vaporized. Those shooting stars turned out to be silver weapon boxes from the sky. They were an advanced model that the sinners had never seen before, with a scary mark of skeleton engraved on the surface. The sinners who dared to approach them would immediately be struck by electric arcs without any mercy, which made it impossible for them to open the cases. Beep, beep, beep. The immortal cultivator players, on the other hand, received the latest instructions from Manjasaka. The Battle of Liberty City had risen from a golden quest to a platinum quest, and they were about to be aided by reinforcements and new weapons. Also, the goal for the players who had been randomly distributed to the Fist King side before changed. All the immortal cultivator players now shared the same goal, which was to suppress the Fist King. A platinum quest. One that is only under a legendary quest. My goodness! What kind of monster is this? How can it be a target for all of us? The Paradise of Sins is truly exciting. Fighting such a behemoth is even more gratifying than fighting the Covenant Alliance on the front lines. New magical equipment and new gear. Awesome! With the aid of the virtual guidance arrowheads, the players soon located tremendous airdrops. After opening them with special passwords, the players found brand new, even more powerful crystal suits in them, as well as abundant cutting-edge magical equipment that could be installed on the crystal suits. They were entirely renewed after they put on the new weapons. Like hot air balloons that had been filled up again, they were brimming with confidence. Fist King? Die! The players roared and soared into the sky. With their high momentum and agile movements, they hovered around Great Iron City rapidly and rained their firepower upon the Fist King. Even if the Fist King was truly not a human being but an artificial intelligence of a super high performance, it must abide by the law of the Land of Sins. All the materials that it used to build Great Iron City were either charity from the heavenly rails or garbage collected from the city ruins. Some had even been given by Wu Lan on purpose after discovering its potential. Its database and logic circuits could become the strongest into an ineffaceable belief. But its jumbled body was incomparable to the most advanced crystal suits of the Imperium of true human beings. The immortal cultivator players, whose gear had been completely upgraded, were utterly different from the panic and desperation players a moment ago. Even if the Fist King could still kill some of them, they could land a blow on the Fist King. Boom! 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 The Fist King's outer plate armor was finally blown up by the players, revealing the vulnerable and messy components inside. Countless small spiritual puppets were blown out of the holes and fell to the ground in pieces. The Fist King's unstoppable momentum was disrupted, and even more players saw its weakness. They attacked the joints of its 8 mechanical arms and its body hard and chopped off 2 of the mechanical tentacles, which cramped on the ground hard like dying serpents. Who are you exactly? The Fist King was not supposed to have the feeling of pain, yet he was roaring in agony. Why do you have weapons and ammunition from the sky? Why are you all stopping me from occupying the Elysian world? Why are your techniques and gear so weird? You are not sinners. You are not the assassins and mercenaries from the Valley of Thorns. You are from the sky. You have come here through the heavenly rails to my battlefield. What do you want exactly? The Fist King waved his remaining 6 arms as if he had gone mad, raising endless tornadoes around him, while he crashed at the tower to the sky without caring about anything, as if he wanted to blow up the tower with his gargantuan body and make Manjusaka collapse. It was a shame that nothing was of any use. The heavenly rails and the city in the sky did not stand based on the support of the tower, which was nothing more than a tube to transmit resources. There were more than 100 such tubes throughout the entire land of sins. Besides, the Fist King could not make it to the tower. Among the shooting stars from the sky just now, there were more than 10 special assault cabins besides the weapon boxes. After they crashed heavily, they exploded like flowers. More than 10 exos wearing colorful, glamorous crystal suits in the form of insects flew out of them. Spiders, mantises, locusts, scorpions, mosquitoes, flies, centipedes, butterflies, dragonflies. It was almost as if a dozen mechanic worms that had been enlarged hundreds of times had flown into the sky unhurriedly. They were not in a hurry to attack the Fist King fiercely, but simply hamstringing and harassing him from nearby like annoying flies and mosquitoes, creating the best opportunities for the regular immortal cultivator players to attack. Under the interference of the weird exo team, the Fist King's previous invincibility was entirely gone. He was not able to defend himself, and the problems of the enormous body size and the sluggish movement were exposed to the maximum extent. Even more critically, the Fist King was running out of spiritual energy. The Fist King is done for. Deep inside Great Iron City, Liao had already protected Han Te and Lu Li. He also established a protective layer of spiritual energy that felt like a mattress to resist the blasts and shocks each greater than the last. Sensing the air of the ever-emerging experts on the battlefield and the defense line of the immortal cultivators further away, Liao secretly sighed. However capable the Fist King was, he had been playing inside the immortal cultivator's hands. How could it possibly blow up the world that had been sealed? Whatever he was, he could not avoid the boundary of the basic law of energy. To drive the giant Great Iron City to conduct such violent fighting, inestimable spiritual energy needed to be consumed every second. It was already his limits to march there from the periphery of Liberty City against the barrage of thousands of demons. Even the last block of fuel inside Great Iron City must have been burnt up by his crazy fighting will. Liao could obviously sense his fury, regret, embarrassment, and confusion. Such intense emotions made Liao start to wonder again. Was the Fist King a he or an it? I'm sorry. Right then, Liao suddenly heard the Fist King's poignant voice from every corner around. This world is too strong. I'm lost. Even you have been involved in this. Liao thought of something. He knew that the Fist King was not speaking to the 2 little fellows but obviously to him. With everything coming to this point, there was no need for Liao to keep everything a secret anymore. He said in a hurry, "Wait a moment. I'm still confused about a lot of things. What you do not understand, I do not understand either, but it is not important anymore," the Fist King said. "Just find a way to escape. I know that you are probably capable of escaping with your abilities. What are you going to do?" Liao said in a hurry. "Where there is life." Before he finished his sentence, He had already sensed that the world was shaking, and the wind was blowing. The Fist King had concentrated whatever was left of his spiritual energy on the anti-gravity rune arrays and the power rune arrays on his chassis. As flames of light surged out like torrents, he rose into the sky and flew higher and higher, charging at the heavenly rails and Manjasaka. On the ground, the dust raised had swept across Liberty City. All the sinners in the land of sins looked up at the sky from the dust, staring at the Fist King, who was charging at the firmament. Manjasaka, the city in the sky. What the fuck are you exactly? The Fist King burst into laughter. His chainswords, sabers, and axes hummed and released brilliance that could tear apart the sky in thunderous roars. In great shock, countless immortal cultivator players hurried to move forward to block him. The bizarre squad of insect-like exos changed their attitude, too, and launched the most aggressive attacks at the Fist King. However, the Fist King's body was simply too enormous. Even though they could rip off the enormous components and even cut the Fist King's mechanical tentacles one after another, leaving more than 100 giant fireballs on the Fist King's body, they could not stop the Fist King from launching one final attack. Fist King Xianxia turned his entire body into a giant fist while he broke through the atmosphere beyond the clouds and punched the city in the sky in the most devastating way. Arg! The Fist King roared. Nobody can mount the high horse above my head. Fall now, Manjasaka, observed from the scarred, bleeding, uneven land of sins. The Fist King seemed to have surpassed the skyline beyond Manjasaka, the city in the sky. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. All the sinners, be they attackers or defenders, stared at the sky, dumbfounded. For hundreds of years, not a single sinner had ever broken through the firmament by force, much less contaminating the supreme, flawless, and impeccable Manjasaka with their filthy, hideous body. Furious flames were burning between the throat and abdomen of all the sinners. They suddenly had an uncontrollable urge. Even the thugs and bandits on the leader of Liberty City's side were deeply awed by the dominance of the Fist King. They couldn't help but shout in their hearts, "Break it! Break the sky! Break into Manjasaka!" However, after time was frozen for only half a second, hundreds of crimson pillars of light darted out of the heavenly rails and Manjasaka, which interweaved into an enormous dragnet and completely enshrouded the Fist King. The destructive web of mystic rays seemed to be extremely tensile. Although they were deeply embedded into the Fist King's iron body, it did not completely stop the Fist King's momentum as he continued soaring. It inevitably gave everybody on the ground an illusion. They thought that as long as the Fist King persisted longer, he would have an opportunity to touch the legendary Manjasaka and leave the sinner's mark of filth and blood on the sacred, glorious city's shell. However, the moment such a thought popped up in the sinners' hearts, the brightness of the light web was suddenly raised to a higher level, dissecting the Fist King into pieces and transforming him into a dazzling fireball. Like all the unparalleled, disobedient bandits who had been bold enough to challenge the sky in the past hundreds of years, Fist King Xianxia was suppressed by the firmament. The fireball raged, as if the will of discontent and fury was still charging into the sky. But it could not resist the blockage of the sky and the restraint of the gravity after all, and it fell helplessly. The crowned fist perished after all. Grievous sighs and bellows echoed on the ground. Inside Manjasaka, however, there was nothing but casual laughter and reserved applause. The honorable guests from afar congratulated and complimented the owner of the place for the enjoyable play that he had arranged meticulously. "Not as strong as I thought." Wu Yinglan smiled and raised his glass to the many honorable guests. He then turned around and spoke to Luo Tiansheng in a low voice. "It turns out to be more fancy than capable and has been suppressed so easily. It was really a false alarm. This is the fatal shortcoming of the spiritual puppets with automatic learning and upgrading functions," Luo Tiansheng said. "The direction of their self-motivated evolution is highly uncontrollable, and they are often mired in very rudimental traps. For example, it was absolutely unnecessary for the Fist King to modify his real body into such a gargantuan and clumsy machine. Perhaps, according to his mind logic, size equals strength. Generally speaking, his performance is rather remarkable, considering that he has been developing in the land of sins entirely on his own. If he is delivered to our laboratory for further study and debugging, he may present an even more shocking performance. Yes, he did look flamboyant enough. Wu Yinglan smiled. The audience has shown strong feedback, especially about the final picture where he charged at Manjusaka. It was truly audacious of him. Perhaps we should produce more gargantuan puppets and monsters of the same type and come up with some silly, blood-boiling slogans for them. Only in such a way can the players, tourists, and viewers enjoy themselves. For now, ask the Madman Squad to enter the debris, find his core crystal processor, and bring it back to the city in the sky. Then, move on to the cleaning procedure. When the burning gigantic remnant crashed heavily, the flames almost covered half of Liberty City. The exo squad that looked like mechanical insects descended slowly. Most of the members patrolled around the Fist King's remnants that were as enormous as a mountain and stayed on alert. 2 exos who looked like a mantis and a spider respectively crawled into the fireball that was still exploding. Shwa! 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 The structural design of Great Iron City appeared before their eyes quickly, allowing them to lock onto the shattered control center very quickly. As they expected, in the middle of the fire and smoke of the control center, a crystal processor core that was smaller than an apple and looked like a diamond was hovering and emitting a daunting aura. Seeing that the 2 insect-like exos had shown up, the crystal processor core bounced unpredictably and tried to flee to a deeper part of the debris. This is it. Ha! Still wants to run? I feel like laughing whenever I see such things struggling before their death. The immortal cultivator wearing the mantis suit grinned hideously and opened his hand. The electric arcs that flowed at the center of his palm were condensed into a powerful electric field and absorbed the crystal processor core. The crystal processor core rolled quickly in midair, trying to resist, but it was already too weak to resist the hauling force anymore. Thunder suddenly rumbled inside the head of the immortal cultivator in the mantis suit. His pupils suddenly constricted to the limits. Something was wrong. Communication. Their communication to Manjusaka. No, even their communication with their companions outside of the debris was completely cut off by intense interference at some point. Crack, 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 crack. It was the sound of tracks rolling over debris. The elite exo of the Madman Squad suddenly saw the most unbelievable scene. A heavy and clumsy tracked spiritual puppet crawled out of the twisted space deep inside the debris. What's this? Extremely shocked, the mantis-like exo suddenly doubted his eyes. How could a spiritual puppet have been kept intact after falling from the top of the atmosphere? Before he figured out the answer to the question, he felt a sting in the back of his head and an itch at the center of his eyebrows. Then, he saw a blood-stained dart or flying sword showing up before his eyes abruptly. In his confusion, he realized that the thing seemed to have drilled through his head before digging out of the center of his eyebrows. He wanted to scream, but he was unable to utter a single sound. He managed to turn his eyes to look for his teammate, only to discover that the crystal suit of his companion had been taken off at some point. The man's physical body was cut in half evenly and thrown into 2 corners dozens of meters from each other. How is this possible? Before his self-awareness completely sank into darkness, the mantis-like exo moaned in confusion while staring at the eccentric star at the front of the tracked spiritual puppet in a daze. The mind circuits were reconnected. The database was copied and condensed again. From the fundamental architecture to operational logics, infinite algorithms were colliding and assembling, building a golden, glittering plaza from the void. The Fist King was rebooted. Scanning his environment quickly, he found that he was in the middle of a sealed space. Intense explosions and quakes were echoing from above. His core crystal processor was connected to 3 small ancillary crystal processors, which were embedded into a skinny artificial body. Judging from the different materials of the hands and feet, it should be a piece of garbage that had been hastily jumbled together. However, the connection and assembly were unexpectedly comfortable. They were done even somewhat more brilliantly than what he could have done on his own. No, much more brilliantly. He slowly warmed his fingers up. The iron limbs turned out to be as smooth as silk and cheese. The assembly was truly incredible. He sensed the two objects that were constantly releasing infrared rays from the cold mud. They were the two human beings who had enjoyed dinner with him the previous night. There was also a tracked spiritual puppet, which was his own kind. Master Fist King is awake. Han Te and Lu Li both exclaimed in joy. What is this place? The Fist King tried to control the new broadcast rune arrays. You saved me. This is a certain abandoned underground sewer in Liberty City, Liao said. With everything coming to this point, there was no need to hide anything anymore. I saved you and made a new body for you on the way. There are no handy tools and materials in this place, so I had to make do with random garbage. Don't feel offended. This body is made of random garbage? The Fist King was silent for a moment. Continuing to warm up the brand new limbs, he punched aggressively time and time again and said, However, the interface of my core crystal processor should be incompatible with other crystal processors. How did you resolve the problem? Well, is that really a problem? Liao did not know how to explain it. They can be connected via a random converter that I roughly made. The Fist King seemed unused to the real Liao's way of talking. After another days, he continued asking, How long have I been dormant? What is the situation outside? About 2 to 3 hours, Liao said. As for outside, it is quite lively at this moment. Now that Fist King Lei Zhonglia and the previous leader of Liberty City have both been killed, Liberty City has become an unowned Elysian world. Whoever has the biggest fist will become the new master of Liberty City. At the very least, that is what the thugs and bandits think and what they are doing right now. They are now engaged in the fiercest fight. Those weird fellows who claim to be assassins and mercenaries from the Valley of Thorns are also wasting no time instigating more trouble. The situation has gone completely out of control. I imagine that the chaos will not stop until half of them are dead. With the chaos up there, we can take a brief rest here while nobody cares about us and figure out what to do next. However, first things first. I want to know who you are exactly. Or rather, are you a human being at all? Han Te and Lu Li were both greatly surprised and looked at the Fist King in astonishment. The Fist King, however, nodded frankly after considering for a moment. Of course, I am not a human being. I am your own kind, an artificial intelligence. What? Han Te and Lu Li both exclaimed in shock and glanced between Liao and the Fist King in suspicion. That explains a lot. Liao knew that the Fist King must have misunderstood something. It did make sense on second thought. The false identity that he had fabricated happened to be the Fist King's real secret. No wonder the Fist King had mistaken him for his own kind under such coincidences. After thinking for a moment, Liao said, Neither of us are in our best state right now. The dangerous environment we are in also requires us to work together frankly. So I'll just tell you the truth. I am not an artificial intelligence but an incomplete soul, or a spectral cultivator of sorts. While he was talking, Liao was amused. In other words, I am a ghost who pretends to be a spiritual puppet, whereas you are a spiritual puppet pretending to be a ghost. The two of us are indeed quite similar. It was rather funny when he thought about it. The spiritual puppet named Fist King was so advanced that its intelligence was at least on par with the Ultra Spirits. Not long ago, Liao had been fighting the Ultra Spirits that were under the command of the extraterrestrial devils in the Star Glory Federation. Little did he expect that he would be honest with an Ultra Spirit so soon and even probably work together with the creature. Liao was somewhat at a loss, wondering whether he should hate, fear, or bond with the Ultra Spirit named Fist King. How is that possible? The Fist King said solemnly. In the past decades, I have examined countless spiritual puppets, including the models that can automatically learn and upgrade like myself. I have also encountered thousands of ghosts and scrutinized the mysteries of their remaining souls. You may fool other people, but you certainly cannot deceive me. The soul form that you have simulated is obviously slightly different from that of normal human beings. You should be an artificial intelligence several levels higher than me. How can you be a human being? Ha! The first time we met each other, I only vaguely felt that something was wrong, the Fist King said. But when you took action again in the battlefield, I was absolutely assured of my finding. Otherwise, how could I have invited you to enter the heart of Great Iron City? However, I still underestimated you at that time and did not know that you were so advanced and would even save me in the end. Liao's soul was almost sweating. Is it possible that you are mistaken? After a brief silence, the Fist King said, the soul that you have simulated is much more arcane and complicated than the limits of my calculation. I have never met someone of my own kind like you before. Perhaps most human beings will be fooled by you, but my conclusion can't be wrong. Whatever you are exactly, you and I are both well clear that you are not a pure human being, right? Question marks popped up inside Liao's soul. Am I really clear? The mental devil also hesitated. Is he mistaking us for an artificial intelligence because we have absorbed too many pieces of tenebrum energy from the extraterrestrial devils and Professor Mo Xian's legacy, which led to messy mutations of the soul? Probably? Liao's soul rippled somewhat rigidly. He recalled the data of his brainwaves that were gone in the collapsed virtual spirits sector in the Star Glory Federation, as well as the two ultra spirits, number 17 and number 18, which had gone missing from the world. Calming himself down, Liao managed to smile. Is it because you thought that I was your own kind that you hid us inside Great Iron City? Yes, the Fist King sighed. It's been a long time since I last found an undamaged member of my own kind who also boasts magnificent thinking and logical abilities. I was planning to chat with you properly after Liberty City was taken and exchange our data, but I didn't know that the sky's control over the ground was so powerful that they did not want me to win this war at all. Liao's interest was aroused. Do you know the secrets of the sky? Very little. The Fist King sighed dejectedly. At the bottom level of my database, some information seems to have been hidden. It makes me know that I am a product of a certain experiment and a participant of a certain project, and the whole world I'm in is part of the laboratory. But as for what exactly the so-called project is about, who my creator is, and how many secrets are hidden in the city in the sky, I do not know the first thing about it, which is also the reason I want to exchange databases with you. Perhaps we can share some of the critical information and try to reassemble the broken puzzle. It is a shame that the formidability of the sky far exceeded my expectation, and I was left with no opportunity at all. Our world is part of a laboratory? Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other in bewilderment. Over the past month, the two little fellows had been growing very fast. One might even say that they had been completely reborn. They had somewhat sensed part of the truth of the land of sins. But when they heard the Fist King say the word laboratory, their heads still went blank. Then, they were both upset and infuriated. What exactly has been going on? Breathing rapidly, Han Te said, Master Fist King, please tell us everything you know. Your emotion simulation system is truly remarkable. Liao was more interested in the Fist King himself. Your tone when you speak, the subtle changes of your feelings, and your magnificent declarations and speeches on the battlefield are truly as impressive as those made by real human beings. All of them are simulated. The Fist King suddenly changed into a tranquil, cold tone. I do not have feelings, self-awareness, or a soul. I am only a lifeless puppet. All my behavior is the simulation of somebody else. Somebody else? Lu Li asked curiously. Who might that be? The real Lei Zhonglia, the Fist King replied. Ha! Lu Li blinked quickly and nodded. That's right. Lei Zhonglia at the beginning was naturally a human being of flesh and blood instead of a spiritual puppet. Then, how did he become today's Master Fist King? It is an utter mess up there, Liao said. I am secretly scanning the detailed structure of the whole of Liberty City and the enemy's distribution of troops, trying to figure out an escape route from the siege. We have about 20 minutes. Come on. Tell us your story. The Fist King was silent for a moment. The crystal processor that was embedded below the iron shield hummed quickly as massive data were retrieved and sorted at a high speed. He said slowly, My earliest data includes the blowing wind, the blast of air turbulence, and the picture of the entire planet from the high sky. I fell from the sky after being projected to the land of sins from beyond the atmosphere. At that time, my database was empty. Except for the fundamental architecture, the basic operational logics, and a fuzzy instruction, there was nothing. My ultimate instruction was to be the strongest, whatever the cost and means. It was truly an instruction that was beyond the abilities of my analysis, calculation, and logical thinking. What did it mean by ignoring the cost and the means? And most critically of all, what does it mean to be the strongest? With the questions, I wandered in the wilderness and the bloody battlefields, watching the people in the land of sins shooting and killing each other with all kinds of weapons, as well as the look of the so-called experts and dominators. Sometimes, I was discovered by them and enlisted into their army, participating in the gory battles. I was shattered and almost destroyed in the wars, but I also upgraded voluntarily and involuntarily time and time again, gradually turning into a slaughter machine. I also slowly understood the definition of strength for the people here. I encountered countless members of my own kind, and I destroyed, dismantled, studied, and used them to strengthen myself without any mercy. Swallowing my own kind could make me strong. That's what I thought at that time. If I'd run into you at that time, I certainly would not have decided to exchange data with you, but would have directly destroyed you or been destroyed by you. Liao, Han Te, and Lu Li listened to the Fist King talking about his story attentively. The two little fellows were fascinated. They seemed to truly see a lonely spiritual puppet wandering, searching, and contemplating among the broken limbs and the dried blood of the dead soldiers on the battlefields that were full of remnants like a metal skeleton. It was more than 150 years ago. I wandered through the land of sins for 50 years in total and destroyed 1,422 members of my own kind, which were all spiritual puppets that boasted automatic learning and upgrading functions like myself. I absorbed all their data into my own database, upgrading and strengthening my combat abilities to make myself evolve incessantly. Unlike his arrogance and dominance the previous night, the Fist King could not have been calmer at this moment, as if he were describing something utterly irrelevant to himself. It seemed that this was his real style. However, I met my doom eventually. In the overwhelming, protracted war that I was involved in, I was pierced by powerful electricity. Half of my core crystal processor was burnt. My iron body was also destroyed by a destructive bomb. Whatever was left of me fell into the debris of a city. All the buildings above me collapsed, burying me in the deepest part of the sunless ruins. The timing function was completely wrecked, and I do not know how long I hibernated in the ruins. I managed to repair part of my body, but I was unable to move the city ruins above my head. Then, accidentally, I noticed that there was a gap below me. I crawled for a long time through the gap. The channel was zigzagging and as twisting as a maze. A lot of places were also completely blocked by rocks and mud, and I had to dig through carefully. Thankfully, I had unlimited time. My highest instruction did not predicate a deadline. Eventually, I found a secret room that was buried deep below the ground. A sanctuary that had been sealed for a long time, or more exactly speaking, a library dating back to a long, long time ago. A library from a long, long time ago? How old was it exactly? Liao asked. It was founded before Judgment Day, when the land of sins was still known as the Martial Meritocrats sector, the Fist King replied. Ha! Han Te and Lu Li both exclaimed in shock. Master Fist King, do you know the truth of Judgment Day? What is it about anyway? So, you do know a lot of things, Liao said. You were not exactly telling the truth on top of Great Iron City last night, but kept something to yourself, didn't you? The Fist King shook his head. What I said was true, except that it was not what I wanted to say but what the real Lei Zhonglia would have said. You will understand what I'm talking about after I finish. I opened the underground sanctuary that had been sealed for a long time, only to discover that it could be dated back to hundreds of years ago at least. All the facilities had been destroyed, and everybody inside had been reduced to bones. They had been dead for hundreds of years. However, they left a lot of jade chips that recorded the history of the rise and fall of the civilization in the Martial Meritocrat sector. There were a lot of journals and last words of the refugees, too. In the last days of their life and their civilization, everybody was eager to share. They left a lot of stuff in their elaborate speeches and articles. The Fist King groped on his body for a while and found a projection hole, shooting out a dim light beam. In the mottled light and shadow, hundreds of human faces popped up. There were men and women, old and young, crying, sulking, frowning in pain, looking for a slim chance of hope and desperation, only to be caught by greater desperation later. Han Te and Lu Li watched in a daze. They could not help but touch the light beam with their hands, only to raise layers of ripples on it. They asked, "Are they our ancestors?" "Yes, they are the old natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector," the Fist King said. The sanctuary could be traced back to more than 1,000 years ago, when the Martial Meritocrats sector below our feet discovered the Sand Primitive sector, another world that was relatively underdeveloped, and introduced a lot of young adults from the Sand Primitive sector to resolve the lacking labor force. However, the policy went out of control, and the people of the Sand Primitive sector moved into the Martial Meritocrats sector like a flood, resulting in a lot of grave social problems. A chain reaction was also raised and eventually led to the contradiction between the cultivators and the ordinary people. Cultivators. Han Te and Lu Li clenched their fists at the same time. They really existed. If you are aware of the cultivators, it will be easier for me to explain, the Fist King said calmly. At that time, the Martial Meritocrats sector was in turmoil. The contradictions between the natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector and those of the Sand Primitive sector, the contradictions between the cultivators and the ordinary people, and the contradictions among cultivators due to different ideologies. Everything was messed up. The world was like a crystal bomb that had been completely activated and might explode brutally at any moment. Therefore, a group of people established an underground sanctuary as a precaution, hoping to get out again after the conflicts on the ground were all resolved. In the hundreds of years that followed, however chaotic the surface was, the sanctuary was renovated and expanded time and time again to hold more and more people. When Judgment Day took place, the place became the last home for the natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector. What was Judgment Day exactly? Han Te asked. I do not know, the Fist King said. In their confusion, those who fled to the sanctuary did not know the answer. Besides, 99.99% of the information had been eroded in the hundreds of years that have passed. From the incomplete information, I could only speculate that Judgment Day was not a civil war of the Martial Meritocrats sector but involved the forces from the sky. Those people who call themselves angels right now, who established the heavenly rails and Manjusaka to block the sky of the entire planet, and who created me, couldn't have been the descendants of the Martial Meritocrats sector at the beginning but were another group of people from the depths of the Sea of Stars. As for exactly why they directed Judgment Day, and nearly demolished the entire planet of the Martial Meritocrats sector, it is not something that I can figure out through analysis. Han Te and Lu Li both fell silent, feeling a sense of humiliation from being tricked and manipulated. The Fist King went on. In the 100 years that followed, I stayed in the underground sanctuary and studied the knowledge and culture left by the natives of the Martial Meritocrats sector in the past, naturally, including their journals and last words. The people in the sanctuary eventually died of starvation and suffocation because of the shortage of food and the serious damage to the air filtration system. But they left abundant crystals and various other energy sources. I did not need to breathe air or swallow biomass. As long as there were crystals and energy, I would be able to live and move, and I could sustain and upgrade the functions of my body with the components stored in the sanctuary. Wait, Liao interjected with great interest. You spent 100 years in the underground sanctuary. Was it because you couldn't get out? Not exactly. The Fist King shook his head. After finding enough crystals and components in the underground sanctuary, it took me only 3 days to repair myself and 1 month to locate a route to return to the surface. But why would I do that? Liao thought for a moment and said, Wasn't your purpose to be the strongest no matter what the cost and means? Indeed. My goal was to be the strongest, but what exactly accounted for strength? The Fist King said solemnly. Before that, I had always thought that a tougher body, more fierce firepower, and more sharper swords represented strength, and I had been upgrading myself continuously along the path over the past 50 years. However, in my last battle, faced with the overwhelming iron tides, the storm of bullets that could rip apart the sun, and the dense blades and spears that were like an overgrown forest, I became more confused. At that time, my computational ability was already rather developed. I immediately reached the conclusion that the resources on the barren planet were far from enough for me to evolve to the invincible, dominating extent. However I tried to improve myself. There would always be something that could destroy me. As it turned out, I was almost destroyed in the war, too. So, was what I had been working on really strength? Was it possible that the path of my learning and upgrading had been wrong all along? I contemplated in the quiet darkness. As it happened, I discovered the essence of the civilization in the underground sanctuary. I came across the journals and last words of the cultivators and the ordinary people of the martial meritocrat sector, in which they debated and reflected on their wrongdoings in the past, as well as their different choices when they were faced with desperation. Liao's soul was thrilled. Is that how you got in touch with the ideology of the cultivators? You can say that, the Fist King said. Those jade chips included the essence of the thinking of multiple generations of refugees during the hundreds of years. Many of them had been at loggerheads and would kill each other the moment they met when they were on the ground, but after they were butchered and destroyed indiscriminately during Judgment Day, those who were lucky enough to flee to the underground sanctuary had to let go of their conflicts and began to reflect on what they had been doing for hundreds of years. Some of them were even the natives of the sand primitive sector, who were foreigners. Because I was a spiritual puppet with automatic learning and upgrading functions, learning was like one of my natural instincts. I began to read their journals and last words, study their spirit and ideology, and discover the people who called themselves cultivators that were entirely different from the sinners in the land of sins. The strong must protect the weak, all for the civilization. True strength lies not in the body but in the mind. Theories that could almost be called ridiculous perplexed me, especially the last finding. My logic circuit immediately sent out a warning. If true strength lies not in the body but in the mind, it would be quite terrible because I did not have a mind. The Fist King's voice was as cold, calm, and indifferent as before, truly like a lifeless mechanical puppet. But for some reason, Liao, Han Te, and Lu Li all sensed some feeble bitterness from the cold voice. The Fist King paused for a moment and continued peacefully. In the past, I was too occupied in getting stronger to consider the definition of strongest. However, in the sanctuary, a lot of people had debated from many different perspectives about what true strength is, the meaning of the strength of an individual or a group, and where the civilization would be led to even if it was generally strong. It was also mixed with the life experiences of a lot of low-level cultivators and ordinary people, which were the opposite of strong. I went through the life journeys of the weak, tasting their happiness, sorrow, shock, and fright, everything that they went through themselves. I was fascinated by those things. So, I thought for 100 years in the darkness below the ground on the definition of strong. Liao grew excited. I get it now. Although you are an artificial intelligence, you are a virtuous and righteous artificial intelligence that is on the side of the cultivators. Virtuous? Righteous? The Fist King shook his head. Your logical thinking circuits are quite weird, my compatriot. Are things like virtue and righteousness supposed to be our concern? I couldn't care less about that, and I have never believed that the cultivators' ideology is correct. It must be noted that there were not just the cultivators in the underground sanctuary but a lot of people who opposed the cultivators. Many of them did not change their attitude even on the verge of their death. I do not think that what they said was entirely ungrounded. Perhaps the cultivators were indeed both hypocritical and idiotic, and they were the cause of the civilization's destruction. This is the simplest logic. If the cultivators truly represented strength, why on earth would they have been crushed, unable to protect their home and families? Shouldn't they have done better than fleeing to the underground world and dying without anybody knowing? Rendered speechless, Liao was at a loss for words for a long time. All in all, the Fist King said, I began to question if my upgrade path, which was in pursuit of pure physical strength, was correct, but I did not accept all of the cultivators' idiotic ideas. I simply stored the different opinions into my database, colliding, condensing, and contemplating on them. Right, there were also remarkable techniques and the magical equipment technology of the martial meritocrat sector in the underground sanctuary. I spent 100 years studying them and used them to upgrade my core crystal processor. During the 100 years, except for the occasional mutated beasts, nothing interrupted my meditation in the underground darkness until the day a human being fell into the underground world. He was the real Lei Zhonglia. The Fist King finally reached the most critical point. Han Te and Lu Li pricked their ears, and Liao condensed his soul, not missing a single detail. At that time, the Fist King said, he was being hunted and heavily wounded. He was almost somewhat deranged when he fell into the underground abyss. Then, he was bitten by a mutated beast, which wanted to drag him back to its nest as food. Having contemplated below the ground for 100 years, I had nothing more to learn after absorbing all the information in the sanctuary. I was planning to leave the underground world and return to the surface for new upgrades. As I'd happened upon such a human being, I rescued him along the way and wanted to uncover the latest intelligence about the surface from him. After upgrading for 100 years, my combat ability was countless times stronger than the past. Those mutated beasts were naturally no match for me. It was a shame that Lei Zhonglia had already been half gnawed by the mutated beast. Even his brain was exposed to the air, and a large piece of it had been bitten off. In the underground sanctuary, there was medical equipment left from 1,000 years ago. I managed to keep Lei Zhonglia alive, but I was unable to restore his bodily functions and normal thinking. His limbs withered, his spine was broken, and his internal organs were only sustained by the medical equipment. He might as well have been stuck in a medical cabin, paralyzed and unable to move at all. Lei Zhonglia's body couldn't have been more wretched, but he was more than excited. After witnessing me killing dozens of mutated beasts in a row quickly and bringing him into the underground sanctuary, he was so thrilled that he asked if I was a legendary old grandpa who would teach him unparalleled techniques so that he would be able to avenge himself and make great accomplishments. There being no reason to lie to him, I told him frankly that I was not an old grandpa. Besides, his body and his soul were both weaker than ever. His life was as unstable as a candle in the wind. Half a second away from the medical cabin was enough to get him killed. Even I could not help him leave the darkness. In 2 years at most, his life would eventually be exhausted and ended. After hearing that, he had a complete meltdown. Also because of his incomplete brains, he finally became an out-and-out lunatic. Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they looked at Liao in confusion at the same time. They did not expect the truth to be like this. Although Lei Zhonglia went mad, he did speak of a lot of things in his crazy talk, including his life story. His story is similar to the legend of Fist King Lei Zhonglia that is widely spread outside. He was a teenager from a common village in a desolate world. Then, his village was demolished by a gang, and he became a slave to the tough bandits. Later, he rose as cannon fodder and turned into a captain of a major force after years of bloody fights. In the end, because of his remarkable performance, his companions were jealous of him and set him up. He fell into the abyssal ruins, only to be picked up by the mutated beast and dragged to the underground sanctuary. That part is true. It is a shame that there are not so many comebacks in reality. His life eventually ended there. Too many people had appeared in the land of sins over the past hundreds of years. All of them turned into piles of bones and dry dust. Nothing more. Just like that, day after day, I managed to sustain Lei Zhonglia's life with the nutrition liquids squeezed out of the dead bodies of the mutated beasts, while he bulged his eyes and told me his stories, staring at the darkness around him. He told me of his younger years in his village, where there was still joy among the family and friends despite the poor life. At that time, he did not understand the true meaning of hardship. He told me about the feeling when he saw his own family being killed miserably before his eyes and swallowed by furious flames. His regret hurt as much as an iron hook being pierced through his internal organs and dragging them out through his throat. But it was a pity that I could never sense such a feeling however vivid his descriptions are. He told me of the wrath, hatred, and craziness in his head when an explosive neck ring was attached to him, and he charged at the enemy as cannon fodder. Not only did he hate those who destroyed his family, who turned him into a slave, who sold him again and again, and who were fighting him right now, he even hated every person and every animal in the land of sins. He shared his ecstasy when he finally got rid of his identity as a slave and became an official member of the gang after making abundant contributions and his endless ambition after the ecstasy. Being a member of an insignificant gang was not his destiny. He had never intended to become a tough bandit, but now that the heavens had pushed him to that point, he would certainly grow into the meanest, maddest, and most sadistic thug in the world and stab his chainsword into the belly of the heavens. Every time he talked about that with flames spurting out of his eyes, he would always wail and struggle hard in tears, almost ripping apart his chest. At this moment, his self-awareness was very clear, and his thinking ability was briefly back to normal. He knew that stories were just stories, legends were just legends, and there were not so many miracles in the real world. He was hopeless and destined to die an unknown death there. I listened quietly next to him, watching the human being vent his emotions, his hope and his desperation. It was not very unusual. From the journals and last words of so many human beings in the sanctuary, I had already learned that one tended to be very expressive when they were about to die. I met a lot of human beings in the land of sins 100 years ago. I fought side by side with some of them and killed some others, but I never thought that there was anything special about human beings. They were just targets that could be destroyed, just like rocks and other spiritual puppets. However, after learning from human beings for 100 years in the underground world, I suddenly grew an interest in the creature that was human being. I vaguely knew that I was created by human beings. Then, were human beings as my creators stronger than me? If I intend to become the strongest, should I try to learn from human beings more deeply? Perhaps I should adjust my logical thinking circuits and reconstruct a more enormous and complicated database to fully simulate human beings' way of thinking. I could try to simulate the so-called feelings and even will, eventually creating something similar to a mind, couldn't I? It was a project worth being pushed forward. I got to work immediately. With Xianxia as a teacher, I scanned and simulated his everything, including his demeanor, his thinking pattern, his anger and hatred, his dreams and ambitions, and his hope and desperation. As the days went by, Xianxia became more and more feeble, insane, and incomprehensible. It could not be helped. Although I could recover the medical facilities in the underground sanctuary, there was not enough medication and high-energy food. The assets I collected from the mutate beasts I hunted were far from enough to sustain Xianxia's life. His self-awareness blurred, and his thinking abilities gradually dispersed. He could barely remember things of the past but only shouted at the sky again and again. Stronger, stronger. I will grow into the strongest fist king in the land of sins. I will unite all the gangs in the land of sins. I will conquer all the Elysian worlds. And I will wage a war on Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Manjasaka, what the fuck are you exactly? What the fuck is our world anyway? Ha ha ha. Nobody can kill me. I will not die. I certainly will not die before Manjasaka is blown down. Just go to hell now, Manjasaka. Go to hell. Xianxia cried, laughed, and struggled, with blood and mucus spurting out of the wounds on his face and his body while he uttered such coarse shrieks. It was quite odd. My highest instruction was to be stronger. While Xianxia had been reduced to such a state, his greatest wish was also to be stronger. The goal that everybody I came across in the land of sins before ever pursued seemed to be to get stronger. Also, nobody cared about the cost or the means. Was becoming stronger really some sort of truth? Finally, the data that I had been monitoring closely implied that Xianxia was about to die. His bodily functions declined comprehensively, but his last bit of vitality was transmitted into his brains, making sure that his soul was clear for a short while. To quote human beings, it was the last moment of consciousness before their death. Lei Zhonglia seemed to have realized where he was and what he had been through. He recognized who I was too, with his bloody, deformed body. He clung to me and cried like a child who had just lost his children. He said that he was too regretful to die such an eventless death just like that. His revenge had not been sought, his accomplishments had not been achieved, and Manjusaka was still hanging in the sky, yet to be shot down. He could not die. He did not want to die just like that. He begged me to help him survive and, if I couldn't, live on his behalf and help him shoot down the entire sky. He wanted everybody in the city in the sky to taste the feeling in his childhood, when his home was burnt to the ground and all his family danced in the ocean of fire. The more they listened, the more scared Han Te and Lu Li became. They both pictured the most horrifying scene in their head. In the dark, deep underground world, a deformed, incomplete cripple whose brains were exposed to the air clung to a metal skeleton, gnashing his teeth and screaming to cast the most vicious curse. To therefore, Han Te stammered, "Master Fist King, you promised him?" "I was not set to be obliged to take human beings' orders," the Fist King said casually. "However, since my goal was to be stronger, traveling as a human being to experience and examine more things and to search for the strength hidden in feelings, will, ambitions, and hatred seemed to be a route of upgrading that was worth trying. Besides, if I wanted to become strongest, wasn't it only natural for me to blow up Manjusaka, the city in the sky? No strength should dwarf the strongest, and trick the strongest blatantly as a toy or a test subject." The Fist King's voice was as cold as a machine, but the brilliance flowing out of his man-made eyes was mixed with heat similar to human beings. Warming up his fingers that were nothing more than bones, he seemed to have grabbed the entire world. No, the entire universe in his hand. "Master Fist King, are you really going to fight against Manjusaka?" Although he had revealed his origins, Han Te and Lu Li could not treat him as a lifeless puppet and still felt that he was something special, just like Grandpa Yao. "I do not want to be against anything," the Fist King said. "But my highest instruction is to be stronger until I surpass the limits of strength. That is the significance for my existence and the reason for all my actions. Since I was likely created by someone in Manjusaka, and they are still controlling the entire land of sins tightly, it is safe to say that Manjusaka must boast techniques, technology, and magical equipment that are far more advanced than those in the land of sins. As long as I blow it up and absorb the techniques and technology from the debris, I will certainly become stronger. Therefore, it is certainly the course of my action. Is there a problem?" "There is." After pondering for a moment, Liao asked, "Assuming that you were a test subject of a certain automatic puppet project that was projected from Manjusaka, do the people in Manjusaka have no way of monitoring or controlling you?" "There were at the beginning. Although I did not know I was from Manjusaka in the beginning, I vaguely sensed that there was a special secret instruction at the center of my logical thinking circuits. It was some sort of backdoor or seal." The Fist King pointed at his iron skull. "However, in the fierce battle 100 years ago, 99% of my core crystal processor was destroyed. After I reached the underground sanctuary, most of the chips and components inside the crystal processor had been replaced. I also upgraded myself continuously during the 100 years. The version of the data analyzer alone was upgraded 524 times. 44 years, 5 months, and 28 days ago, I erased the secret instruction. The result of my self-examination was that no external strength could control me. I am now only motivated by my highest instruction, which is to be stronger." "How is that possible?" Liao found it hard to believe. "You can erase the control instructions that your creators etched into your logical circuits?" "Because it is in conflict with my highest instruction," the Fist King said casually. "My highest instruction is to be the strongest, but if a certain being can control me, will I ever be the strongest? The strongest should at least be able to do whatever they want without being bound by any restraints, right? All the definitions that I collected say so. Since the highest instruction says that I do not need to care about the means or the cost, as long as I can grow stronger, not just erasing a secondary order, it is also an option to demolish Manjusaka and kill all my creators, right?" "Well, you certainly can," Liao said. Absolutely. No argument here, brother. The day the real Lei Zhonglia died, Fist King Lei Zhonglia was born. I returned to the surface with his hope, his anger, his hatred, and his ambitions. The Fist King said. The rest is history. Under the name of Fist King Lei Zhonglia, I established my reputation in the land of sins. I then set up Godly Fist Union, recruiting soldiers and expanding my forces, hoping to declare war on the sky after seizing several Elysian worlds. I knew that the sky would be monitoring the ground one way or another, but I could not expose my real identity and purpose. So, I simply impressed everyone as a tyrant with more brawn than brains. I thought that I would not be erased by the sky after taking over a few Elysian worlds. I did not know that the sky's control over the ground was so rigorous and flawless. It is not something that I can resist right now. I have failed, the Fist King said hoarsely and stared at his vulnerable hands. Although you have rescued my crystal processor core, allowing my main database and my logical thinking architecture to survive, I have still lost more than half of my strength and become a common spiritual puppet again. Lu Li could not help but pat his iron shoulder. Don't feel sad, Master Fist King. You are alive after all. Looking at the girl's hand on his shoulder, the Fist King said solemnly, sadness is a feeling of human beings. While I can simulate it vividly when I am playing the role of Fist King Lei Zhonglia, I am incapable of being sad in my real logical thinking. The fear of death is also something I do not understand. I am not sad, frustrated, or frightened. Since I am alive, the mission must proceed. I have to figure out a way to be stronger until I am strong enough to shoot down the city in the sky as well as the beings in the whole universe beyond the city in the sky who are stronger than me. While talking, he stared at Liao with great interest. Liao's soul was almost sweating again. He hurried to explain, don't look at me like that. I am actually very weak. However, I do know a lot of real experts. For example, a certain sword maniac Mr. Yen, a certain Ms. Long who is a traveler from primeval ages, and a certain pirate potentate Mr. Bai. They are all super experts who roam the sea of stars. If I have chance, I will introduce you to them. You should all bond with each other. I have finished. It is your turn now. What kind of being are you exactly? Were you projected to the land of sins in the same experiment as mine? Or are you some existence that is even weirder? The Fist King tilted his neck and stared at Liao. It's been a long time since I ran into my own kind. If it were 100 years ago, I would have launched the fiercest attack at you the moment I met you. However, after learning so many things in the underground sanctuary, I want to use a different method for information exchanges and upgrading. I am more interested in finding out if any of my own kind met a lot of people and came up with their own definitions on what it means to be stronger just like me. The two little fellows' eyes were focused on Liao again. Liao scratched his iron skull with a drill. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. I am really not an artificial intelligence. As for my past, I cannot explain many things to you right now, but I did learn some shocking information on the battlefield yesterday. Han Te, Lu Li, you'd better be prepared and try not to be scared. Liao summarized the intelligence that he had elicited from Liao Fei, the immortal cultivator player. The paradise of sins? Our entire world is just an enormous trial field, playground, and laboratory? There's still a boundless world beyond this place as well as hundreds of planets. And the home that we have been living in is nothing more than a zoo. The two little fellows seemed to have been hit by the torrents of lightning. They were dumbfounded at first, and then they trembled hard with gloomy faces in fury. In the end, their eyes became bloodshot, and they almost burst into tears in resentment. That does explain a lot of things. The Fist King's voice was still devoid of all feelings and as calm as a cluster of ice. So, my war is just one of their games. Crap! After a long days, Han Te suddenly jumped from the mud and bellowed as if crazy. My sister went to Manjusaka. If Manjusaka is not a heaven, how is my sister now? He was so anxious that he was moving about and gritting his teeth hard. Smashing his fist at the metal tube heavily, he shouted, I must save my sister. I have to rescue my sister from Manjasaka. I'll go with you. Lu Li grabbed Han Ti's bleeding fist, warming her own hand with the hotness. It's too wicked. Those people are too wicked. Master Fist King is right. If such bad people live on, even if the entire land of sins is covered with gold barley, it will be useless. Besides, they will not allow us to pave the entire desolate land with gold barley without interfering. What do you say, Fist King? Liao looked at the Fist King. Are you willing to come to Manjasaka with us? Yes. The Fist King calculated quickly. The world is closely monitored by them. Besides, the resources here are inadequate, and the materials are all garbage. However I upgrade myself, it is already the limit to grow into the form of Great Iron City, which is still worthless in front of the city in the sky. Perhaps, if we sneak into Manjasaka to find more advanced materials and magical equipment to build up myself and to sabotage the place from the inside, there will be a better chance to knock down the city in the sky. However, since the Battle of Liberty City is a focus of the Angels' attention, they must have imposed a dragnet in all directions. How on earth are we going to escape Liberty City, and how should we sneak into Manjasaka? About that, Li Yao's soul released the ripples of a smile and shot out a bright green, 3D light beam, which was a translucent hologram of Liberty City. Li Yao enlarged the picture quickly. Below the skyscrapers were the dilapidated buildings, below the dilapidated buildings were inconspicuous alleys, and below the inconspicuous alleys were the interconnected tubes where they were hiding. The indicator on the Fist King's chest flashed quickly, expressing his appreciation for Li Yao's shocking scanning ability. They saw that a glittering spot was moving quickly inside a tube not far away from them like a stealthy rat. What is that? Han Te asked curiously. It is Xianxia, Li Yao replied with a smile. Her? Han Te and Lu Li both bulged their eyes. They did not expect Xianxia to be so sturdy that she was not killed on the bloodstained battlefield. Nor did they expect that Grandpa Yao had long placed a gadget that was similar to a tracker on the mysterious woman. Her? The Fist King said. Xianxia is a famous broker and intelligence dealer on the Bloody Plateau. She is capable of accomplishing what other people can't and finding the bizarre items and people. She helped me find a lot of spiritual puppets of ancient models before, and she persuaded many gangs and bandits to join my army in the Battle of Liberty City. It never crossed my mind that she might actually work for Xiahou Wuxin. However, betrayals and defections are anything but unusual in the land of sins. What's special about the woman? The woman is nothing special herself. I only feel that her ability to survive must be particularly remarkable. Pointing at the light point that was glittering and moving quickly, Li Yao said, Look, despite the chaos right now, she is not moving randomly like a headless fly but zigzagging at a fixed pace. It's almost like she knows where she's going and what she will find. The Fist King, Han Te, and Lu Li observed for a while. They indeed found that, while the trajectory of the light spot was twisted, it did not show any hesitation but had an obvious destination. She is going somewhere, perhaps to meet someone. The Fist King calculated Xianxia's route quickly. That place or that someone is right below the tower at the center of Liberty City. Even a blind person can tell that Liberty City is a dangerous warring zone right now. Xianxia does not strike me as a ferocious warrior who is fearless of death. Either. If she wants to save her life, she should be running away, Li Yao said with a smile. Running to the central area of Liberty City in such a rough environment like a moth darting toward the fire. Where exactly is she going? Or rather, whom exactly is she looking for? After pondering for a moment, the Fist King replied, Xiahou Wuxin. Exactly, Li Yao said. Xiahou Wuxin has governed Liberty City for decades and is known as a cunning and meticulous person. A dozen of attacks targeting Liberty City and himself previously were all resolved without any trouble. Now, he's been killed after being punched several times by you? I don't think he's so fragile. He is not dead, the Fist King said casually. I could clearly sense that the several punches at that time were not enough to kill him. However, my interests were all attracted by the mysterious angels and the city in the sky. I did not care whether he was killed or not. That's right. Think about it. Some of the angels who were known as players were introduced into your army by Xianxia. Xianxia naturally couldn't have known that they were players, or that the war was merely a game. She only knew that they were assassins from the Valley of Thorns, and she did everything according to Xiahou Wuxin's instructions. Pausing a moment, Liao said, "Then, as the employer of the assassins or mercenaries, Xiahou Wuxin certainly knows part of the truth. He knows that the Valley of Thorns does not exist. In other words, his mission was to entertain the players from the sky, so that they could have as much fun in the war game as possible." "It does make sense," the Fist King said thoughtfully. During his decades ruling over Liberty City, Xiahou Wuxin issued and pushed forward countless missions for Manjusaka. He also sent a lot of people into the city in the sky. It is said that he knows a lot of angels and has received gifts from the sky. With his cunningness and sordidness, how can he know nothing about the sky? Then, he is the angels' accomplice to help them exploit the sinners. Han Te shouted angrily. "Damn, we are not sinners at all. He helps them to exploit us from the ground, doesn't he? My sister was deceived by the rulers of the Elysian worlds like him to go to the sky. All in all, Xiahou Wuxin should know some ways to go to the city in the sky. At the very least, he knows more about the city in the sky than we do," Liao analyzed calmly. "Also, as the saying goes, a clever rabbit always has more than one burrow. Having served the angels for decades like a dog, he must have accumulated tremendous wealth. The wealth in the land of sins cannot be gold or jewelry, but is more likely to be high-purity marrow crystals, powerful magical equipment, and all kinds of elixirs, which are all what we are most in need of right now. Let's follow Xianxia and track down Xiahou Wuxin. Then, we will interrogate them for the secrets of the city in the sky and loot the resources that he has saved for decades to create a stronger artificial body with his precious materials for the Fist King. After that, we will figure out how we are going to escape from Liberty City and leave for the sky. Do you have any opinions on my plan?" "We will do whatever you say, Grandpa Yao." Waving his fists, Han Te gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I have to learn from Master Fist King. One day, I will shoot down the goddamn Manjusaka from the sky. In that case..." Lu Li's big eyes were glittering. "Nobody will ever monitor us, manipulate us, or play with us. Besides, a lot of assets must be hidden inside such an enormous city in the sky and so many heavenly rails. Chances are that we will be able to build a new home with those assets." "So you are named Grandpa Yao," the Fist King said. "Such a weird code name?" Liao coughed. "You can call me Fiend Star. However, how should I call the real you?" "You can still call me Fist King Lei Zonglia," the Fist King said. "I am already used to the data output model." While speaking, his man-made eyes got brighter and brighter. The air around him was focused into swirls and attached to the metal shell like glimmering flames. Even the swamp was burning and uttering weird noises. "Nobody can ever fool me like this. Nobody." Clenching his fists, he laughed in a deep voice. He was no longer a cold machine but the ambitious, arrogant, and dominating Fist King Lei Zonglia they met last now. "Manjusaka, the city in the sky. I will make you pay a price that you cannot bear. Master Fist King." Frightened, Han Te and Lu Li both stammered. You look horrifying right now. Are you sure you are not a human being?" "No. This is a reasonable reaction that I have simulated with the comprehensive data of the character and action pattern of the real Lei Zonglia." The Fist King's voice became extremely peaceful and cold again, as if the thing that had just released infinite fury and bellowed like an animal was not him. "I do not have a life, a soul, or self-consciousness. I am just a machine and a puppet driven by the highest instruction. During our conversation just now, I ran 352 deductions and calculations. My conclusion is that if I want to be stronger, I will have to work with you at least until Manjusaka is shot down. So, you can trust my sincerity." "Well?" Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other in bewilderment. They had barely seen any spiritual puppets that boasted automatic learning and upgrading functions before. They wondered if the other spiritual puppets were the same as the Fist King. Liao was stunned for a while too. he could not help but think of another problem. He thought of the artificial intelligences in the virtual worlds on the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus in the Star Glory Federation. When the extraterrestrial devils backed off and the virtual worlds were shut down, could the artificial intelligences have realized that they were not human beings but a paragraph of code, a cluster of data, a puppet, and a machine that did not have a real entity? "Can we go now?" the Fist King said calmly. "I can't wait to taste the feeling of the broken brains, shattered bones, and bleeding bodies of the high and mighty angels." "All right, let's go." Calming himself down, Liao looked at the Fist King and suddenly said, "Right, you mentioned that there were a lot of stories of the natives of the Martial Meritocrat sector in your database, including the journals and last words of the cultivators." "Yes," the Fist King replied. "After we escape from Liberty City, when we have more time, would you like to tell them to us, especially the two little fellows here?" Liao asked. The Fist King glanced at the two little fellows. "Yes. Well, this is just my random thought, but for your information, actually, I think that the cultivators theory sometimes makes sense. Maybe the cultivators represent true strength. Now that you have tried a lot of paths that did not work out, why don't you try the cultivators path when you have the chance? Maybe it will be a pleasant surprise." "How is it possible?" the Fist King said. "Although I am just a spiritual puppet, do not think that you can fool me. To be honest, I think that the cultivators theory is silly." "Silly? Of course it is somewhat silly, but why don't we think it in the opposite way?" Liao said. "To put it simply and straightforwardly, the cultivator's ideal is to protect the world, while the ideals of the other myriad of experts are basically to reign or sabotage the world, right?" The Fist King tilted his head and thought for a while. "It is indeed simple and straightforward. Fine. Let's say that it is true. So what?" "Allow me to make a metaphor," Liao said quickly. "The two of them are about to have a match, with me holding a shiny, fragile vase in my hand, and you waving a giant hammer weighing more than 100 kilograms in yours. The requirement of my victory is to keep the vase from being smashed by you, whereas the requirement of your victory is to break the vase. Which of the two of us has a higher difficulty?" The Fist King said, "Of course, your difficulty is higher." "So what?" "So, as a real expert, shouldn't you try to challenge the highest difficulty?" Liao said solemnly. "It is apparently much more difficult to protect a world than to destroy one. Since you have been born with the destiny to be the strongest, how can such a lowly mission like killing and destroying worlds be worthy of your supreme destiny? It is only reasonable for you to take the heavy world unhesitatingly and challenge the mission of the highest difficulty in history, which is to protect world peace." The Fist King's metal brain began to hum quickly as he thought hard. In the end, he said, "You do seem to have a point." "Of course I do," Liao said seriously. "Even if you smash the vase in my arms 100 times brutally, you will not prove yourself stronger than me. It only proves that you have chosen a path that is easier to walk on. Real experts always go against the difficulties and walk on the roughest, most dangerous, and least possible path. Don't they?" "They do. That's what I'm talking about." Liao extended his drill-like arm to to jab the Fist King's shoulder. "Destroying the world is what third-rate experts do, dominating the world is what the second-rate experts do, and such a difficult mission as to protect the world is what the ultimate experts should do. Of course, even I feel that the ideals of the cultivators are too difficult to be implemented and are more like fantasies. So, it is perfectly normal that you feel that they are silly. If your logical thinking circuits find the path of the cultivators untravelable after countless calculations, at least so for you it won't matter. I'm only reminding you that there is such a criterion to gauge strength. In my logical thinking circuits, there is no possible or impossible, travelable or untravelable," the Fist King said solemnly. "I want to know what the strongest is exactly, and I will walk in that direction. As for if the path is going to work out or not, that is not my concern. However, I do feel that something is wrong with your logic. I need to take some time to think carefully if the strength you defined makes sense." "Of course." Grimacing, Liao rubbed the jigsaw with his drill, raising a circle of sparks in the darkness. "Take your time. I have high hopes in you. You will certainly grow into the strongest someday. As for right now, let's find a way to give a big surprise to the angels in the city in the sky and knock Manjusaka down from the sky. In Manjusaka, the 3D light beams floating everywhere were still displaying the fierce battles on the ground. But the wine party was already over. All that was echoing in the room was the screams and explosions. The trials of the rookies would take days if not weeks. The big shots and experts from everywhere in the Imperium of true human beings naturally would not focus their attention all the time. Meeting the big shots in other fields and their partners of shared interests under the pretext of leading the new people of their families to the trials in order to discuss secrets that must not be known by other people was the main reason for them to gather there from every corner in the sea of stars. The Imperium of true human beings boasted very advanced four-dimensional communication abilities, which could allow the big shots and experts in different sectors dozens of light years away from each other to communicate without lag. But the spiritual nexus was always prone to surveillance and infiltration. Nobody could be active on the spiritual nexus without leaving any trace. Nobody could guarantee that the certain someone on the light beam who was supposed to be hundreds of light years away was unmistakably the guy. Nobody could guarantee that when they were discussing big businesses that were worth hundreds of billions with a certain someone, planning to kill a dozen core formation stage experts, 10 times more generals, and their own fathers, the words would not be heard by a third party. A face-to-face meeting was always the safest and most stable means of communication. Manjusaka was exactly a club and a secret bureau of the big shots. In the past decades, countless superstorms that affected the military, politics, economy, and other fields of the Imperium of true human beings had actually been caused by a flap of wings of certain butterflies in this place. Compared to magical equipment testing, trials for the rookies, and live stream games, this was actually what made Manjusaka worthy. Wu Yinglan, the owner of the place, only clung to the feathers of the big shots and rose unstoppable into one of them, qualified to speak on equal terms with the universe-renowned sector masters, family leaders, generals, and divinity transformation stage experts, because of his special role as a broker. The Battle of Liberty City and the subsequent missions constituted the intriguing, soul-stirring epic quest, which was a big operation that Wu Yinglan had prepared carefully for quite a few years. It also attracted the experts of an unprecedented scale to come to this place for clandestine deals. Whether or not the deals succeeded, those experts had formed a small interest group around Wu Yinglan. Although the interest group was headed by Li Lingfeng, the future leader of the Li family, on the surface Wu Yinglan would be able to earn the greatest benefits. Up to this moment, everything seemed to have been going very well. Two big shots of the military were very satisfied with the magical equipment projects that had been entrusted to Manjusaka. They were also interested in a biochemical weapon developed by Manjusaka on its own. Several big sects also reached a series of deals with Manjusaka, allowing Wu Yinglan's tentacles to reach further realms beyond media, entertainment, and lottery. Li Lingfeng, the future Kurfürst, was bound to them more and more tightly thanks to the clandestine projects. Everybody was now on the same burning tank and would not be able to get rid of one another easily. Wu Yinglan, however, looked rather gloomy. His eyes were half-narrowed, and there was not any sign of ecstasy on his face. "What do you mean by gone?" Wu Yinglan asked Luo Tiansheng, the manager of the laboratory of the Land of Sins. "Not only is the Fist King's core crystal processor gone, 2 elite exos of the Madman Squad, including their dead bodies, broken flesh, blood traces, and crystal suit fragments, are gone." Yes. Having been cooperating with Wu Yinglan for 100 years, Luo Tianxing had learned of his ruthlessness even when Wu Yinglan was only an unattractive, abnormal dwarf, and he knew that he was now more than exasperated, although he was emotionless and not even frowning. He hurried to explain, "After Great Iron City crashed from the sky, the burning debris sprayed over more than half of Liberty City. With the chaotic battle going on inside the city, we have not found their whereabouts yet. However, the Fist King's real body has indeed been destroyed. Even if the core crystal processor has been retained, there couldn't have been much computational ability and combat ability left. Cannot get out of Liberty City. After the fire of war cools down a little bit, or after our Heavenly Eye Legion clears the battlefield, we should be able to find them." Wu Yinglan took a deep deep breath and said coldly, "You'd better make sure of that. Please rest assured, my lord. However weird the spiritual puppet is, its strongest form is only Great Iron City. How much trouble can it cause?" Luo Tianxing hurried to change the topic. "Right, my lord. The nightmare monsters are all ready and can be projected to the ground at any moment to completely eradicate all the sinners within 100 kilometers from Liberty City. Ha! Just wait a while longer until they have almost killed each other." Frowning, Wu Yinglan pondered for a moment and tapped on his wrist crystal processor. A 3D light beam in front of them was immediately switched to Liberty City that was brimming with smoke and fire. A squad of gray crystal suits, using tactical stealth camouflage, appeared and disappeared among the broken walls and the burning flames. Unlike the team of bizarre-shaped exos who looked like giant insects, the squad of elite exos had much better teamwork and organization, implying that they were a well-trained special force. An emblem of a black sun was painted on the right shoulder of their crystal suits. At the center of the black sun was a crimson eye. Wu Yinglan spoke into the wrist crystal processor. "Xiao Tian, have you found Xiahou Wuxin?" "Not yet," a member of the gray team of exos replied. "Xiahou Wuxin is not at the rendezvous point that we designated. He has probably grown suspicious of us and doubts that we are sincerely embracing him into Manjusaka to become one of the immortal cultivators." "Yes, the old dog has always been paranoid," Wu Yinglan said casually. "However, the few retreats that he prepared for himself are all within our control. Find him and kill him. I do not want anything to go wrong in the Battle of Liberty City, which will affect the epic quest of a higher level later." Luo Tianxing looked at Wu Yinglan and hesitated. "Copy that." The exo named Xiao Tian smiled. "I'll kill him very carefully without damaging his structure. In an hour at most, his body will be packed and sent to Manjusaka for Dr. Luo to study." "Good." Wu Yinglan nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the pictures on the light beams again, as well as the data that was running like a waterfall. All the data was normal and within his control. Although the Fist King had not been found, what trouble could a spiritual puppet that had lost most of its computational and combat abilities cause? Therefore, what was there to be worried about? Liberty City had been completely reduced to an erupting volcano. At first, Fist King Lei Zhonglia had punched Xiahou Wuxin, the leader of Liberty City, so hard that there was no telling whether he was dead or alive. Then, the Fist King somehow charged at the firmament for no good reason, only to be blown up by the railguns of the city in the sky. Although he died a rather valiant death, the bandits and the thugs were only stunned for less than 1 minute by him. As for the tremendous assets that had fallen from the sky and the warriors that were even more creepy, none of those mattered. What mattered was that, after the death of the Fist King and the leader of Liberty City was now a land without an owner, where abundant resources were like blossoming roses whose thorns had been cut away, ready to be picked by their giant, hairy hands. "The Fist King is dead, but don't panic. I am the new leader of the Godly Fist Union. Follow me into Liberty City and let's claim the Elysian world." When Great Iron City fell from the sky, emanating a brilliant fireball that consumed everything, a lot of ambitious experts in the Fist King's army immediately waved their chainswords and vibration sabers and roared ear-splittingly at the heights of the burning fire. Then, after a brief daze, they noticed the existence of their competitors and glared at each other furiously. The leader of Liberty City is doomed. The Fist King is doomed. But Liberty City is still here. Brothers, let's hold our position. After we defeat this wave of attacks, we will be able to defend Liberty City and become the new master of the Elysian world. In Liberty City, a lot of tough bandits and thugs were roaring crazily, too, trying to regroup the soldiers and raise their morale, hoping to take Xiahou Wuxin's position. But the efforts of both parties were in vain. The troops of both parties were jumbled by almost 100 forces large and small. They were out-and-out mobs. When the Fist King and the leader of Liberty City were still there, they could suppress the bandits who had ill intentions with their authority and unparalleled strength, reforming them into a somewhat trained army. But now that the two of them had died with each other, and there was not a second bandit with enough leadership in their group, How could other bandits and thugs who each had their own supporters be idiotic enough to work for the shouters as cannon fodder? Everybody had come to this place after a long journey. Was wealth not the sole motivation for them to fight at the risk of their life? The Fist King and the leader of Liberty City are both dead. Liberty City is an unowned land right now. If we break into it, whatever and however much we grab, it will all be ours. This was what most of the middle and small bandits were thinking of. With the chaos right now, it is impossible for us to defend Liberty City. Instead of wasting our life here for nothing, we might as well steal something and run away. The defenders were not determined, either. There was no telling who took action first, but it was like a tiny crack on a dam that was filled with water. Nothing could possibly stop the collapse. All the mobs were reduced to what they used to be, from soldiers to bandits. They were even 10 times more aggressive than before as their bloodthirst, brutality, and animality were raised by the legends of enjoyment and entertainment from the Elysian world. On the defender's side, the gangs that were invited from every part of the Land of Sins to help with the battle were the first to collapse. Taking advantage of the terrain, they shouted at the same time and abandoned their defense line, charging at the warehouses and markets in Liberty City that stored abundant assets. The defenders of Liberty City who were still loyal to Xiahou Wuxin tried to stop them, but those tough bandits had completely forgotten that they were fighting by each other's side a moment ago. They were killing so vehemently that they seemed willing to die together with Liberty City if they could not return with full loads. Hardly had the defenders' suppression lasted 3 minutes when the army of the attackers that was much more violent than before was already crushing their defense line brutally from behind. Damn it! Boss Xiahou is screwed now. Who are we working so hard for? Why don't we go together with them and figure out what to do after we loot abundant resources? Seeing that victory was apparently on their side, the generals of the defenders only took 3 seconds to abandon their decades of fear and loyalty for Xiahou Wuxin. Having stayed in Liberty City for decades, and since they had personally moved many precious assets into the warehouses, they naturally knew where the valuable items were kept. After the defenders turned themselves into bandits who were taking advantage of the chaos, nobody was willing or capable of maintaining the order of Liberty City. The most chaotic and gory street fight began. It was not classified by different sides as basic units, or the original gangs and forces as units, but groups of 3 and 4 as the fundamental units. All the thugs lost connection with their companions. They were not interested in regrouping, either, and simply ran about randomly in the shabby alleys of Liberty City. Their eyes were as bloodshot as the eyes of flies. There was only one thought in their boiling head, which was to find the warehouses of assets and loot them without bothering anything else. A lot of them fulfilled their wish. The copious assets stored, the advanced magical equipment, and the excessive high-energy drugs in Liberty City far exceeded their imagination. They waved the most advanced storm bolters, shouting and dancing. They rolled on the glittering piles of crystals. They widened their eyes as they poured dozens of doses of high-energy nutrition drugs into their bellies. Some of them were still wearing the laughter of ecstasy while they held their stuffed stomachs. But most of the bandits were not as lucky as them. As warehouses, the locations certainly could not be too remote and inconspicuous, and several groups of bandits often found them at the same time. No declaration of war. No roars. Even the communication of cruel eyes was unnecessary. In silence, the bandits and thugs slashed their chains words and high-heat axes at one another in the silence, raising a storm of bullets that would destroy everything. Every skyscraper in Liberty City was exploding. Every shabby valley was on fire. The bandits and thugs involved in the turbulence of war were not possessed by the extraterrestrial devils, but they were 100 times more brutal and violent than those who were possessed. To fight for the precious resources, they were engaged in battles that even the poltergeists at the deepest level of hell would find creepy. Liao, the Fist King, Han Te, and Luli snuck underneath the ground. All the bandits who knew and did not know each other were fighting. At first, they fought for the warehouses of assets in small groups. After most of the warehouses were looted, the targets became the tough bandits that carried abundant assets. Could not be helped. Not many Cosmos rings could be found in Liberty City. In order to ship the assets out of the city, the bandits could only carry them or haul them with heavy crystal tanks. Even a blind person could tell that they were big fish. Naturally, they were the best prey for the unlucky fellows who were empty-handed. But the victors who killed the bandits and pillaged their goods were not happy for long. It was often the case that only half a minute after they chopped the heads of their prey with chainswords, their own heads were flying in the smoky air before being crushed to a pulp. Later, a lot of the tough bandits learned better. They decided to strengthen the defense of the warehouses after they had looted the assets instead of shipping the assets out of the city immediately. Holding the positions, they wanted to wait out the fierce battle and take action again when the other had mostly been killed by each other. However, the other bandits were not idiots. After discovering that several large gangs had mysteriously gone missing, dozens of smaller gangs gradually united and launched attacks at many warehouses in Liberty City. It was certainly the most chaotic war that Liao had ever seen. The chaotic battles among the bandits and thugs were already dazzling and mind-boggling enough. But the tremendous immortal cultivators from the sky and the live streamers who were even more insane made the situation much worse. Those people were wearing equipment of a much higher level than that of the sinners. With the ultimate suits, they patrolled the battlefield in the city unhurriedly under the cover of smoke and fire. They did not consider looting assets to be their goal. They were simply slaughtering as if they were cutting vegetables or butchering chicken. Occasionally, when two different squads of players encountered each other, they would start a soul-stirring and brilliant competition, showing absolutely no mercy to their own kind. They were even crueler to their own kind than they were to the sinners, which made Liao's heart beat fast. He had a more intrinsic and intuitionistic understanding about the truth path of immortality. However, what was the greatest eye-opener for Liao was the guys who were known as live streamers. For the players who were engaged in the trial quests, the live streamers were even more unbelievable, bizarre, and insane. They were mostly wearing colorful crystal suits that were like roosters, where countless glamorous, clinking, and unnecessary decorations were attached, including a coxcomb that rose to the sky, spiral horns longer than an arm, and the bleeding wings of animals. Liao studied the usage of the redundancies for a long time. Based on his expertise and experience as a master of refining, he was certain that those messy items were of absolutely no use in real battles but purely for aesthetic purposes, although Liao, for one, did not think that a cluster of bluish chicken hair above the head, several shiny diamonds on the crystal suit, or the rings of bullet chains around their body were anything related to aesthetic. Other than the folks in uncanny clothes, some other live streamers seemed to be pursuing higher difficulties and did not wear a crystal suit or armor. They simply charged into the battlefield almost naked. The live streamers of such a faction were mostly females with graceful and shapely bodies. They were all good at making use of the advantage of their body, and they could not have looked sexier. Even the most conservative of them were wearing bikinis under their half-transparent gauze. Their fair bodies, their enticing gauzes, and their sabers and swords that were twice as long as themselves and stained with blood and mangled flesh indeed, presented a certain weird charm. Both the guys in unbelievably fancy clothes and the women with both sexiness and brutality were engaged in slaughters in the most unexpected and obstreperous ways. Most of the live streamers did not pursue a higher number of kills but a bloodier and more shocking scene. They were even dancing and jumping as if they were having a seizure during the slaughter. Like the redundancies on their bodies, a lot of their movements were unnecessary but purely for splendid, twisted, or mad sound and visual effects. They did not care at all even if they might be injured or even killed because of the unnecessary movements. Liao even sensed that a lot of live streamers were singing while they were killing. No, it was not just singing but some kind of scream between singing and enchantment. It was a spell that hypnotized both other people and themselves. Liao observed carefully for a while, only to discover that the live streamers had crystal cameras installed on their entire bodies. There were also a lot of floating crystal cameras that were filming around them all the time. Their dancing, singing, screaming, or posing, and their moans similar to the estrus beasts and their mad enchantments, were all performances meant for the people who were on the other side of the crystal cameras. This is indeed evil walking in daylight. Liao found it more and more impossible to understand the imperium of true human beings. Everything he saw was like the most absurd dream and the lousiest joke. What kind of country could possibly have given birth to such unique beings? Was it only a means of entertainment, or did it have any deeper meaning? It was not the time to bother the immortal cultivator players. Liao calmed himself down and avoided the zones of fierce battles with the reconnaissance of Neltharion on the ground, while he zigzagged below the ground and tracked Xianxia's route of escape. Xianxia naturally did not know that Liao had set his eyes on her since a long time ago and even implanted a tracer as thin as paper into her propulsion magical equipment, which was her lifesaver. She stopped somewhere in the depths of Liberty City. It was an old district of Liberty City. Liberty City did not rise from nothing but slowly proliferated and expanded on the basis of city ruins. Right below the abnormally glamorous appearance, the remnants of a city that was as complicated as a maze were hidden below the earth, like a blossoming flower on a corpse. After the ravaging of Judgment Day and the corrosion of hundreds of years, all the buildings there were ragged and lifeless, like metal organs that were full of rust. The broken tubes would occasionally spurt out air currents, illuminating the panicked and desperate faces. Even the Elysian worlds had lots of ant-like paupers. This was the bottom level of Liberty City, a garbage dump, a water processing plant, and a public graveyard. Next to the place was a slave market of a fairly large scale. However, what was traded inside were the humblest slaves who were skinny and dying. A spiritual puppet was enough to buy a couple of them. The bandits' raiding had yet to spread to this place, but it was already mired in chaos. A lot of the ants had grown sharp claws and teeth, struggling and biting each other, trying to find a chance of survival among the torrents and turbulence. The translucent 3D light beam and the rusty, lifeless metal world overlapped, allowing Liao to locate Xianxia quickly. She was in an inconspicuous tool compartment surrounded by stench and sewers in the middle of a garbage dump. Liao smiled and circled the tool compartment a few times while keeping Neltharion in the stealth state. Since it was designed to be unattractive, the tool compartment was naturally not flawless and impenetrable. It was no trouble for Liao to find a gap and crawl in through it. He lurked in the corner and scanned the entire tool compartment. There were only 2 people standing in the room but a whole ground of people who were dead. The floor in a corner had been dug up, revealing an enormous metal chamber that had been opened. Inside the chamber was a plethora of crystals, magical equipment, and nutrition drugs. Of the 2 standing people, one was naturally Xianxia, but the other was a white-haired, wrinkled, and hunched old man. The old man's appearance reminded Liao of a dog that was struggling after it fell into water. He was holding a dented chainsword as a stick, panting and coughing quickly. There were wounds all over his body. Blade injuries deep to the bones could be found on his arms and legs. The broken pieces of his armor were deeply embedded into his flesh. After every cough, a new vein would be cut apart, and plasma that was almost solid would spurt out. His chest also collapsed deeply, as if all his ribs had been blown apart. The wound seemed to be the mark of a fist. It seemed that everybody on the ground had been killed by him, and he had paid a grave price for that. Liao sent the old man's image to the Fist King's crystal processor and received a positive reply. Yes, he is Xiahou Wuxin, but why is he so much older after only such a short time? While Xiahou Wuxin grabbed his chainsword hard without letting it go, Xianxia was holding 2 sharp daggers in her hands. 2. The cat-like woman glared at Xiahou Wuxin with obvious fury. The atmosphere between the senior and the junior was so intense that it might explode without even a spark. "You've been manipulating me, jerk?" Gnashing her teeth, Xianxia was so exasperated that she almost could not refrain herself from jumping at Xiahou Wuxin and biting his nose off. "Didn't you say that there was a way to send me to Manjasaka? Why do you say that there is nothing you can do now? You are even asking me to forget about Manjasaka. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Do you think that I won't kill you, old bastard?" There was no telling whether it was because of his heavy wounds or because he could not justify himself, but he lost the demeanor of the leader of Liberty City. Truly like a weary old man, he was utterly silent while Xianxia cursed and rained her saliva upon his face. "I've been working as your disciple for 20 years. I've been your disciple in name but your dog in reality for 20 years. Waving her daggers crazily, Xianxia screamed, 20 years of life and death service, 20 years of hiding. I risked my life helping you with the most dangerous, sordid, and clandestine deals, and I did not get a single day of enjoyment in the Elysian world. So many times, I wandered among the major forces, among those tough bandits and thugs, to help you figure out the latest intelligence. Those people are all perverts, do you know that? Should my secrets have been leaked, I certainly would have been skinned and tortured by them. Our original deal was that you would send me to Manjusaka after I worked for you for 5 years. Then, after the 5 years, it was another 5 years. Then, another 5. It's been fucking 20 years, Master. Alright, let's leave the past aside and focus on this mission alone. Who did you ask me to deal with? The Fist King. The fucking most dangerous, ferocious, and brutal Fist King Lei Zhonglia. Of your so many disciples, were any stupid and innocent enough to really sneak into the Fist King's army for investigation and to steal intelligence, even risking their life to lead the assassins from the Valley of Thorns to the Fist King's side to kill him? Even I do not know why I am lucky enough to be still alive at this moment. Master, you wretched son of a bitch, tell me. Look me in the eyes and tell me how you swore to me before I snuck into the Fist King's army that you would absolutely send me to Manjusaka after the battle. Hee. During the 20 years of suffering, struggling, and slaughtering, this is what I've been waiting for. Now, your force has collapsed and you simply want to get away with it, huh? Not so easy. I don't care about it. Whatever the price is, whoever must be killed, I will go to Manjusaka. Find a way to get me up there, or I will really kill you, you scumbag. Xianxia had gone completely mad. Her face had been rather clean and appealing in the beginning, but it was now more than twisted with all the protruding veins and her gritted teeth. Xiahou Wuxin had been listening quietly. It was not until this moment that he vomited another black mouthful of blood. He appeared even more devastated than before, and even the chains word did not seem enough to support his shivering body anymore. Groping for the edge of the metal box, he sat down and smiled miserably. Xiaoqi, I deserve to be killed by you. If you want to do it, just come here. But there is really no Manjusaka. You can just drop the idea. Clink. The leader of Liberty City, who had been caught by desperation, tossed away the broken chains word and heaved a long sigh. Then, he narrowed his eyes as if he were recalling things from a long time ago. He seemed frustrated and ready to be executed. Xianxia was rather dazed by his frankness. Narrowing her eyes that were as green as a cat's, she stared at him warily with her back hunched. What are you trying to pull? Playing hard to get? Don't think that you can kill me just because you have killed all your other disciples. You should know that I am different from those worthless trash. You are now heavily wounded and almost running out of blood. Even if I cannot kill you right now, I am at least confident that I can escape and tell everyone that our almighty leader of Liberty City is hiding here. You must have kept a lot of good things to yourself after decades of ruling Liberty City. Mustn't you? I believe that the bandits who are killing and looting right now, including those who were loyal to you in the past, will be very interested in you and your treasures. Just tell me the way to go to Manjusaka, or I will really die together with you. It doesn't matter now. Xiahou Wuxin said casually and looked at Xianxia without any resentment, anger, or cunningness. Everything is over. Nothing is going to help. It doesn't matter. Any place is a dead end. I am exhausted. Just let me die here in your hands. As for the secret treasures that I have collected over the past decades, they are yours in the first place. After you kill me, find the items that I hid in secret and figure out a way to escape Liberty City. This is the best I can do for you now. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She widened her eyes and looked at Xiahou Wuxin for a long time, but she still could not tell whether her old and cunning master was lying or telling the truth before he was going to die. Biting her lips for a long time, she burst into fury again. Don't play tricks with me. I am not escaping from Liberty City. I am going to Manjusaka, the city in the sky. I am going there, no matter how difficult, dangerous, and challenging it is. Did you hear what I said at the beginning? Xiahou Wuxin said casually. It's not that I am not willing to help you. I really can't help you. What you imagine to be the city in the city is not there at all. The peaceful, perfect heaven with everything has never existed. Where do you want me to send you? Are you kidding me? Do you think that I am as gullible as the child 20 years ago? Xianxia burst into fury. The city in the sky is right there. It is like a glittering flower every night. Even a blind person can see it. Also, haven't you already sent a lot of people up there? Not just those who have accumulated enough contribution points by accomplishing the quests of the angels. Even those who are willing to pay enough were smuggled up there by you. Hehe. You think that you have done those things without anybody knowing? Everybody on the street knows what you did. How can I not know it? Right? I get it. You are reluctant to let go of such a readily manipulatable fool like me because I am easy to be tricked and loyal to you without any complaint, right? While I suffered in the wretched land of sins, your other disciples, including those who could not accomplish a damn thing except for sucking up to you and making your life comfortable, were sent to Manjasaka by you and enjoyed their superior life. You were blind. You were truly blind, idiotic master. You are completely wrong. Xiahou Wuxin replied calmly and expressionlessly. I have lied to you about many things, but I never lied to you about one thing. You are truly my most trusted and appreciated disciple, which is why I never sent you to Manjasaka. The other random disciples that I recruited, including those who approached me with ill intentions for all kinds of interests and those who are lying around us right now, were never regarded as real disciples by me. That's why I agreed to their request to go to the city in the sky without any hesitation. Xianxia was completely confused. Hiding behind the two short daggers, she stammered, What do you mean? It is true that Manjasaka, the city in the sky, hangs right in the firmament in a seemingly tangible place. But it is not a heaven for the sinners in the land of sins, and it does not have the prosperity, peace, and happiness that you imagine. Xiahou Wuxin smiled so bitterly that he seemed to be shedding tears of blood. There has never been a sinner who enjoys their life in Manjasaka. They become test subjects. The only difference is whether they are dead test subjects, deeply narcotized test subjects, or living test subjects. Nothing more. All the sinners that went to Manjasaka while they were still alive were not greeted by good days in the legendary heaven but infinite, endless torture in hell. They would receive the most miserable experiments and tests. Their every muscle, every vein, every nerve, and every fragment of their soul would be separated. Even their physical body would be cut into tens of thousands of meat pieces as thin as paper, which would then be scanned layer by layer to figure out the evolutions and mutations that had taken place inside them. Trust me, compared to the bizarre, ghastly research procedures in Manjasaka, even the most evil, mad, and perverted bandit in the land of sins is as harmless as a 3-year-old child. Hehe. Since those who approached me with ill intentions and those who wanted to buy their way up into the heaven with fortune were determined to be killed, should I refuse their offer? But you were different. You know it. Xianxia was stunned for a long time. The tips of the daggers in her hands shivered softly. What nonsense are you talking about? The cat-like woman mumbled. You're lying. I can tell. You are lying to me, right? Master, tell me that you are lying. I have lied to you for 20 years, but not this time. Xiahou Wuxin closed his eyes in pain and took a long breath. He struggled to say, Everything I said is true. The entire land of sins is just an enormous laboratory and test field. The high and mighty angels use the sinners to test their magical equipment and techniques. They also play some bizarre games by treating us as chess pieces and toys. They are in need of a lot of fresh test materials every day, including the mutated beasts and the experts with a high combat ability. If they captured the prey on a large scale, the efficiency would be low, and the resistance of the sinners would easily be raised. They do not care about our lives, but if the precious test subjects are damaged on a large scale or stop training according to their plan because of the negative emotions, the progress of their experiments would be affected. Therefore, the angels came up with the solution to promote a non-existent heaven and to attract the experts in the land of sins with the lie that they would be able to go to the heaven after accumulating enough contribution points. First of all, those experts would capture the mutated beasts. Then, the experts and the mutated beasts would be delivered up there at the same time. The efficiency would be high, and there would be little resistance. Most of the experts were still ignorant when they were lying on the operating tables, still dwelling in the fantasy that they would enjoy peace and prosperity forever as angels. In the land of sins, very few sinners know part of the truth. They are the rulers of the Elysian worlds like me. What kind of ruler or leader are we? Like you, we are just dogs for somebody else. We help the angels get enough fresh, strong test subjects. We help them maintain the order of the land of sins. If somebody sees through the loopholes of the enormous laboratory, we will lead someone to suppress and eradicate them, cleaning up all the mess caused. In return, we can slightly enjoy the truly good items leaked from the heavenly rails to maintain the exuberance and the extravagance in this small world, as you have seen with your eyes. This is the truth. Just wake up, Xianxia. There is no such thing as heaven in this world. Above the land of sins, it is just another land of sins that is vaster, darker, and eviler. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Like a glass statue that had just been shattered, Xianxia staggered back a few steps. She shook her head hard. Then, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she waved her arms crazily and shrieked, "What about my mom? Wasn't my mom sent to Manjasaka by you? She sends birthday gifts to me every year. That pink ribbon, the music box, and the beautiful red dancing shoes. They are all selected carefully by me and sent to you after I duplicated your mother's voice and handwriting," said Xiahou Wuxin. Her face pale, Xianxia breathed heavily, as if she might pass out at any moment. She pressed her wrist crystal processor hard. "Then, how do you explain this?" The crystal processor shot out a mystic ray, which dispersed in midair into a slightly blurred 3D light beam. In the background of the picture, there was a small, delicate garden, where all kinds of flowers were blossoming vehemently, with butterflies and dragonflies dancing among them. Right before the flowers, a middle-aged woman who was very similar to Xianxia, except that she was slightly older and plumper, was looking at her with a smile. The atmosphere in the picture was peaceful and quiet, utterly different from the bloody land of sins. "You said that my mom was living a great life in the city in the sky. She is also working hard to earn more money, so that our family will be reunited and live a peaceful and happy life after I go to Manjasaka one day." With tears inside her eyes, Xianxia begged, almost crying, "You brought gifts to me for her every year and photos. So many photos of my mother. I've waited 20 years. I am about to reunite with my mother. Just let me go there, master. Don't lie to me anymore. Just let me meet my mother again." Xiahou Wuxin was silent briefly. Then he said, "Xianxia, you are a smart girl. I don't believe that you have never been suspicious about it. It's just that you are never bold enough to ask despite your suspicions. Right? Just wake up. Your mother is already dead. She died 20 years ago. Handwriting can be duplicated, sound and images can be fabricated, and even dynamic videos can be synthesized easily." Xianxia shook so hard that countless cracks seemed to have appeared on her pale face and her shivering body. Her cat-like eyes, on the other hand, suddenly became deeper than ever, like a black hole that could absorb all vitality. How did she die?" Xianxia asked, overwhelmed. "I killed her," Xiahou Wuxin said calmly. Her skull was smashed in one punch. Her brains and her soul were completely shattered in that moment. She died the quickest death without the least pain. Everything was ended. Xianxia stared at Xiahou Wuxin for a long time. Xiahou Wuxin stared back at her, but his eyes were somehow unfocused, as if he were looking through her at a woman that had been dead for a long time. Xianxia was dumbfounded for a moment. Then she suddenly screamed and turned from a cat into a leopard. She knocked Xiahou Wuxin to the ground. Grabbing him by the neck with one hand and holding the dagger high with the other, she shouted, "I'm going to kill you!" Xiahou Wuxin's head bashed into the ground heavily, but he sighed in great relief and closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. Xianxia's dagger trembled in midair for a long time, but it did not fall. She simply grabbed Xiahou Wuxin's collar and shook the man hard while she roared, "You want to die? Not so fast. Tell me everything. Why did you kill my mother?" Weren't you in love since childhood? Didn't you meet each other again after being separated for almost 30 years? Didn't you say that she was the only woman that you had ever loved? Say something, you old bastard. Why did you do it? Below the garbage dump, deep inside the broken tubes, Han Te and Luli poked Liao's iron shell after he did not move at all for a long time. They asked, "What's going on now, Grandpa Yao?" "What is going on now is an intriguing, soul-stirring family drama," Liao said in a low voice. "It is truly a complicated, confusing, and heartbreaking one. Just let me watch a little longer." I didn't have a choice. Neither did Xiao Qin. Every dried tear of blood on Xiahou Wuxin's face was shivering. She had to die. "Do not say my mother's name," Xian Xiaoqi shrieked. "You don't deserve to say her name, you shameless old dog." "You're right. I am truly a sordid, shameless, and a fucking cowardly old dog. No. In front of the almighty angels. I am barely a dog but more like a fly that is caged inside an upside-down glass cup and cannot fly out however I try." Xiahou Wuxin smiled bitterly and miserably. "You don't know. You don't know anything at all. Xiao Qin and I met again after so many years, so many incidents, so many vicissitudes of life. I thought that it was a grace of the heavens. I only wanted to try my best to live a peaceful life with her and with you. No matter how hideous the world out there was, I only wanted to prepare a peaceful, comfortable home for you. I would rather be minced 100 times or delivered to the foulest laboratory in the city in the sky than see her wounded in the slightest. But it was she who begged me to kill her. We didn't have a choice." Xian Xiaoqi was shocked. Realizing that Xiahou Wuxin was probably not lying, she stammered, "What do you mean by she begged you to kill her? What are you talking about exactly? We could have lived an illusionary but beautiful life like a normal family." Xiahou Wuxin's eyes were unfocused. A non-existent world and a beautiful life that never happened glittered inside his pupils. But Xiao Qin saw something that she shouldn't have seen and discovered the secrets of the angels. One of the test subjects, probably because of the uncanny techniques that he had practiced, resisted the hypnotization of the high-intensity anesthetics and woke up on the way to Manjusaka. He also overheard the conversation among a few angels and learned part of the truth of Manjusaka. The man was truly tough and brave enough. He killed a few angels and struggled to fight all the way down from the top of the transmission tube. He was heavily wounded and bleeding hard when he fell right next to your mother. Then, he told your mother everything. The angels ordered that all the sinners who got in contact with the experiment material be killed. I was made responsible for it. If I could not give a satisfactory reply, the most dreadful madman squad, or Heavenly Eye Legion in the city in the sky would be deployed to deal with the situation. In that case, it would not just be the deaths of 100 or so people but the complete demolition of Liberty City as an Elysian world. At that time, you were still a young and ignorant child, but the angels couldn't care less about that. So, your mother did not have a choice. Either she died or both of you would be killed. I tracked her down and told her everything. After learning the truth of the city in the sky, she cursed me aloud like you are doing right now in her panic and fury. She chastised me for not being a human but an animal, a beast, a worthless bastard. I pleaded guilty to all those charges, but I also told her that she must not go back and find you. Once she got in contact with you, you would be equally doomed. In the end, she understood everything and knew what was best for you. She begged me to protect you in any case. I promised her. I did it myself. I smashed her skull and destroyed her brains and soul, making sure that she would not suffer any pain or have any value to be experimented on. As for the other sinners who were involved with the escaped test subject, they were all sent to the city in the sky to bear insufferable torture. Do you know that she was smiling when she passed away? Although it was a bitter smile full of worries and helplessness, I think it was much better than the two of you being sent to the laboratory in the city in the sky to receive the inhumane experiments together. Right? Xian Xiaoqi was dazed for a long time. She seemed to be both crying and laughing. In a trance, she shook her head hard. "I don't believe it. You are lying. If my mother asked you to take care of me, Why did you exile me for so many dangerous missions outside for 20 years instead of letting me stay with you? And why did you never tell anyone our relation? It was all meant to protect you, Xiahou Wuxin explained. You think that dealing with the gangs and bandits was very dangerous, but the truth is, staying by my side would have been even more dangerous. If you stayed with me, you would have inevitably gotten in touch with tremendous secrets and entered the eyesight of the angels, who were certainly not willing to share their secrets with others. Have you never noticed that the disciples and subordinates around me were replaced every once in a while, and the previous ones are all sent to the city in the sky to enjoy their life? Do you wish to be one of them? Xianxia shuddered hard, as if an invisible city in the sky had covered her face tightly like bugs, making it impossible for her to breathe. Everyone who knows the secrets of Manjasaka has been condemned with a curse that can never be lifted, Xiahou Wuxin said. None of them will end well, including me. So I did not want you to be too close to me. I cannot protect you forever. In order to survive in the land of sins, the key is to be strong enough on your own. In the past 20 years, I sent you to the land of sins to carry out all sorts of missions, but the difficulties of the missions were actually progressive and in order. Through such a special training method, you would boast the ability to survive independently. I can tell that you have been trained very well. Since you have escaped from such a battlefield without being injured at all, there is probably a 1% likelihood that you can escape the hunting of the angels. You've been training me in such a way? Either I have lost my mind, or you have lost yours. Xianxia shrieked. Then she was somewhat stunned. The hunting of the angels? Exactly, Xiahou Wuxin said bitterly. Haven't you noticed that the angels have completely forsaken me? Perhaps, after decades of loyal service for them, I know too much information right now, and my loyalty is now questionable. Or maybe the shocking anomalies of Fist King Lei Zhonglia on the battlefield entail some great secrets that must not be learned by us. The bottom line is, I can tell that Liberty City is doomed. Everybody on the battlefield in Liberty City is doomed. The angels will not allow anyone alive to escape. That is why I asked you to come here. You will camouflage yourself and pick up some useful tools. Then, you will go to one of my secret warehouses to take the truly useful assets and find a way to fight your way out of Liberty City for the 1% chance of survival. This is the whole truth. Believe me, Xiaoqi. Xianxia stared at Xiahou Wuxin in a daze for a long time. Her clattering teeth were clearly audible even for Liao. In a clink, her short daggers fell to the ground. I don't believe you. No truth ever came out of your mouth, Xianxia mumbled. From her pupils to her eyeballs, from her eyeballs to her eye sockets, and from her eye sockets to every muscle on her face, a twisted smile gradually spread out. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hee hee. This is all false. This is too absurd to be true. You are lying to me. All of you have been lying to me. The whole world is lying to me. She staggered to her feet and shook hard as if she were drunk. With a look of fascination on her face, she craned her neck, and her hazy eyes seemed to have pierced through the roof and the rusty clouds into a non-existent heaven. Mom must be still waiting for me in the sky. She said that she had saved a lot of money through hard work up there. After I go to the sky, we will live a carefree and happy life. Mom is not dead. Mom gave me a music box as a birthday present last year. What a beautiful music box it was. There were 2 figurines on it that embraced and danced with each other, and it could spin. The land of sins couldn't have had such a finely made item. So, it must be a gift from my mother. Mom, just wait. I'm coming for you right now. I am going to fly to Manjasaka for you. Standing on her toes, she danced forward to the door swiftly, as if she were not wearing a pair of ragged combat boots but dancing shoes with red diamonds. Xiahou Wuxin gritted his teeth, dragged her back, and slapped her to the ground, staring at her without saying anything. The cat-like woman was still wearing a frozen smile, but black mists were condensing inside her eye sockets quickly. Under her master's gloomy eyes, she finally collapsed. Mom is dead. Mom is dead. Mom is dead. Xianxia snatched her hair and wailed, her back as bent as a bow. Mom! 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 She cried so hard that she could barely catch her breath. with tears and snot spurting out at the same time. She also coughed hard and appeared to be seizing. Xiahou Wuxin sighed in a low voice. If you really do not have the courage to run, I will send you to meet your mother right now, he said softly. Just nod, and I guarantee that you will leave this world comfortably. You will be spared the miserably torture, and your body will never be insulted. You will go exactly like your mother years ago. How does it sound? Mother! Dumbfounded and overwhelmed, Xianxia seemed to be considering Xiahou Wuxin's proposal carefully. Liao's soul released tremendous waves. He did not hate Xianxia, who still had some kindness in her heart, in the first place. After hearing the story of Xiahou Wuxin and her, he was even more reluctant to see the poor woman die just like that. However, it seemed rather awkward to cough and introduce himself after eavesdropping their family business for such a long time. While he was still hesitating, Xianxia's unfocused eyes condensed again. She mumbled to herself, "No, I can't die. I must avenge my mother." "Avenge your mother?" Xiahou Wuxin chuckled. There was no telling whether he was laughing at Xianxia's naivety or his own cowardness. "It is impossible for you to do that. You do not understand the dread of the angels and the enormity of the outside world at all. You do not even stand a chance in a billion. If you want to run away, perhaps I can try my best to help you with all my abilities. But if you want to seek revenge from the angels, I might as well give you a quick death right now. In case you are captured by the angels and tortured for 20 years in the laboratory before you are finally killed. I am not going to run." The confusion and sorrow in Xianxia's eyes gradually condensed into the fire of wrath. She glared at Xiahou Wuxin and shouted desperately, "The land of sins is only so large. Where can I possibly run to? Even if I can escape to the most distant corner in the land of sins, it is still a part of the land of sins, where I will still live an equally dark and hopeless life in panic, fearing that I may be captured by the angels every day. Is such a life any better than death? I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well die together with the angels." When two opponents on par with each other challenge each other, that is dying together with the enemy. An egg that hits a rock is far from qualified, Xiahou Wuxin said sadly. Trust me, the angels do not care what you do or if you resist. All your anger and efforts are insignificant fun in their eyes. There's no chance for you to succeed at all. How do you know without even trying? Xianxia gnashed her teeth. Have you never considered avenging my mother? Xiahou Wuxin's eyes flashed, like candles that were nearly blown out in the cold wind. I thought about it before, but it is impossible and will only get a lot more people killed, including you. Xianxia stared at Xiahou Wuxin for a long time, her eyes hard, scorching and sharp, until her master, the almighty leader of Liberty City, could not stand it anymore and moved his face to one side. Xianxia chuckled in the most scornful and disrespectful way. You are truly a fucking coward and a piece of useless garbage. Xianxia snapped without any mercy. 50 years ago, when my mother was seized by the Blood Sand Gang, you chickened out and watched the woman you loved disappear in the smoke while doing nothing. 20 years ago, you were the leader of Liberty City with unparalleled strength. There was a slim chance for you to take my mother and run away, but you still chose the most cowardly way and ended my mother's life under the threat of the angels. Right now, you have clearly lost everything. You have nothing left to hesitate over except for the half-life that you have. But you still cannot summon the slightest courage. You do not even dare think about avenging my mother. It was truly wise for those high and mighty angels to have chosen you as their spokesperson because you are an out-and-out old dog, one that had been completely castrated. Did you know? In my younger years when I was still fooled by you, I cursed furiously on countless dark nights over why my birth father was such a rude beast, an insane lunatic, and a scumbag who considered my mother as a tool for his desires. Why were you not my father? You were so perfect in my mind at that time. You were powerful, dominating, and revered by everyone in the city, and you were not condescending at all when you came to our house. You were always so gentle and loving toward my mother. You don't know how sunny my mother's smile was when she looked at you. You were almost the only sunshine in our dark life. I kneeled and begged the heavens many times, wishing that I could trade my everything for a brand new fate, where my birth father was not an animal but you. But I was wrong. How silly I was. Now that I think about it, you are 10,000 times more nauseating than the animals. At the very least, the animal, the scoundrel, and the scumbag was almost a man with a backbone. He was bold enough to hold his head high and face his inevitable doom. Whether he regarded my mother as a tool, a toy, or anything else, he had the courage to fight such an expert like you to the death to defend what belonged to him. Even before he was executed by you, when he clearly knew that you were the leader of Liberty City and that he was absolutely no match for you, he still cursed aloud until he was killed by you. You are a scoundrel without balls. You are not qualified to be my master or my father. You do not deserve to be my mother's man. My master, my father, and my mother's man should be an iron-boned, unwavering hero. Even if it is not a hero but the beast-like guy, it will not be a eunuch like you who has kneeled for such a long time that you cannot keep your knees straight. So, do not stand in my way. Get lost. Xianxia shoved Xiahou Wuxin off and struggled to her feet from the ground. On one knee, she took a deep breath and grabbed her short daggers hard, as if they were the only two items that he could count on in the entire world. Not looking at the lackluster, devastated Xiahou Wuxin at all, she held her head high and strode out. Wait, Xiaoqi. Xiahou Wuxin called her drilly. Where are you going? Xianxia stopped and was silent for a moment. Her daggers glittered like scissors behind her, ripping off a cloth which flew between the two of them like a moth. You rescued my mother and me from the Blood Sand Gang, and looked after us for so many years. I will not deny your favor. However, I have also done so many things for you over the past 20 years, including sneaking into the Fist King's army and guiding the assassins for you. However great the favor was, it has already been returned now, hasn't it? Besides, you killed my mother. Although it was her own wish, you are probably not to blame for that, but I do not think that I owe you anything right now. The scores have been settled. From this moment on, you are no longer my master. I am a woman who has risen in the land of sins through my own hard work. I do not have such a ballless master like you. You and I are like this piece of cloth. We are now done with each other. We will now go our separate ways. I will seek my revenge while you continue being a dog or a tortoise in its shell. I hope that the Angles will let you continue to work as the renowned leader of Liberty City for your loyalty and relentlessness. Xianxia finished her speech as quickly as possible and opened the door, as if she could not stay in the room for 1 second longer. Xiahou Wuxin, however, struggled to move forward and pressed the door hard after opening his shivering hands. Wait a moment. Anything else, Leader Xiahou? Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold. With a scornful smile on her lips, she said, Or maybe, if I want to deal with your master, I will have to step over your dead body? Xiahou Wuxin's face looked like burnt rind, without the sign of the slightest expression. But his eyes could not have been more bloodshot as he said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if you do not respect me as your master, but I still have abundant assets and a very secret warehouse. I will not have what you have wagged your tail for and begged from the angels. Xianxia gnashed her teeth. Whatever I need, I will steal, rob, hijack, and con with my own hands in the land of sins. Haven't you been teaching me that for the past 20 years? Xiahou Wuxin was rendered speechless. After a brief silence, he heaved a long sigh and said, Right now, the angels have decided to destroy Liberty City, but it is still mayhem outside. Nobody knows that a cataclysm is falling upon them. Without enough gear, you cannot get out of here, much less avenge your mother. If you really want to avenge her, don't act like a child and refuse my help. Xiahou Wuxin's suddenly softened tone made Xianxia's body shake. She frowned, hot tears flowing out of her eyes again. She clenched her fists and said, You know that I need help too. Then, why are you only throwing me some cold magical equipment instead of helping me in person? Don't you understand, Xiaoqi? Xiahou Wuxin mumbled. It's not that I do not want to help you, but because I am too large a target. Over the past few decades, I have learned too many secrets about the angels. They have to kill me. If I go with you, you will only be burdened by me. You will be captured, killed, or have an even worse outcome if you are with me. So, it is a better idea for us to go our separate ways. I will try my best to attract the attention of the angels and force them to dispatch most of their available forces to chase after me, while you will take advantage of the chaos and figure out a way to escape Liberty City. You will have to be responsible for your future path after your escape. Xianxia was not a fool. She immediately understood what was going on after Xiahou Wuxin's explanation. Her dirty face was even paler than before. Do you understand now? If you do, just get yourself together and let's go to my secret warehouse, Xiahou Wuxin said. Whether you want to save your own life or avenge your mother, you will have to get out of here first. Come on. It's the gear that I have been carefully preparing since more than 10 years ago for the arrival of such a moment. In a trance, Xianxia simply allowed Xiahou Wuxin to change her clothing. In a short while, she was already disguised as an emaciated young man in ragged clothes before she was covered in a rusty, worn-out armor that actually had 4 layers and dozens of defense rune arrays in the middle. Xiahou Wuxin also disguised himself as a dark, bald man who was short and fat. There were 2 crossed scars on his face that looked like 2 slithering centipedes. Then, he covered the 2 of them with enormous cloaks. In the end, he took out 2 rings from the bottom of a box and, after thinking for a moment, gave both of them to Xianxia. Li Yao's eyes immediately shone in great interest. They were cosmos rings. Let's go, Xiahou Wuxin said hoarsely. Whatever happens outside, your master will find a way to get you out of Liberty City today. Before, Li Yao had only been interested in Xiahou Wuxin's secret warehouse. But right now, he suddenly felt that Xiahou Wuxin was also a partner that he could temporarily work with, just like the Fist King. Although Xiahou Wuxin's combat ability was not as good as the Fist King's, his understanding of Manjusaka was much better than most of the sinners in the Land of Sins. Leaving Xiahou Wuxin aside, Li Yao was very interested in saving Xianxia's life and telling her that there was still hope for revenge. However, could he walk out and introduce himself? Xiahou Wuxin fought the Fist King hard only half a day ago. His entire chest had collapsed deeply, and 90% of his life was gone now. Besides, the Battle of Liberty City had been raised by Fist King Lei Zhonglia. Li Yao did not feel that Xiahou Wuxin could cooperate with the Fist King without any grudges, at least not right now. There were too many things that needed explaining. Besides, Xiahou Wuxin was quite right. As the leader of Liberty City, he must be an important target on the immortal cultivator's radar. If Li Yao showed up before Xiahou Wuxin with the Fist King, Han Te, and Lu Li and teamed up with him, he would be much more eye-catching and would be noticed by the immortal cultivators. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao decided to follow Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia not far away from him and protect them in secret until he figured out the whereabouts of the immortal cultivators. When a mantis was hunting a cicada, a sparrow was waiting to take them both. Right now, Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia were the cicada, the immortal cultivators were the mantis, and Li Yao and the Fist King were the sparrow. They are going to a secret warehouse that Xiahou Wuxin has built over decades. There should be things we need inside. Li Yao transmitted complicated waves to the Fist King. But Xiahou Wuxin is one of the immortal cultivators' must-kill targets now. Until we learn more secrets of the city in the sky, we cannot allow the immortal cultivators to kill him or find his secret warehouse. They want to shut his mouth forever? The Fist King said in a low voice. No wonder I felt that he was sloppy, unconcentrated, and lethargic when I fought him. He was not determined to win at all. It seems that he already knew his destiny as a dog and a chess piece. While the 2 of them were communicating, Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia had already stuffed almost 20 pieces of magical equipment into their cloaks. After tightening the cloaks, they opened the door and walked out. Xiahou Wuxin whispered a few words to Xianxia, and Xianxia nodded. The 2 of them seemed to go separate ways from 2 sides of the garbage dump, but after zigzagging for a while, they were moving in the same direction, except that they were 300 meters away from each other. Li Yao kept Neltharion in the stealth state and followed Xiahou Wuxin. Right now, Xiahou Wuxin's senses had plummeted because of his heavy wounds. Also, after Liao advanced into the divinity transformation stage, his cover on Neltharion had improved, and he was not scared that the target might notice him. As for Xianxia's side, she was not too far away from Xiahou Wuxin, and Liao had planted a tracker on her, so her coordinates could not be lost. The master and the disciple, whose relationship was rather special, climbed and crawled through the seething city ruins. At this moment, the fire of war had spread to every corner of Liberty City. Among the broken walls and the dilapidated buildings, panicked, screaming people were everywhere. Some were running, some were stealing, and some were looting. A lot of gangs had even gone to capture the bottom-level citizens as temporary cannon fodder and human shields in order to attack the heavily guarded warehouses. It was a living hell, where humans were no longer humans but hideous zombies and wriggling blocks of meat that spat out black mucus. In the middle of the crowd, Xianxia and Xiahou Wuxin moved toward the outside of the city quietly. Liao, the Fist King, and the two little fellows snuck right below their feet, ready to break out of the soil and join the battle at any moment. The sky was occupied by lead clouds, with bloody light appearing and disappearing. There was no telling how many pairs of eyes were staring at the city of slaughter. A riot suddenly broke out before them. A group of gangsters who had covered their faces in blood were capturing slaves as cannon fodder. They blew up the skyscrapers on the two sides of the street with crystal bombs and blocked the streets with heavy crystal tanks. Spinning the turrets, they aimed at the refugees on the street. Desperate cries and screams were immediately echoing on the street. Xiahou Wuxin tightened his cloak and tried to find a path of escape, but he found nothing and wandered in the crowd for a long time. The intense stink of blood from his body and his endless coughs, however, attracted the bandits' attention. They all looked at him warily. One of the bandits even curled his finger at him and shouted, "Come here! They are the gangsters who are here with me, not Xiahou Wuxin's guys," the Fist King said. Liao sighed. Even if they were Xiahou Wuxin's guys, it would not help. Seeing his appearance that's no different than a sick cat, even his most loyal subordinate would not hesitate to take him down. Watching as Xiahou Wuxin lowered his head and walked over in a seemingly dutiful way with his back hunched, he knew that it would not end well. As it turned out, when the bandit raised his cloak casually with a saber, revealing the myriad of storm bolters, chainswords, and crystal bombs below it, Xiahou Wuxin went on a rampage and attacked as fast as lightning. A moment ago he had still been a dying old dog, but in the blink of an eye, he had turned into the most ravenous wolf that was bold enough to bite a piece of flesh off from a god. Before the bandit who raised his cloak withdrew the saber, his arm was already chopped off from the shoulder. Then, a storm bolter was stabbed into his mouth brutally, blowing up not only his head, but also the head of the unlucky bandit who was standing right behind him. Exclamations and screams echoed in the crowd. The heavy crystal tanks spun their turrets quickly, trying to lock onto Xiahou Wuxin's location, but Xiahou Wuxin was like a weightless leaf as he darted beneath the crystal tanks and crawled out from behind 0.1 seconds later. Boom! Enormous fireballs burst out from the bottom of the crystal tanks, pushing them into the sky and turning them into brilliant fireworks. When the eyes of all the bandits were focused on the iron flowers, Xiahou Wuxin's eyes were focused on their throats. In half a minute, springs of blood appeared on the burning street one after another. Simulating Lei Zhonglia's tone, the Fist King said, "This should be the real performance of the leader of Liberty City. He is only qualified to be my first target with such a performance." Xiahou Wuxin finished the many bandits quickly and reversed the cloak while the crowd was in a mess. Then he accelerated and moved out. During the whole process, Xianxia had been lurking in another block not far away from him, ready to reinforce him at any moment. It was not until he broke out of the siege safe and sound that she finally took a breath in relief. Her subtle movement and expression were scanned clearly by Neltharion. What was scanned clearly at the same time were the unusually dangerous ripples in the air. "Crap!" Liao hinted at the Fist King, Han Te, and Lu Li. "Be careful. Some experts are coming." Xiahou Wuxin suddenly stopped and extended his nose to sniff. He had obviously sensed the unusual scent in the air. Ripples spread out to him from various directions and surrounded him like gray shadows. The simmering street around went quiet at some point. It was creepily silent in the middle of the heated, frantic battlefield. Liao saw Xiahou Wuxin hesitate, obviously considering what he should do. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and bellowed. Taking off the cloak on his body, he crossed his arms and drew 2 chains words. He accelerated to a whole new level while he charged to the southwest like a burning cannonball. Tremendous ripples of gray shadows immediately began to move fast, dragging fuzzy, blurred shadows behind them. Xianxia immediately sensed her master's magnificent aura that was dozens of times stronger than before to the northeast. Liao saw that the cat-like woman crouched at the corner of the wall and pondered in a daze exactly like her master. Then the cat turned into a tiger. She charged in Xiahou Wuxin's direction without considering anything else. The weird master and disciple both fell into the eyesight of the ripples of the gray shadows. "Idiot!" Xiahou Wuxin let out a desperate scream. "Master, we will fight out of here together." Xianxia laughed aloud in tears, waving her daggers as if they were 2 starship-slashing sabers. How interesting. Vague chuckles echoed from the fuzzy shadows around. The ripples began to condense, and the gray shadows abandoned their camouflage, turning into their battle form. 15 gray crystal suits with streamlined designs surrounded the 2 of them in a seemingly sparse way but blocking all possible escape routes. The exo in the lead pressed the helmet and took off the facial cover. However, the cold and lifeless face, hidden inside the crystal suit, was actually no different from the metal cover. It was a man whose age was ambiguous and could be anywhere between 30 and 130. He seemed to be wearing 10 skin masks on his face. Although he was smiling in the most brilliant way, one could not help but feel a chill as if they had been frozen from the skull to the spine. "Leader Xiahou, what has happened to make you so panicked?" the man said with a smile courteously. "The supervisors are very satisfied with the Battle of Liberty City. You have made the greatest contribution once again. Together with all your hard work in the past decades, it is enough for you to earn a precious place in Manjusaka. I was about to inform you of the great news when I discovered that you'd left without a goodbye. I don't think that was very appropriate, was it?" Xiahou Wuxin was silent. He looked at Xianxia in desperation. "Hee." The man whose age nobody could tell chuckled again. "You can stop complaining that your disciple came to your rescue in her recklessness. The supervisors know your relationship very well. The tricks that you are playing right now cannot fool anyone, either. Even if Miss Xian had not volunteered to come, I would also have sent someone to invite her over so that the 2 of you can enjoy a happy life in Manjusaka together as master and disciple. Won't that be great?" Wei Xiaotian. Hearing that the guy pointed out his relationship with Xianxia, Xiahou Wuxin immediately put on an expression of embarrassment and fury. He bit his lips so hard that blood was spreading out. "If you've known about it since a long time ago, why did you never point it out? Why should we deprive you of the last hope in your life?" The immortal cultivator named Wei Xiaotian, who was the captain of the Grey Exos and the direct liaison for Xiahou Wuxin for the past 10 years, was truly fond of smiling. He went on with a smile. "We do not need someone who has lost all hope as our puppet. A donkey will run faster if you hang a carrot before its head. Xianxia was your carrot. It was better to keep her alive." Xiahou Wuxin moaned and completely collapsed. "Master!" Anxious, Xianxia raised her daggers at Wei Xiaotian and glared at him. "Are you the angels? You can stop being pretentious. I know that you never intended to let the 2 of us go. This is just a game where cats play with mice. Enough of the crap. We will definitely not leave with you obediently. If you want to take us away, you can take our dead bodies." "Mice!" Wei Xiaotian was slightly dazed. He remarked in great amusement. "Comparing yourself to a mouse. You are too arrogant, little girl." A few gray exos seemed ready to jump at Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia. Crap! Liao, who was lurking below their feet, was very anxious. The gray exos up above were all elites. Many of them were at the peak of the core formation stage, and Wei Xiaotian, their leader, was even in the nascent soul stage. With Li Yao's iron body, he was truly uncertain if he could kill all of them without a sound while dodging the surveillance from the sky. It was even practically impossible to rescue Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia. Surveillance. Surveillance was the key in this goddamn large laboratory. What do I do? Li Yao's soul was like a swirl that grew larger and larger, gradually involving the entire battlefield. Every action in the 10 or so blocks nearby, as well as the distribution of all the forces, were perceived by him. An audacious plan slowly popped up inside Li Yao's head. Han Te, Lu Li, it is time for you to act. Li Yao called the two little fellows over and whispered something to them. Then, he asked the mental devil to crawl into Neltharion and follow them to provide protection. The two little fellows soon disappeared at the end of the underground sewers. Above Li Yao's head, the leader of Liberty City was still making the last struggles. Wait! The look on Xiahou Wuxin's face changed dozens of times in a row. His eyes, nose, and lips shivered for a long time, but he finally managed to put on an obsequious smile. He tossed the chains words in his hands and the storm bolter on his waist to the ground before he stomped on them with all his strength and crushed them into pieces. Master Wei! His back was completely hunched. He rubbed his hands and said humbly, I have been serving Manjusaka and you for so many years. Even if I made little contribution, my diligence should at least be credited. Would you please say a few nice words for me in front of the supervisors? As long as my worthless life is spared, I can do whatever I am asked to. Of course. Wei Xiaotian agreed promptly, and his smile became even more intense. Why don't you talk to them in person? I'll certainly be there to support you. Xiahou Wuxin shrieked in desperation. Is it possible for me to stay here? Just consider me a useless dog and let me go. You know that I am a smart person. I will never say anything that is against the interests of the sky. Wei Xiaotian's smile vanished. He sighed and said, Leader Xiahou, I know that you are a smart person, so what do you think? I can trade for my life with things. Xiahou Wuxin seemed to be taking a wild gamble. Over the past decades, I have built dozens of warehouses in secret and stored a lot of good items. As long as I am kept alive, I can submit all of them to you alone. I said just now that you were a smart guy. Why are you in such a hurry to prove me wrong? Wei Xiaotian shook his head in confusion. How could the tricks that you thought nobody knew anything about have deceived the eyes of the sky? We are aware of the coordinates and the opening methods of the dozens of secret warehouses. However, as the saying goes, when the water is too clean, no fish can live inside. Like your secret disciple Xianxia, we did not bother to discuss such trivia with you. Do you think that those things can be used as bargaining chips? You do have a point, Master Wei. Those secret warehouses are truly not worth mentioning at all. Xiahou Wuxin suddenly calmed down and put on a weird smile. However, for your information, Master Wei, those secret warehouses were just my cover. How could I not know that my every move was under the surveillance of the sky? The only reason I established so many secret warehouses was to cover the real secret warehouse, which I guarantee is not at any location on your list of surveillance. Wei Xiaotian's face was utterly unchanged. You are bluffing, Leader Xiahou. Maybe. However, as the controller of an Elysian world who has lived the longest in the land of sins, I naturally know how to save my worthless life better than anybody else. Besides, Liberty City was built on a metropolis of the civilization of the Martial Meritocrat sector before Judgment Day. Below Liberty City is the debris of an underground city thousands of meters deep, which is as enormous and complicated as a labyrinth. You can keep an eye on every inch of land on the surface, but can you observe every gap and every collapsed cave below the earth? Xiahou Wuxin spoke quickly, with both determination and begging on his face. Now, I do not beg you to spare my life, but only beg you to spare my only disciple. Even if her memories must be wiped out and her brains be turned blank, as long as her life is kept, I am willing to confess the location of the most precious warehouse. Wei Xiaotian sighed softly and frowned, as if he were startled by Xiahou Wuxin's stupidity. Leader Xiahou, has it ever occurred to you that everything in the land of sins is a gift from the sky? So all the garbage stored in your secret warehouse is our charity for you. Now, you want to use our charity as a bargaining chip in a game against us? Are you sure that there isn't anything wrong with your head? Of course, most of the items in the secret warehouse were given to me by you, but it is not entirely false that some of them are not under your control. Xiahou Wuxin coughed lightly, his lips and eyes both curling. For example, do you have any bodies of the trainers whose chest really produces 9 weird plants after they practice 9 lotuses arts? As far as I know, the test subjects that you have found only had 7 man-eating flowers blossoming on their chests, right? Right? Strictly speaking, they were the test subjects that I helped you find, which had 7 man-eating flowers blossoming on their chests. Wei Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. You hid part of the test subjects? Like I said just now, maybe, Xiahou Wuxin said. When the hares are caught, the hounds will be cooked. When the birds are shot down, the bows will be useless. How can I not understand such simple logic? I have been the manager of an Elysian world for decades. I've done too many clandestine things for you, and I know too many of your secrets. Could I really count on enjoying the rest of my life in Manjusaka after retirement? Of course, I had to plan a retreat for myself carefully. Therefore, I perhaps hid the goods of the best qualities or kept tremendous precious video files about them when I helped you collect test subjects, and I only delivered the second-rate goods to the city in the sky. I believe that the 27 corpses and the more than 350 video clips will be of great help for your experiments. Also, in its prime, the martial meritocrat civilization left abundant valuable heritages and secrets. Even in the global destruction of Judgment Day, they were not entirely annihilated. Perhaps I found something interesting when I built the secret warehouses. For example, some secrets about the cultivators which cannot possibly be under your control. Let's make a deal, Master Wei. Let my disciple go, and I will give you the coordinates and the opening method of the most precious secret warehouse. Then I will kill myself and not leave any trouble to you. Otherwise, I will have 100 ways to detonate the warehouse remotely, and you will have nothing. As he approached the end, Xiahou Wuxin's face was brimming with relentlessness and brutality. His pitifulness a moment ago had entirely vanished. Master! Xianxia wanted to jump forward to fight together with Xiahou Wuxin, but she had been locked onto by several gray exos. With every step she took, she felt that her whole body was being minced by daggers. There was nothing she could do except cry in pain. Wei Xiaotian was rather gloomy. His face that seemed to be made of marble in the first place was even paler than before. After pondering a moment, he said, "All right, I promise you, but if you dare play any tricks, your death will not be the end. I assure you that I have 10,000 ways to mince your fleshly body into pieces before I drag out your soul and torture it for decades. You will not die so easily, Leader Xiahou. I know the methods of the angels very well. I am certainly not bold enough to make such a joke with Master Wei." Xiahou Wuxin blinked. "However, how can I be convinced of your promise, Master Wei? You don't have a choice." Wei Xiaoyan's smile was approaching absolute zero very quickly. "We are not interested in your insignificant video files and test subjects. You can terminate the so-called deal at any moment. It does make sense." "I wasn't thinking." Smiling bitterly, Xiahou Wuxin suddenly said, "Master Wei, since we are being honest with each other and I am about to die, I wonder if you will be merciful enough to answer a question that has baffled me for a long time so that I can be spared an ignorant death." He pointed at Xianxia again. "As for my disciple, whether you are going to wipe her memories or go back on your word and eradicate her for good, letting her know the truth won't matter, will it?" With a frozen, statue-like smile on his face, Wei Xiaoyan's eyes shuddered again and again. He said somewhat cautiously, "Fine. Considering your years of dutiful service for the sky, whatever questions you have, you may ask them." Liao, who was hiding below, felt that the immortal cultivators should not be so easy to deal with. There must be a scheme behind everything. After he sensed carefully, he felt that the spiritual ripples between Wei Xiaotian and the sky seemed to have become much more intense. The information transmission was increased more than 10 times over, and data was exchanged crazily. Stop thinking. The guy is trying to buy himself more time. The mental devil sent a secret message to Liao from Neltharion. He wouldn't make any deal with Xiahou Wuxin at all. He only wants to get more time to confirm what Xiahou Wuxin said just now. The city in the sky must have been monitoring every action of Xiahou Wuxin, Liberty City, and even the entire land of sins closely. But real-time surveillance is one thing, and processing all the information that has been received is another. The immortal cultivators have an astronomical, overwhelming database. I don't think that they have enough manpower and computational ability to analyze the data and figure out every detail. This immortal cultivator Wei Xiaotian is not sure if Xiahou Wuxin is bluffing. If my guess is correct, the immortal cultivators in Manjusaka must be analyzing all the surveillance information of Xiahou Wuxin in the past with all their strength, trying to locate the most secret underground warehouse or disprove its existence. That is why Wei Xiaotian needs to get more time. Xiahou Wuxin's questions are exactly what he wants right now. Naturally, it is a good thing for us because we will have more time to make arrangements. The mental devil sent the pictures shot by Neltharion to Liao. All the tough bandits around Xiahou Wuxin, Wei Xiaotian, and the rest of them had been scanned by the mental devil clearly. Han Te and Lu Li were searching for the most suitable targets. The Fist King was also micro-adjusting his every metal joint with a multipurpose maintenance tool, making sure that the body and his combat database perfectly matched each other. A rain of blood was coming. On the ground, Xiahou Wuxin took a deep breath and glanced at Xianxia, as if he were truly full of curiosity. I know that the entire land of sins is your laboratory and all the sinners are but your test subjects. I also know that the assassins and mercenaries from the Valley of Thorns are here for training and screening, which is called trial by you, right? Despite the cruelty in everything, it is somewhat understandable. However, of the angels who arrived in the land of sins, besides the experimenters like you and those trial takers, there were also some crazy weirdos who were here purely for slaughter and sabotage. They also often talked and laughed to air, making all kinds of dumbfoundingly contemptible postures. In recent years, such slaughtering clowns have become larger and larger in number. What are they about? I am completely confused. Before my death, can you answer my question and tell me the truth of those clowns, Master Wei? Otherwise, I truly feel that I will never rest in peace. Liao focused his attention below the earth, without letting go of any quake of sound waves from the ground. The things about the slaughtering clowns or the live streamers had been most incomprehensible and baffling for him. I thought that you were interested in bigger secrets. So, this is what you are eager to find out, Wei Xiaotian said with a smile. This is not a top secret, so it doesn't matter to tell you. I must say that you are truly insightful to ask about the key to the existence of the land of sins. The key to the existence? Xiahou Wuxin asked in confusion. Yes, in the past hundreds of years, the land of sins had always existed as a place to test magical equipment and techniques. But in the last 100 years, especially the recent few decades, the arrival and activity of those live streamers are the greatest reason for the continuity and the thriving of the paradise of sins. Do not underestimate yourselves and think that you are just poor test subjects or props in the trial quests. No, for the great Imperium and the civilization of mankind that is even greater, you are of much greater significance. You do not even know how great a contribution you have made to the harmony and stability of the Imperium. Rest assured, the Imperium will not forget you. The civilization of mankind will not forget the anonymous heroes, either. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Live streamers. Xiahou Wuxin had finally learned the names of the slaughtering clowns. Chewing on the name for a while, he ignored the sarcastic name of anonymous heroes and continued his questioning patiently. What kind of contribution? You know that the Imperium is made of 1% true human beings and 99% hominoids. Unlike the true human beings who know the significance of their life clearly and are actively dedicated to the great evolution of the civilization of mankind, hominoids are an ignorant, self-demeaning, shameless, lazy, and worthless species. It is tremendously difficult to activate the potential of the inferior species and ask them to make even the slightest contributions to mankind. Wei Xiaotian sighed. The thing about hominoids is that the moment you go easy on them, they will immediately have a lot of irrelevant thoughts, simmering in impatience. But if you are too harsh on them, they will be frustrated and lifeless. They will only walk half a step after taking a whip, and their efficiency is even lower than that of spiritual puppets. To make matters worse, instigated by a bunch of ill-intended, disobedient criminals and the foreign hostile forces, the mobs will even be united against true human beings in resistance to the government of the Great Imperium. In the past 1,000 years, we have adopted a lot of ways to administer the hominoids, but tyranny, harsh suppression, or gentle policies all had their shortcomings. The methods that are too harsh result in decreased work efficiency of the hominoids, and the odds of riots and insurgencies are greatly increased. The methods that are too friendly facilitate all kinds of ideas in the hearts of the hominoids that they shouldn't have, which also affect the hard-earned peace and prosperity in the Imperium. Eventually, it was the brilliant Lord Wuinglan, the ruler of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, who created the groundbreaking concept of slaughter streaming, that solved the problem once and for all and satisfied the needs of most of the hominoids in the Imperium, allowing the Imperium of true human beings to step into a new age. Slaughter streaming? Thinking quickly, Xiahou Wuxin said even more bitterly, I understand it now. No wonder those live streamers bring so many unnecessary crystal cameras with them. So all their slaughters are for other people to watch. It's like a show. Indeed, all kinds of slaughter streams are the most popular entertainment shows in the Imperium. It is also the only means of entertainment for most of the hominoids, Wei Xiaotian said casually with his hands behind his back. Also, it is much more complicated than simple entertainment, but also a new way of edification and de-stressing, an educational entertainment. Educational entertainment? Xiahou Wuxin gnashed his teeth. That is really brilliantly put. Wei Xiaotian suddenly raised his voice and said, Human beings are the strongest fighting species in the Sea of Stars. Only the strongest are entitled to the great name of human being. Survival of the fittest is the only law in the universe. Every hominoid should be aware of such a supreme principle. The slaughter streams are a more direct way for them to understand the concepts of strong and weak and how cruel survival is. Their fighting will is raised without them knowing it, too, so that the more ambitious and determined ones among them will be able to distinguish themselves more easily. On the other hand, do you know that the sense of happiness always comes from comparison? The resources in the universe are too scarce to improve the environment and the material conditions on a large scale. However, it is not so difficult to improve the sense of happiness in your perception. However hard my work and however painful my life is, as long as I know that somebody is shouldering more agony, hardship, and inhumane torture, all the pain that I am suffering seems less difficult to deal with. Such is the weirdness of human senses. So, for the hominoids who work in the boundless fields of the Imperium or the sunless mines, since we cannot improve their working environment and living conditions for the time being, we will show them the lives of the people who are even more miserable than them, the lives of you, the sinners in the land of sins. I understand it now, Xiahou Wuxin said coldly. Hominoids are your slaves. It is needless to mention the bitterness of the torture that they suffer in farmlands and mines. But whatever torture they suffer, their life is still much better than biting each other like wild dogs in the land of sins, or being butchered by the experimenters, trial takers, and live streamers blatantly. That is exactly my point, Wei Xiaotian said with a smile. When an unlucky man meets a man 10 times unluckier than him, he will be in a much better mood and even think that he is actually quite lucky. That is exactly how you get a sense of happiness. Those hominoids have been working deep inside the mines day and night. They are ignorant, directionless people in the first place. After a long period of work, it is inevitable that they will complain or even slack off, which will result in a decrease in productivity. It is useless to suppress the worthless swine who are not scared of beatings or death. But as long as the clips of slaughter streams are shown to them during their precious breaks from work, they will somehow be elated, all their complaints gone, after they see how the sinners in the land of sin scream, moan, and cry. The immortal cultivator from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, got more and more excited as he talked. Perhaps he purely wanted to buy more time for himself at the beginning, but he was now prouder than ever about the system that originated from the land of sins. In the first years after Lord Wuinglan created the notion of slaughter streams, we hired the professors in renowned universities to trace and investigate 27 mining groups for 10 years. The result of the investigation suggested that the happiness index soared every year in the community of miners who watched slaughter streams for a long time, and that the ratio of sluggishness, strikes, and even large-scale riots was reduced year by year. After venting their anger and additional energy in the thrilling shows, the miners were able to work dutifully during the day. The disobedient rogues, after seeing the miserable outcomes of the sinners in the land of sins, did not say or do anything outrageous. "I get it. You are killing the chicken to scare the monkeys," Xiahou Wuxin said. "The sinners in the land of sins are chicken, and the hominoid miners are monkeys. You, Xianxia bulged her eyes, utterly dumbfounded. Despite all the crazy, bizarre things she had seen in the land of sins, she could not begin to fathom such evilness in the world. She stammered for a long time, only to come up with no comment on the immortal cultivator's behavior. "You can say that," Wei Xiaotian continued smiling. The test streaming in the mining groups was a major success and significantly helped them to improve the happiness index and the productivity of the miners. Soon, the slaughter streams were introduced nationwide in the Imperium. To this day, almost all the miners, especially those who are engaged in dangerous and burdensome labor work, consider the slaughter streams their sole excitement. Some of them even have to watch the streamers kill a couple of people to enjoy themselves before they go to sleep, even though they have worked 72 hours in a row deep inside the mines without any rest. As a result, the society is peaceful, the hominoids feel happy, and the productivity is significantly improved. The civilization of mankind is pushing forward at a higher and higher speed. The most amazing part is that there is barely any cost. Shouldn't you be greatly complimented? Also, the whole streaming business is just open and transparent without any threshold. It is the most direct channel of ascension for the community of hominoids. As long as they make up their mind, any hominoid can participate in the audition of streamers. After they pass the harsh tests, they will be delivered to the training center in Manjusaka for modification. We will reform them with state-of-the-art technology, magical equipment, and drugs. Then, they will be sent to the paradise of sins for games to bring pleasure to people all over the Imperium. As long as their style is eye-catching enough, their tactics brilliant and provocative, even a nobody who worked at the bottom level of a 30,000-meter mining hole on a frozen planet can become a star that everybody in the Imperium knows. The way out is right here. The Imperium never asks where they come from and is willing to give anybody an opportunity. If they want to distinguish themselves, just pass the tests one after another. With such an open and bright path lying right in front of them, what do the hominoids possibly have to complain about? They must waste their life deep inside the sunless mining holes only because they are cowardly and weak. If they are capable enough, they can totally distinguish themselves from their peers and become streamers, whining about the injustice of society when it is only because of their own incapability. That does not make sense at all. Now, Lord Wuinglan has a lot of superstar-level streamers under his banner. They are all celebrities whose fame has spread across the entire Imperium and the most awesome role models for countless hominoids. Thousands of hominoid teenagers are trying their best to become the cool streamers. Their whole attention is focused here. With the streamers as their heroes, who will even care about the strikes or the armed rebels like in the past? They are long outdated. Even the old and cunning Xiahou Wuxin was utterly dumbfounded. With a long sigh, he said, "Your methods are truly impressive. Lord Wuinglan is certainly a genius. He is a man who can change the entire Imperium," Wei Xiaotian said. The Imperium did not administer the hominoids in such a way a long time ago. At that time ago, our methods were still simple, rough, rigid, and clumsy. The hominoids were even treated like slaves. But the truth proved that slavery was one of the lousiest systems with the lowest productivity. It could not exploit the maximum value of the hominoids. What is more useful than the thorny whips soaked in venom is the weakness of humanity. It is lust and money. Money, Xiahou Wuxin mumbled. Yes, in the Imperium right now, there are not many slaves in the traditional sense. Most of the hominoids are free people, including the miners who struggle to make a living deep inside the mines. The mining groups even offer them a decent salary. Glittering coins are the greatest stimulus to boost their enthusiasm in work. However, the thing about money is that it is just useless paper however much there is when it is not used for consumption. Or rather, it is even more useless than paper and nothing more than a few groundless numbers. The resources in the sea of stars are too precious. We certainly cannot allow the hominoids to buy enough assets. But if we refuse to sell any items to them, they will immediately discover the lie of the money and realize that the money in their account is absolutely worthless. At this moment, it was Lord Wuxia who came up with another genius idea, which was to add a tipping system and a betting system into the slaughter streams. The hominoid viewers are attracted to purchase all kinds of virtual gifts to tip the streamers with their real money. In such a way, additional money is consumed. With $10, you can send a virtual flower to a certain streamer in the slaughter streams, and your name will appear in the system for 0.01 seconds. With $500, you can buy a shining virtual saber and give it to the streamer. Then, you will have the loud appreciation from the streamer, which will make you feel good in front of all your workmates in the mining area. It is also the only way for the bottom-level workers to receive other people's attention. If you are willing to save your money for a year and a half with $50,000, you will be able to ask a certain streamer to kill in the way that you designate. Your name will be left on the body, and the streamer will sing and declare that this guy has been killed for Brother A from Planet B. Tut, tut, tut. Think about it. A streamer in the building foundation stage or even the core formation stage calls you brother, and all that it costs is only $50,000. What a great bargain it is. A lot of bottom-level workers are in the factories with the harshest environments on the most remote planets. They do not have many channels to spend their money, and they tend to have bad thoughts when too much money is saved in their accounts. When they are guided to consume the money by way of tipping, they can only stay in the factory dutifully after all their savings are drained in the virtual world. Some of the workers actually volunteer to work overtime for half a year without any rest in order to save enough money however exhausting it is, all for the single purpose of tipping a streamer so that their name will be displayed on the menu for half a second and the streamer will call them brother and sister. Some people even tip the streamers with high-interest loans, selling themselves and turning from free folk into slaves. Naturally, they have themselves to blame for their outcome. It is nobody else's fault. As for the betting system, it is the same logic. We often hold many kinds of death matches in the slaughter streams. Sometimes it is the streamer's massacre of the sinners in the land of sins. Sometimes it is the mutual brutalization among the streamers. Different ways of betting and odds have been set, too. It is true that some people grow rich overnight after a wild gamble. Their identity of a bottom-level worker is removed once and for all, and they can live the rest of their life comfortably. Naturally, the Imperium guarantees the legal rights of those people. But 100 times more people lose the gambles and simply keep on gambling after they do. Mired in the swamp, they are unable to free themselves and end up large debts, turning into slaves of a different sense. Tipping and betting, two approaches at the same time. This is how the world is operated right now. In the old slavery system, true human beings directly enslaved hominoids, which was too simple, crude, and ineffective. Now, true human beings enslave money, and money enslaves hominoids. Everything is voluntary. How perfect and harmonious! You, Xiahou Wuxin sighed in mixed feelings. You truly have a profound understanding of humanity. Yes, men are born evil. As long as you grasp the weakness of humanity, you can transform anyone into a real slave, Wei Xiaotian said genuinely. In the past 100 years, there were indeed a lot of problems within the Imperium, which caused our external enemies to break in by taking advantage of the weaknesses. The Imperium was caught in a brief low tide. However, ever since Lord Wuxia promoted slaughter streams, the relationship between true human beings and hominoids has changed significantly. The Imperium is more united with a higher productivity. The contradictions in all areas have gradually calmed down. The comprehensive national power of the Imperium has taken an enormous leap ahead. Now, the enemies in all aspects have been crushed by us. Even our greatest nemesis is on their last breath. How could the generals and soldiers in the front line have achieved everything by themselves? It's all thanks to Lord Wuing Lan's hard work. In the meantime, you sinners in the land of sins should be particularly proud of yourselves when you are lucky enough to be dedicated to our great cause and contribute to the everlasting prosperity of the Imperium as the fuel. How about it? Now that you have understood the great significance of the land of sins and the slaughter streams for the Imperium, you can finally die without regret, right? Thank you, Master Wei, for letting this old dog know what the world I have been living in truly is. Xiahou Wuxin took a long breath in relief and smiled. In the past, I always thought that the land of sins was a laboratory without exits, a transparent but enclosed cage that absolutely cannot be broken. But now that I look at it, not just the land of sins, even the Imperium of true human beings or the entire universe out there is still an enormous jail. Nothing more. Is there any difference between one who can escape and one who cannot? He sounded so frustrated that he truly seemed to have lost all his fighting will. It is not a jail but an army, Wei Xiaotian said casually. Concentrating the flesh, soul, and will of all human beings, building them into an invincible and unconquerable army, charging in the infinite sea of stars, and reshaping the greatness and pride of the civilization of mankind. This is the significance of the Imperium's existence, and this is the value of your sacrifices. The civilization of mankind. Xiahou Wuxin chewed on the few words and smiled bitterly. Then he suddenly said in a low voice, "But in such a case, I am truly confused about something." Cough, 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 cough. He lowered his voice and suddenly began to cough, attracting the attention of all the gray exos including Wei Xiaotian. At this moment, inside the sewer below their feet that was not very deep, Li Yao and the Fist King had micro-adjusted every component on their body. Every bearing and every chip had been set to the maximum state to ensure that the highest combatability could be released. Han Te and Lu Li found their target, too, which was an enormous warehouse 2 kilometers away from Xiahou Wuxin and the rest of them. The elites of the Godly Fist Union were confronting the main force of the defenders of Liberty City who were holding the warehouse. Both parties were seasoned warriors personally trained by either the Fist King or Xiahou Wuxin. They were completely different from the mobsters that were temporarily drafted. Despite the collapse of order and the mayhem in the city, they still maintained some sort of discipline and combatability under the control and command of their respective captains. Both parties were trying to seize the seemingly large warehouse, which probably contained abundant assets, but they had recognized each other's toughness and did not burst into a fight immediately. That was because countless mobsters and rogue warriors were wandering nearby and craning their heads stealthily, like ravenous hyenas that were waiting for the result of the battle of 2 lions. They were even sitting on the fence, ready to take advantage of both of them. Naturally, they would not allow the few bandits to get things their way, but they were reluctant to leave so quickly. For a moment, they were caught in an impasse. Shocking changes took place at the 2 places almost at the same time. When Xiahou Wuxin just raised his last question, and when he was coughing so loudly that he could barely stand steadily and vomited tremendous blood, he staggered and could not help but fall toward Xianxia. At this moment, Wei Xiaotian already had a warning. But however acute his warning was, it was not as fast as Xiahou Wuxin. Xiahou Wuxin seemed to have taken off a shell named Weakness, and turned into the dominating, invincible leader of Liberty City again. He stopped in front of Xianxia after only 1 leap and pressed her chest hard. "Xiaoqi, run now." He was going to sacrifice himself to clear a path of survival for Xianxia. The few auras that had locked onto Xianxia tightly earlier were all disrupted by his fighting will that felt like a torrent. 5 or so gray exos were so shocked that they dashed to surround the duo, trying to block Xianxia's retreat. Xiahou Wuxin, on the other hand, grinned hideously. Dozens of veins as thick as vipers immediately protruded out of his dry chest and arms. Exerting his strength, he punched back at a gray exo with his flesh and blood, blowing the opponent to almost 5 meters away. The armor on the crystal suit's arm was falling apart like petals. Then, Xiahou Wuxin made a movement that was beyond everyone's expectations. He had clearly pushed Xianxia toward the outside of the battle, and he had even intentionally roared, leaving everyone the impression that he was about to sacrifice himself to protect Xianxia. But out of everyone's expectations, he suddenly sucked heavily. Some sort of swirl-like force came out of nowhere to his palm, and he pulled Xianxia back and threw her at where the gray exos were densest. Then he seemed to have grown wings. Waving his hands so crazily that they were cracking, he soared and dashed dozens of meters away from the battlefield. It seemed that he was about to dash into the burning and collapsing alleys inside the ruins in only a few bounds. He had rambled on about so many things and pretended to be completely frustrated and desperate, but everything was just a disguise for himself to run away, even at the cost of the life of his only true disciple. Hee, Wei Xiaotian snorted. The look on his face was absolutely the same as before, but dim grayness shone around his crystal suit as dozens of tiny flying swords darted out at Xiahou Wuxin from weird angles in all directions. The other gray exos realized what was going on. They also let go of the surveillance on Xianxia, who was still staggering in midair, and began to lock onto Xiahou Wuxin, who was as quick as a ghost, lunging at him in roars after being fooled. The third change took place when the tiny flying swords hit Xiahou Wuxin. Xianxia was supposed to be a human shield that he threw at the gray exos brutally. But right then, somebody seemed to have kicked her right in the bottom, and the propulsion magical equipment on her hands and feet spurted out tremendous air currents, allowing her to take a sharp turn and move out of the encirclement. Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia were besieged by the more than 10 gray exos in the beginning. Their enemies were in such a neat position that there was no gap at all. However, after Xiahou Wuxin's 3 changes, pretending to sacrifice himself to save his disciple at first, running away himself with his disciple as a decoy later, and sacrificing himself to protect Xianxia in the end, he finally tore apart a tiny gap in the enemy's perfect battle formation and sent Xianxia out of the siege. Ha ha ha! Dozens of flying swords hit Xiahou Wuxin at the same time. Smoke rose from fire and blood. But Xiahou Wuxin's hoarse laughter echoed from the smoke. One of the gray exos dashed into the smoke. Then, a series of metal twists and bone fractures were heard, followed by non-stop explosions. After the smoke slightly dispersed, in the middle of the boiling blood and the burning fire, a magnificent shadow even taller than the Fist King showed up. It was almost a giant more than 2 meters tall. Maybe it was not a very shocking height in the land of sins that was frequented by monsters everywhere. But the shoulder of the giant was almost as broad as 2 meters. It was practically a pure square that was stuffed with muscles. Muscles upon muscles, veins tied in veins. It was like a hybrid of rebar and cement. The dense bone spurs that were embedded on the arms and the crimson eyes and the enormous nostrils from which anger was spurting out were even more ferocious than the iron-boned Fist King before. He roared like a caged beast. Everybody in the land of sins knew that Xiahou Wuxin, as the leader of Liberty City, was an expert in handling flying swords. He had always been focusing on agility, swiftness, and grace. Nobody had ever seen Xiahou Wuxin in such an explosive form before, which was even more like a primordial beast than Fist King Lei Zhonglia. Below the ground, Liao asked the Fist King in a low voice, "Is metamorphosis very popular in the land of sins? Do the big shots never greet other people until they have a second form or an ultimate one?" Well, the Fist King's crystal processor calculated quickly. In such a case, everything makes sense now. The combat ability Xiahou Wuxin presented during the battle with me was obviously insufficient. It was at least 40% lower than the data that I collected by analyzing his battle videos. Just now, I thought that he was frustrated and not determined to fight because he had long known the truth of the land of sins and that he was nothing more than a tool to be studied and played. But from what we've seen, it must have been done on purpose. He intentionally kept part of his strength. Keeping part of his strength in front of such an unparalleled warrior like you? Liao could not help but shudder hard for Xiahou Wuxin's cunningness and thoughtfulness. He was about to ask why Xiahou Wuxin did that, but he realized the reason himself quickly. After pondering for a moment, Liao said quickly, "Are you suggesting that Xiahou Wuxin was waiting for an opportunity to completely get himself, or at least his disciple Xianxia, out of the surveillance of the sky. But as long as Liberty City was in peace and he was the leader of Liberty City, there was no way that he could get rid of the surveillance and manipulation of the sky. He could not escape at all. Therefore, although he had probably planned everything carefully in secret for decades, since the time when Xianxia's mother, his love, was killed by him, he had never dared to make any moves recklessly because there was no chance of escaping at all under peaceful circumstances. When you commanded a great army to attack Liberty City, it was a great opportunity for him to take advantage of the chaos. He pretended to be no match for you and get heavily wounded by you, disappearing from everyone's sight. He intended to run out of the city without alarming everyone. It is a shame that he's been blocked by the immortal cultivators, who forced him to expose his real strength that he has never revealed in the past decades. Yes, the Fist King said. My logical thinking circuits have analyzed all the known information comprehensively. There is a 93.3% likelihood that it's true. Great! Liao's crystal cameras shone, and his smile gradually turned hideous. In such a case, we can be even more confident in keeping the entire Gray Squad here forever. On the ground, Wei Xiaoyan's eyes began to glitter in interest, too. So, you were not wounded at all and you even practiced brand new techniques in secret. Such a perfect shape. What a pleasant surprise, Leader Xiahou. Xiahou Wuxin bellowed. All the tiny flying swords that Wei Xiaotian had attacked him with just now were captured by the force field generated from his bone spurs and his muscles. Swinging his arm that was as thick as his waist, they formed iron torrents while he laughed. Wei Xiaotian, I did not lie to you. I truly hid a lot of state-of-the-art test subjects for myself, and I learned a myriad of complicated arts from them. In front of Manjusaka, although I am just an insignificant old dog, whoever wants to claim my life must prepare to pay a terrible price. Leader Xiahou has truly put a lot of thought into getting your disciple out of here. Wei Xiaotian wiped his non-existent tears and put on an even more scornful look. It is a shame that your disciple does not seem to appreciate it very much. Right next to Wei Xiaotian, Xianxia was still locked onto by 3 gray exos. Holding her daggers and crouching, she was like a female leopard that was bearing the tusks in the middle of grasses. Xiahou Wuxin's expression changed greatly as he froze on the spot. He had taken everything into his calculations, including Wei Xiaoyan's reactions, the position and speed of the gray exos, the possible weaknesses and the remedies, the hidden force that he had imposed on his disciple, and the distance that she would possibly be pushed out. When he stalled the scumbags with his life, she probably could have escaped, unless... Why didn't you run away? Xiahou Wuxin stared at Xianxia in a daze. His hideous face that was almost like an animal emitted lackluster brilliance. You could have left. Why did you come back? If we go, let's go together. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot, hot tears rolling inside them. In the past 20 years, you have always been like this. You told me to do something, and you simply kicked me away. But that is not what is going to happen this time. I will not be kicked away anymore. I will stay and fight by your side and break out of Liberty City together with you. Xiahou Wuxin was completely dazed. Something that had been sealed for decades, and perhaps even longer, was gradually waking behind his hideous eyes. Tut tut tut. I didn't know that such a touching master-disciple relationship could be nurtured in the murky, bloody land of sins, Wei Xiaotian remarked in mixed feelings. It is a pity that our battle is not suitable to be material of the slaughter streams. Otherwise, a lot of viewers would certainly be attracted to it. Chances are that it would even be one of the 10 most popular videos today. Xiahou Wuxin ignored Wei Xiaoyan's mockery. Hot tears mixed with streaks of blood flowed out of the crimson eyes. His dry lips trembled for a long time, but he did not know what to say and simply mumbled repetitively, "Too silly. Xiaoqi, you are too silly. I've always been silly, or I wouldn't have been fooled by you for 20 years. Biting her lips, Xianxia held back her tears and said, "There are a lot of things between you and me that are yet to be settled. I will not let you die here at the hands of those scumbags. Even if you must die by my hand, master." "Okay." Xiahou Wuxin seemed to have been injected with infinite energy by Xianxia's words. Although his body size did not expand, the brilliance beaming out of his crimson eyes dazzled all the gray exos. If we go together. Today, you and I will fight side by side and kill all the emotionless, inhumane scumbags and march out of Liberty City openly. Copy that. Xianxia's tears finally flooded out beyond her control, but a smile gradually appeared on her face. She laughed hard and said, Master, by the way, you look so handsome right now and truly like a great hero. If my mother was still alive, she certainly would be attracted to you. Is that so? Xiahou Wuxin smiled. The bones all over his body suddenly uttered spluttering noises. He seemed to have constricted into an enormous iron ball in the moment and a spring that had been compressed to the minimum when he suddenly attacked Wei Xiaotian in the sky. What you said makes everything worthwhile. Boom! Xiahou Wuxin and Wei Xiaotian punched each other head-on. The steel storm on his arm was all blown at Wei Xiaotian. Despite the protection of the crystal suit of the highest level, Wei Xiaotian was still blown almost 5 meters away by Xiahou Wuxin's violent and unstoppable strength. The arm and the shoulder blade of the crystal suit exploded in cracking noises, with white smoke popping up. There was no real change of feelings on Wei Xiaotian's face. The moment he was blown back, he took out a glamorous gun where thousands of runes were glittering from his waist. After dazzling transformations, it was attached to his entire left arm, and dazzling blue light spurted out of the barrel that was larger than a fist. The blue light dispersed into almost 20 streams in midair, which were connected to each other in the tiniest threads of light. Interconnected, they covered Xiahou Wuxin overwhelmingly like a huge web. In the meantime, the other dozen gray exos took action. Knowing that Xiahou Wuxin had fully activated his techniques and was now at the most unstoppable moment, they did not fight Xiahou Wuxin directly but simply wandered and harassed him from nearby, restraining Xiahou Wuxin within the range of the cover of the blue web. Pushing Wei Xiaotian, who was in a crystal suit 3 steps away with a fleshly body, Xiahou Wuxin had done his best, to the point that his entire right arm was showing signs of fractures. Because of the harassment of the other exos, he could not catch his breath anymore and was slowed down, only to be covered by the blue web immediately. Z, 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 Z. The blue web, like a demon beast with life, tightened Xiahou Wuxin's muscular and magnificent body hard, cutting wounds that were similar to the lips of babies on his iron-like muscles. Several blue streaks were even crawling deep into his veins like vipers and eelworms. Arg! Unable to move anymore, Xiahou Wuxin roared in agony like a dam that was about to be broken by a flood. He exerted his strength without considering anything else and was about to tear the blue web apart. Without even blinking, Wei Xiaotian fell to one knee. With his right arm as the gun carriage, the firearm on his left arm transformed again. Hundreds of runes revolved rapidly together, and it shot out a second cluster of light that was red. The second light was not directly aimed at Xiahou Wuxin but above his head. After it exploded abruptly, an invisible mountain seemed to have collapsed brutally, pressing Xiahou Wuxin together with the earth within 10 meters from him down. The magical equipment that looked like a firearm was countless times more advanced than the normal bolters and Vulcan machine guns. But it was not exactly a gun but an array activator. What the other guns shot out were bullets, but what this particular gun shot out was many enormous arrays. The arrays that were activated by Wei Xiaotian boasted the ability to change the gravity and the air pressure freely, placing the target under super high pressure as if it were thousands of meters below the ocean and crushing their internal organs. Arg! Hardly had Xiahou Wuxin got rid of the influence of the first array of blue light when he was suppressed by an invisible mountain again. His knees hit the ground heavily, and his blood spurted out like a volcanic eruption. Poochie! 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 Faced with a monster like Xiahou Wuxin, who was a combination of cunningness and brutality, even an expert immortal cultivator like Wei Xiaotian did not dare act carelessly. He simply kept on pulling the trigger to build up the pressure of the array. Xiahou Wuxin tried to stand up again and again, only to be pressed to the ground by the suppression again and again. His knees were almost shattered, leaving 2 blood-red marks on the hard ground. Master! Xianxia shrieked and waved her daggers, trying to save him. However, she was too weak and no better than Hante and Luli in the eyes of real experts. She was no match for the gray exos that Wei Xiaotian had brought with him, much less Wei Xiaotian himself. Pooh! She was knocked to the ground by the gray exos for the 5th time. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, she was unable to get to her feet anymore, and the propulsion magical equipment on her hands and feet became heavy shackles after they ran out of crystals. Wei Xiaotian did not bother to look at Xianxia at all. After throwing more than 10 great arrays on Xiahou Wuxin's head in a row, and when the ground near Xiahou Wuxin was pressed more than 1 meter deep, he finally switched the array activator to the 3rd mode. Dangerous orange brilliance beamed out of the barrel of the gun when it was locked onto Xiahou Wuxin's abdomen. The immortal cultivator shook his head softly and sighed. Why bother? Did it help at all? Xiahou Wuxin was bleeding profusely. His skin was broken, and his fractured bones jabbed out of his mangled flesh. He looked 1,000,000 times more miserable than when he pretended to be wounded by the Fist King. He was still trying to resist the pressure from the sky again and again, even if it meant that his bones were shattered one after another. Hearing Wei Xiaotian's confusion, he glanced at the opponent with his swollen eyes and said in a miserable smile, "It did not help, but it had to be done anyway." "Why?" Wei Xiaotian asked. "You know that it is a dead end. Then, why did you struggle so hard before your death and reduce yourself to such a despicable state?" "The reason is simple. It's because..." Xiahou Wuxin took a deep, deep breath. Under the eyes of the surprised Wei Xiaotian, Xianxia, and all the other gray exos, he suddenly released spiritual energy 100 times more powerful than before, and he truly got back on his feet again against the suppression of more than 10 gravity-twisting and pressing-enhancing rune arrays. "I am a man, not a dog." At the same time, chaotic explosions and gunshots echoed around them. A bunch of messy, loud, and impatient mobsters and unorganized bandits rushed over like a flood. "Xiahou Wuxin is right there. I'm told that he has secretly hidden dozens of secret treasuries and anything can be found inside. Let's capture him for interrogation." Ha ha ha. Xiahou Wuxin is now heavily wounded and on the run. He does not have any combat ability at all. Whoever catches Xiahou Wuxin will become rich immediately. 2037 drive tigers to attack wolves 5 minutes earlier. 2 kilometers away from the battlefield where Xiahou Wuxin and Wei Xiaotian confronted each other, the groups of bandits from the Godly Fist Union and Liberty City were also at loggerheads around a warehouse of resources. A lot of tough bandits from other parts of the Land of Sins were nearby, too. Order had collapsed. Those bandits had all turned into ravenous wolves that feared nothing. As long as there were enough gains, they would not hesitate to lunge forward even if their enemies were deities from the sky. The atmosphere became graver and graver, and the remaining bandits of the Godly Fist Union would likely attack the warehouse that was defended by the bandits of Liberty City soon. The wandering warriors nearby sensed the killing intent in the air that was getting more and more intense. They were so excited that they had goosebumps all over their bodies, like sharks that had smelt the scent of blood and bared their sharp teeth. They were not bold enough to have a head-on clash against the Godly Fist Union or the defenders of Liberty City, but they were certainly good at taking advantage of the chaos and looting the defeated. Right when the battle was about to erupt, a high-pitched shriek came from nowhere. "Xiahou Wuxin has been discovered. He is running to his secret treasury." It is said that he's set up dozens of secret treasuries without telling anyone during the decades he ran Liberty City. 10 times more items are stored in them than here. What? Like a peal of thunder, the voice illuminated the greed and ambition of all the bandits. Xiahou Wuxin had been heavily wounded by Fist King Lei Zhonglia's punches, which was a fact that many had seen with their own eyes. With the Fist King's brutality and magnificence, his punches had at least reduced Xiahou Wuxin's combat ability by half. He was heavily wounded and in the most vulnerable state. Liberty City, as an Elysian world, was best known for its wealth and prosperity. Since Xiahou Wuxin had reigned Liberty City for decades, it was not only reasonable but only natural for him to establish dozens of secret warehouses to hide abundant treasures. All the bandits were fighting bloodily for the open warehouses of resources on the ground. But could those warehouses whose locations everybody knew have stored anything rare and precious? If they could capture Xiahou Wuxin and interrogate him to get a few secret warehouses, would they not be the greater winners of the war? All the tough bandits were glowing with interest and swallowing in great excitement. When they were analyzing the veracity of the words with the last calmness in their minds, a different voice shrieked from another corner. Not good. Xiahou Wuxin is about to be captured. Look at the sky in the southwest. It does not look right at all. Alarmed, all the bandits looked at the southwest and noticed that something was indeed weird. The whole of Liberty City was chaotic and obstreperous, like a furnace that had been poured fuel on. But an area not far away to their southwest was awfully quiet. When they sensed it carefully, they realized that the place seemed to be covered in a hazy mist, which was apparently disguising something. It is now or never. If Xiahou Wuxin is truly kidnapped by someone else, we will have absolutely no share of the good items in the dozens of secret warehouses. The high-pitched male voice from the beginning shouted again. After pausing a moment, it went on. Brothers of the Red Ghost Union, let's go and block Xiahou Wuxin before those sons of bitches do. As a result, all the random bandits and unorganized mobsters could not hold it any longer. They had been wandering about, waiting for the competition between the Godly Fist Union and the Defenders of Liberty City, hoping to take advantage of the mayhem when the fight between the two great gangs started. However, whether or not the mayhem could be taken advantage of was highly uncertain. Since the two gangs were patient enough to wait for such a long time instead of fighting, it was obvious that they would not leave many leftovers for the hyenas that were patrolling nearby. Since the big fish Xiahou Wuxin was probably not far away, they might as well try their luck there. There was no telling which random bandit lunged out first, but in half a minute, most of the mobsters had congregated into a murky but unstoppable torrent that flooded toward the area that was covered in gray mist. The bandits of the Godly Fist Union, who were preparing to attack the warehouse of resources, lost their patience, too. Their opponents in the warehouse were on par with themselves as elites of the gang. Besides, their opponents had rested and prepared for a long time there. It would be difficult to take the location by force. Even if they did break into the warehouse, should the enemy detonate and destroy all the assets at the last moment, would they not lose everything and gain absolutely nothing? Thus, they might as well try their luck with Xiahou Wuxin instead of wagering everything on this place, right? Even if the news was fake or if Xiahou Wuxin was eventually caught by somebody else, it still would not matter. After all, the warehouse of resources was rooted there, and it was not likely to grow feet and run away. It was highly improbable that they could ship all the assets out of the city in only half a day. They could always go back and attack the warehouse again. Thinking that, the elite bandits of the Godly Fist Union followed the mobsters and charged at the hotspot aggressively. Han Te and Lu Li's intentional calls were also heard by the Defenders of Liberty City, who were trapped in the warehouse. Relying on the warehouse of resources that had been completely surrounded, they were actually in a rather awkward and passive position, although they were safe for the time being. The bandits of the Godly Fist Union were not wrong. The warehouse of assets could not grow feet and run off, and they could not ship all the resources out of there in a short time. Even if they held their position and defeated a few waves of attacks, they would eventually be drowned by the bandits that came at them incessantly. If they waited and did nothing, they would be dead for sure. As Defenders of Liberty City and Xiahou Wuxin's loyal subordinates, they knew their leader's cunningness better than anybody else. They had heard a thing or two about the secret warehouses that Xiahou Wuxin had established. Also, as locals, once they got the coordinates of the secret warehouses through interrogation, they would certainly have more ways to excavate the treasures in them than the outsiders could. Damn it! You have only one head to lose anyway. If we defend this place without making any other attempts, we will certainly die without a burial. We might as well try our luck outside. Exactly. This warehouse of ours has the most abundant ammunition and the best gear. Let's be armed to the teeth and try our luck outside. I don't believe that we cannot capture Xiahou Wuxin before those scumbags. Bullshit. What kind of crap are you talking about? The city leader has been treating us with honor and integrity, but you are all thinking of betraying him and even capturing and interrogating him when Liberty City is only caught in some minor trouble? Do you have any conscience at all? In such a time of perils, it is urgent that we rescue the city leader as soon as possible and escort him to his secret warehouse for his safety. Exactly, Xianxia, you are quite right. The city leader has done us so many favors. It is only reasonable that we repay loyalty with loyalty. Let's go immediately and protect the city leader so that he can be safe in his secret warehouse. As a result, among the teams that were roaring and marching at Wuxia, another group of tough bandits who were ravenous and thirsty was added. Wei Xiaotian was watching Wuxia being pressed down right in front of him with a smile, under the impression that everything was under his control, when the fearless and voracious bandits crowded toward him from all the alleys and streets in every direction. There's Wuxia. A voice came out of nowhere. The one kneeling on the ground is Wuxia. He has confessed the location of the warehouse to those guys. Wei Xiaotian's smile that was as delicate as marble finally cracked. Hiss, it's really Wuxia. Wuxia's body size had expanded crazily, which ripped apart the camouflage on his face. Although his facial organs were even more hideous, they were not very twisted. So, a lot of his past subordinates and the bandits from the Godly Fist Union recognized him immediately. Also, the immortal cultivators from Saga, with their high-level crystal suits and the magnificent vibe around him, were truly different from the bandits from the Land of Sins. They were so eye-catching that a lot of bandits grew hostile toward them immediately. At this moment, the gray exos had surrounded Wuxia, beaten him to a pulp, and tied him up with barriers. It was exactly a classic scenario of interrogation. The bandits had been somewhat suspicious about the weird shouts at the beginning, but they naturally took them to be true right now, thinking that Wei Xiaotian and the other gray exos from the Heavenly Eye Legion, including Wei Xiaotian, had learned the coordinates of the secret warehouse. After only half a second's bewilderment, a fierce battle immediately broke out. Asshole! Hand over Wuxia. You dare steal my secret treasury? Die now! Protect the city leader. Protect the city leader now. The mobsters and the unorganized bandits came first, followed by the elites of the Godly Fist Union and those of Liberty City. They all lunged at the squad of gray exos, roaring like crazy devils. Wei Xiaotian looked more awful than ever. Having no other options, he could only go on a killing spree. The Heavenly Eye Legion, as an alert troop from Saga, was stronger and had the enhancement of the advanced crystal suits. Naturally, they were incomparable to the uncivilized primitives in the Land of Sins. The 10 or so gray exos marched in and out of the crowd like hungry tigers jumping at lambs. All the tough bandits were shuddering in fear. Wei Xiaotian opened fire non-stop. Wherever his orange barrel was aimed, only vague ripples spread out instead of obvious brilliance. But they transformed countless bandits into blood plasma abruptly as they broke apart in plopping sounds. But there were simply too many bandits. Although the bandits in the front were scared out of their wits and tried to run, their retreat was blocked by the bandits behind, who simply pushed them forward. Despite Wei Xiaotian's strength, after blowing several hundred tough bandits up, he felt that his hands were getting numb, and the array activator was overloaded and in dire need of a half-minute cooldown. Asshole! Wei Xiaotian was so infuriated that he was gnashing his teeth. Vaguely sensing that something was not right, he glanced at Wuxia, only to discover that the ground where the man's feet had been planted was collapsing because of an explosion. Under the heavy pressure of the great array, Wuxia fell underground, quickly leaving Wei Xiaotian's eyesight. Liberty City was established on the ruins of a prosperous city of the marital meritocrat civilization, with debris as complicated as a labyrinth in the underground world, like a piece of rotten wood that had been gnawed by ants. It was almost like the gravity arrays that Wei Xiaotian's array activator activated were so powerful that the feeble earth could not take it anymore and collapsed directly, making Wuxia fall below. Wei Xiaotian frowned deeply, slashing two bandits that lunged at him in half-casually. He blew out two winds and threw away the 4 blocks of broken corpses. In the meantime, he did not forget to plant almost 20 crystal bombs on the broken corpses, paving a channel of blood in front of him with the explosions. Wei Xiaotian stomped on the ground brutally and lunged at where Wuxia fell. You want to go? Not so fast. To this moment, he still thought that it was merely an accident. At best, the explosion could only have been caused by Xiahou Wuxin, who was cunning enough to detonate the earth below his feet and flee with the help of soil. However, the next second, when he was about to reach the entrance of the cave, a creepy warning somehow flowed all over his body, pulling his every nerve, ending brutally. Wei Xiaoyan's every orifice was constricted to the minimum. It was almost like an unimaginable, undefeatable beast was lurking right inside the cave that had appeared out of nowhere, and the very beast had bulged its eyes, waiting for him to jump into the trap. For a moment, the sound of fighting and screaming on the battlefield vanished. The only thing that could be heard was the vague breathing of the deadly beast that was ravaging his eardrums and heart. Dum, 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 dum. Wei Xiaoyan's heart was beating faster than ever. How is it possible? When did such a brutal monster appear in the land of sins? How did it escape our attention? The thought only flashed briefly in Wei Xiaoyan's mind before he reacted as fast as lightning. At the risk of tearing apart all his bones and muscles, he tried to change the angle of his jump and brushed past the entrance of the cave at a close distance. Boom! The moment he passed the cave narrowly, an intense cluster of black smoke spurted out of the cave, like the breath of a dinosaur. If he had jumped into the cave without minding anything just now, he certainly would have been swallowed by the black smoke, embracing his doom. Although he was not directly hit by the black smoke, Wei Xiaotian still sensed that the terribly brutal force had locked onto him tightly, as if countless transparent tusks had bitten his arms and thighs. Strangled by such a force, even a cold and heartless immortal cultivator like him could not help but moan. Having no time to analyze the source and elements of the force at all, he hopped and sprang, fleeing as quickly as possible. The black smoke dispersed. Like raging ghosts, it spread in all directions in rings with the cave as the center. Very soon, it covered the entire battlefield. Boom! 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 The skyscrapers lying awry nearby were also detonated by the crystal bombs that had long been planted below the cornerstones. As they collapsed abruptly, the dust they raised blocked the entire sky. Wei Xiaotian secretly cried. As a result, it would be impossible for Manjusaka to observe what was going on in the battlefield. This is an expert much more awesome than Xiahou Wuxin and at least 3 times, no 5 times, no countless times stronger than him. Who can it be? The Fist King? It's impossible. Even if Fist King Xianxia is some sort of spiritual puppet that boasts automatic learning and upgrading functions, Great Iron City should be his limits. The dominance and magnificence were entirely different from the sordidness, brutality, and aggression right now. Thinking quickly, Wei Xiaotian made the decision immediately. He wanted to command his subordinates to retreat and make further plans after the situation was analyzed calmly. They were all jade, and the sinners were nothing more than bricks. It was illogical to hit bricks with jade. However, the moment the thought occurred to him, he heard the screams of his teammates of the 2nd Special Operations Squad of the Heavenly Eye Legion. Despite the number of sinners, they were all weak mobsters who were poorly equipped. With their advanced gear and their dominating strength, the immortal cultivators were able to deal with them before. However, if a few experts who were similar to Fist King Xianxia, if not stronger, were hiding in the middle of the crowds that were like a surging flood, the situation would be quite dangerous. They did not even need to attack the immortal cultivators directly. All they needed to do was hide in secret and harass the immortal cultivators, forcing the immortal cultivators to spare half of the attention on dealing with them. The mobsters that were coming at them fearlessly and unstoppably would naturally take care of the rest. The 2nd Special Operations Squad of the Heavenly Eye Legion had dealt a heavy blow to the tough bandits and killed countless. With the bloody deaths between the two parties, the tough bandits certainly understood the importance of taking advantage of the vulnerabilities of their enemies well and attacked them even more vehemently. All the immortal cultivators were mired in the violent turbulence, unable to move anymore. In less than 20 seconds, the internal screen on Wei Xian's crystal suit indicated that the performance of his subordinates' crystal suits and their physical parameters had turned black, which meant that they had been completely destroyed and killed. The next moment, the light beam twisted violently, and all the data turned into question marks. His connection with his subordinates had been jammed. The killing intent that felt like a parasite appeared behind him again. To this moment, Wei Xiaotian still had not figured out who exactly was harassing his subordinates and hunting him. Frightened, Wei Xiaotian lost his earlier cool. On all fours, he slithered and crawled, fleeing in panic in the middle of the storm of bullets and blades. Horrible. It was too horrible. Even when he was faced with the mutated beasts in the laboratory or Lord Wuinglan, he did not seem to have sensed such terrifying killing intent before. Several bandits ahead of him discovered him at the same time and realized that he was the leader of the mysterious combat squad. They all roared and lunged at him. "Get lost, you ants!" Wei Xiaotian's face became more hideous than ever, with an expression that was even more disgusting than those of the sinners from the land of sins. He did not slow down at all, even if that meant his crystal suit would be slashed by the enemy's chainswords and vibration sabers. 2 clusters of dazzling light balls burst out of his hands and sent the few bandits to hell. Within a breath, he had already passed the tornado of blood and arrived at the edge of the battlefield and the black fog. The killing intent behind him got more and more aggressive, as if somebody was grinning creepily next to his ears. Wei Xiaotian shrieked. Instead of turning his head, he extended his left arm backward, trying to activate a new array to block the enemy's pursuit. But out of his expectations, hardly had he extended his arm when he felt his shoulder blade turn cold. The array activator did not function at all when his entire left arm was chopped off neatly, including the array activator and the cosmos ring that stored his crystal suits. Wei Xiaotian did not stop or hesitate at all. He did not even show any sign that he hoped to reach for his broken limb and pull it back, like a gecko that had just lost its tail. His speed was not affected at all when he finally broke out of the black fog. He escaped desperately, never faster or more panicked in his entire life, until he ran out of strength and his body was entirely drained. He finally collapsed in the middle of ruins. When he looked back, he discovered that none of his subordinates escaped, and the raging black fog looked even creepier and more mysterious than before. Chi! 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 A cluster of white, icy fog spurted out of the fracture of the crystal suit, freezing the wound directly, stopping the bleeding, and depriving him of the sense of pain. Then, a layer of materials that were similar to gel was secreted and enshrouded the shocking wound. After it was exposed to the air for a few seconds, the gel was transformed into a silver shell like a new crystal suit. There was no delight on Wei Xiaotian's frozen face. He adjusted his crystal processor gloomily and reached out to Manjusaka. "My lord, we have failed. You must have noticed the anomaly on the battlefield." "Yes." A few experts showed up. "I suspect that Fist King Lei Zhonglia is still alive and has found a new iron body. He even has several partners now." "Yes. The enemy cut off my left arm in one attack, but I didn't see clearly whether it was Fist King Lei Zhonglia or somebody else. But it doesn't matter now. I request a railgun bombardment of 1 square kilometer on the battlefield." "Yes, understood." "What? My lord, are you sure? This will affect a lot of things and involve the epic quest that is 100 times grander than the Battle of Liberty City." At this moment, in an underground sewer 5 kilometers away from the battlefield, Liao rolled forward in squeaky noises. Clang! The super alloy chainsword that he had installed on the left side of his body broke and fell to the ground. The tracks occasionally uttered unpleasant sounds, expressing their protest. Liao sighed. The body that he had temporarily jumbled was too fragile to accommodate his soul. When could he be his perfect fleshly body again? Then he chuckled in amusement. Wei Xiaotian proved to be overly cautious and was truly scared away by his pretension. In fact, Wei Xiaotian was certainly an expert above average. With the enhancement of the high-level crystal suits, if he had competed with Liao's ragged body right now, he would have made Liao pay a gory price in the bloody battle even if he could not defeat Liao. Therefore, Liao had kept himself back and only intimidated the opponent with the air of the divinity transformation stage, playing the trick of deterrence. The guy was truly shocked and fled in panic as he expected and did not even have the courage to fight back after the loss of an arm. If Wei Xiaotian had been bold enough to fight to the end, Liao would have been caught in an awkward situation. He had to make a hard choice between revealing who he was and fleeing in a hurry. But as it turned out, I have a Cosmos ring now, carrying the array activator, and the Cosmos ring in which Wei Xiaotian stored his crystal suit. Liao could not have smiled more delightedly. 2039 establishment of the anti-sky guerrilla team. Not far away ahead of him, Xiahou Wuxin and Fist King Lei Zhonglia, two sworn enemies half a day ago and two men who had lost everything right now, were confronting each other in silence in the middle of the sewage. Fist King. Xiahou Wuxin had just been pulled underground by Liao after blowing up the ground. In his dizziness, he did not know what was going on yet. However, although the Fist King had changed into a new iron body, the release model to transform crystals into spiritual energy was almost the same as before. So, Xiahou Wuxin recognized who he was immediately. The Fist King did not deny it at all. In a tone as cold as machinery, he asked straightforwardly, "Do you want to fight me again? Or do you want to fight the angels with me?" Xiahou Wuxin narrowed his eyes, his face that was covered in blood cramping. "Master!" At this moment, Xianxia, having been rescued by Han Te and Lu Li from the mess, ran to him in tears of joy. Hearing the sound of his dearest disciple, Xiahou Wuxin immediately lost all his hostility. With a long sigh, his crazily expanded body withered like a balloon that had lost all its air. He turned back into the weaselly, white-haired old man, glancing at the Fist King in suspicion. He then looked at Liao and asked, "May I ask who this senior is?" Although he did not see what happened on the ground, he could easily infer that Wei Xiaotian and his teammates must have been defeated from the fact that everybody had appeared at this place safe and sound. The Fist King's strength was on par with his own. Perhaps, when the Fist King was maneuvering an enormous body like Great Iron City, he would have been able to display incredible combat ability, but his body that had been temporarily jumbled together was absolutely no match for Wei Xiaotian. Then, the only possibility left was this weird-looking senior. Liao smiled. "Is it important? If I were an angel or immortal cultivator, such trouble would have been necessary. I would have 100 ways to force you to confess all your secrets. Master Han Te and Lu Li are both good guys," Xianxia said. "My intuitions tell me that they are trustworthy." After pondering for a moment, Xiahou Wuxin glanced back at the battlefield and made his decision. "Fair enough. Let's go. I'll lead you to a secret warehouse where we will take a brief rest." Having been the leader of Liberty City for decades, Xiahou Wuxin was without a doubt the boss of the region. He knew the debris and the interconnected tubes deeply buried below the ground as clearly as he knew his own fingers. Under his guidance, everybody moved several times faster than before. In several places that appeared to be dead ends, he could even find secret doors that were covered in dust and rust. Every now and then, he would also lead everyone to rappel several hundred meters down through the iron ropes of the forsaken lifts. Moving for half an hour in silence, they reached a place of darkness where they could not see their own fingers or hear any sounds. The Land of Sins was known as Martial Meritocrat's planet several hundred years ago. It used to be a highly developed planet. Not only was the surface of the planet full of the traces of human beings, but hundreds of enormous cities were also established in places 1,000 meters into the ground. Those underground cities are like enormous ant nests and beehives. Connected to each other, they constituted an underground world that was even more prosperous than the ground. Xiahou Wuxin lit a fluorescent bulb, illuminating the ragged space around him into an ocean of greenness. While examining directions carefully, he spoke in a low voice between coughs. When Judgment Day took place, all the cities on the surface were razed to the ground, and even most of the underground cities were bombarded into smithereens by the Earth penetrators. However, it was impossible to dig out every part of the surface of the planet. Therefore, a lot of underground cities were retained, or at least they were not as badly wrecked as the cities on the surface. The resource supplies of the underground world were highly dependent on the surface. Since the surface had been transformed into an unpopulated land with serious pollution and radiation, it could provide no more resources for the underground world. Therefore, those who hid in the underground ruins during Judgment Day were mostly killed. But the pathways, facilities, and secret warehouses that they left behind can certainly be made of use by us who have come hundreds of years later. While talking, Xiahou Wuxin stopped next to a wall that was covered by a red carpet of fungi. He drew a dagger out of his boot and scratched the fungi carefully, revealing a few vertical gaps. He then stuck the blade tip into the gaps and opened a cover. It was obviously a certain lock of a mechanical structure. Xiahou Wuxin operated among the gears and the buttons quickly. Soon, fulminations began to echo deep inside the wall. Then, the entire wall collapsed and revealed a long, narrow pathway that spurted cold air. There was no telling where it led. "Come on." Xiahou Wuxin gestured for them to enter and walked in first. Liao followed him. Thankfully, the channel had been built rather wide, probably for the convenience of the transportation of assets. With his enormous body size right now, it was still possible to squeeze through. Everybody moved downward for another minute along the channel, only to be blocked by an iron gate that had been sealed by barriers. When Xiahou Wuxin unlocked the barriers and the door glided into the rocks on two sides, Liao specifically scanned and discovered that the gate was 1 meter thick. Inside the gate was an enormous warehouse. Boxes of crystals and high-energy food, tons of firearms and magical equipment, crystal bombs that filled every corner of the room. All the items that would have driven the bandits on the ground mad and raised a storm of bloody fights were piled as high as hills and emitting lackluster brilliance in silence. Han Te, Lu Li, and Xianxia all exclaimed in shock. Even the Fist King's man-made eyes were glittering in interest. "Stop looking. They are just camouflage," Xiahou Wuxin said expressionlessly. "When the time for a desperate escape comes, one cannot carry too many heavy goods." He walked straightforwardly to a corner that was occupied by crystal bombs and asked Liao and the Fist King to help him move all the crystal bombs away. Then, he kneeled on the ground like a dog and groped for a long time. Finally determining the location, he stuck his hands against the floor and pressed softly. Dazzling brilliance flashed between his palm and the floor before hundreds of silver threads suddenly popped out of the floor and spread out in all directions. As if alive, they weaved and connected with each other, forming an enormous rune array. A teleportation array? Liao beamed with interest. Speaking of which, he had never seen facilities similar to teleportation arrays in the Land of Sins. Xiahou Wuxin was not in a hurry to enter the teleportation arrays but deployed the crystal bombs that had been moved aside just now. The 100 crystal bombs all had a small hole on the top. Crimson rays shot out and aimed at the entrance of the warehouse. The rays were so dense that they constituted an impenetrable dragnet. Whoever entered the warehouse would certainly be scanned by one of the rays. Liao knew the trigger pattern of such crystal bombs very well. As long as one of the rays was blocked by intruders, a serial explosion would immediately be raised. Not only would they blow up the teleportation array, even the entire warehouse might completely collapse. Xiahou Wuxin was indeed a brutal and cunning old dog. "Come on." It was not until all the arrangements were completely that Xiahou Wuxin finally put on a gloomy smile. "Be careful and do not stand before those crystal bombs. This is a present that I have specially prepared for Wei Xiaotian and the angels. Do not open it for them." Shwa, shwa, shwa. Through the teleportation array, everybody was teleported to another secret warehouse that was not far away. It was the first time that Han Te, Lu Li, and Xianxia had ever used a teleportation array. Naturally, they all exclaimed in amazement. Liao secretly complimented on Xiahou Wuxin's thorough planning. He had hidden the real secret warehouse below a false secret warehouse that was on the surface. With such a trick within the trick, he would be able to delay the immortal cultivators from finding the place for as long as possible. Compared to the false secret warehouse, the real secret warehouse was not large in scale, but as far as one's eyes could see, the marrow crystals that were sealed in the refrigerators nearby were the best of the best. Emitting glamorous, colorful brilliance, they illuminated the underground secret warehouse as if it were a paradise in the human world. The quality of the marrow crystals that could only have been collected through arduous efforts alone was indicative enough of Xiahou Wuxin's years of preparations for his desperate struggle in case his value was fully exploited someday. Fist King and Senior, Since you showed up at the most critical moment in the end, you must have heard most of the conversation between me and Wei Xiaotian, right? Xiahou Wuxin asked. So, you all know the truth of the land of sins and Manjusaka. Yes, the Fist King said coldly. We know more than you do, and earlier than you did. Xiahou Wuxin was slightly dazed. He nodded and said, in that case, you should know that the so-called Battle of Liberty City was merely a play directed by Manjusaka. Both of us were chess pieces on somebody else's board. We were just toys with breath and a heartbeat. I have neither breath nor heartbeat, the Fist King said with his mechanical voice. However, I am not willing to be anybody's toy. Xiahou Wuxin frowned again. He felt that the Fist King before his eyes was somewhat different from the Fist King whom he had fought before. But it was not the time to be concerned with the details. If so, I believe that we share a common goal right now, which is to break the siege of the angels and escape Liberty City, right? No, the Fist King vetoed his opinion again. We are not going to just break out of Liberty City. We will also march to Manjusaka and bring down the city in the sky. Well, Xiahou Wuxin did not expect that the Fist King would have such a wild dream. He was lost for words for a moment. Fabulous! Xianxia, however, screamed and even cried in excitement. She was almost moving forward to hug the Fist King's iron body. In a shivering voice, she asked, Master Fist King, you want to destroy Manjusaka? The city in the sky, too? Us too. Han Te and Lu Li both held their chests high proudly and declared at the same time. Although we are weak, we have summoned our courage to challenge Manjusaka. Right, there's also Grandpa Yao. Shua, shua, shua. All eyes were on Li Yao. Li Yao, however, was not bothered at all but simply appreciated Xiahou Wuxin's collection with great interest. Xiahou Wuxin stared at the Fist King in a trance and asked in a low voice, Do you mean it? You should have seen it with your own eyes when I charged at the city in the sky with Great Iron City. The Fist King replied. Do we have another way out except for blowing up the entire sky? After pondering for a moment, Xiahou Wuxin nodded with a bitter smile. Indeed, if we do not knock over the board completely, we will forever be chess pieces. The land of sins is vast, but every inch of land is monitored by the immortal cultivators. Even this dark, sunless world here is not safe. Wherever we run, we cannot escape from the cover of crimson rays of Manjusaka. However, as for how exactly we are going to fight against the city in the sky, we must make thorough plans. Based on my experience with the immortal cultivators, since so many things have happened in Liberty City, they will certainly try to demolish the city completely to prevent news of what happened from spreading. Therefore, whatever our plan is, we have to escape from Liberty City as soon as possible. For the escape today, I have planned in secret for 20 years and collected countless pieces of powerful magical equipment, weapons, and strengthening drugs. Many of them did not even fall from the heavenly rails but were excavated by me from the relics of the martial meritocrat civilization before Judgment Day. You may take as many things as you can, but make it fast. I estimate that we have 3 hours for preparations at best, and we must leave in 3 hours. Otherwise, the immortal cultivators will certainly be able to trace us here. Xiahou Wuxin clapped his fists and unlocked the storage boxes that were embedded in the rocks. Many enormous chests glided out without a sound along the rails. Wow! The finely made, rigorously structured firearms and blades that carried the air of state-of-the-art technology, as well as the armor and spiritual puppets countless times more advanced than the magical equipment in the warehouse outside, turned the place into a small but dazzling arsenal. Han Te, Lu Li, and Xianxia were all glowing with greed and could not help but gulp hard. Profound brilliance beamed out of the Fist King's artificial eyes. Looking at the slaughter machines in different forms, he remarked, I did not know that the leader of Liberty City was also interested in collecting spiritual puppets. It was not exactly interest, but because of my lack of choices. Xiahou Wuxin replied with a bitter smile. Under the surveillance of the immortal cultivators, I did not dare tell my secrets to anyone. When I devised my desperate plan, I did not plan to bring any assistance other than Xianxia. Compared to those people who may betray me and even delay me at any moment, the spiritual puppets were certainly the most reliable partners. As long as a clear command is given, they will not tire, they will not back off, and they absolutely will not betray me. Fist King, you are a ghost. The artificial body that you use must share something in common with the components of the spiritual puppets. I can tell that the artificial body you are using right now is a hastily jumbled product that probably cannot bring out 10% of your combat ability. Why don't you pick some suitable units from the spiritual puppets and the backup components that I prepared to slightly strengthen and modify your body? However, I am not an expert of maintenance and modification. Besides, those spiritual puppets are either the most advanced models thrown from the city in the sky or the ultimate slaughter machines from the martial meritocrat civilization before Judgment Day. They are the most precise in structure and barely compatible with each other. I can only use them or perform simple maintenance, but I'm afraid it's beyond my abilities to dismantle and regroup them. I wonder, do you want to? Without a word, the Fist King turned to Liao. Liao smiled. Are there facilities like maintenance workbenches for magical equipment in this place? Xiahou Wuxin was stunned again. Fist King Lei Zhonglia was one of the most famous collectors of spiritual puppets in the Land of Sins. Also, Great Iron City, the frightening mobile fortress, had been personally crafted by him. Therefore, the Fist King's expertise in refining was well acknowledged to be among the best in the Land of Sins. Xiahou Wuxin had expected the Fist King to modify and upgrade his artificial body because it was a matter of life and death. He did not expect that the Fist King would entrust the work of such importance to the mysterious ghost or spiritual puppet. If I may ask, who are you? In front of the mysterious expert who was strong enough to scare away Wei Xiaotian, Xiahou Wuxin did not dare act condescending. You may call me Fiend Star. Naturally, Liao could not tell them the secrets of the Star Glory Federation at such a dangerous moment. It was not because he did not believe in the Fist King or Xiahou Wuxin, but because everybody might be caught by the immortal cultivators whose interrogation methods could not be resisted simply by willpower. So, the less they knew, the better. After we truly blow up Manjusaka, perhaps I can tell you more things. But for now, all you need to know is that we share a common goal, and the high and mighty angels and immortal cultivators are our mutual enemy. Xiahou Wuxin was too seasoned and sophisticated to pursue the matter further. Nodding, he walked to a wall at the end of the secret warehouse that was as smooth as a mirror and groped for a moment. Then, like a magic trick, he pulled out an enormous workbench from the wall. Several delicate anti-gravity rune arrays had been carved on the workbench, allowing the heavy components and even crystal suits, artificial bodies, or spiritual puppets to float above it. Dozens of multipurpose maintenance arms were folded and stored on two sides, which were controlled by a special crystal processor. Turning on the interface, he explained to Liao and the Fist King, somewhat embarrassed. In fact, this secret warehouse was not built from scratch by me. It is an underground arsenal of the martial meritocrat civilization that I accidentally discovered. This maintenance platform was a product of the martial meritocrat civilization, too. The application of many of its functions is beyond my ability. Although there is a detailed user manual, the instructions on it are complicated, and the information contained inside is as vast as an ocean. We have only 3 hours at best, so it's all right. Let me look at it first. The maintenance platform left from the martial meritocrat civilization aroused Liao's interest greatly. His soul split apart into streams of telepathic thoughts and flooded into the control crystal processor of the maintenance platform. Everybody was a bit suspicious at first, especially Xiahou Wuxin, who was uncertain of the origins of the mysterious Fiend Star. But the streams of information falling on the light beam activated by the control crystal processor fell faster and faster. First it was like a storm, then it was like a cataract. After that, countless shooting stars seemed to be rushing down at the same time. The clusters of complicated runes and figures turned into glittering lines, and even Xiahou Wuxin was unable to distinguish them anymore despite his computational ability. In the end, the light beam fell completely blank, but squeaky noises echoed from inside the control crystal processor, with white smoke popping up now and then, as if every crystal chip inside had been ravaged to the limits and might start to burn at any moment. Xiahou Wuxin was truly dumbfounded and lost for words. After ruling Liberty City for 30 years, he had seen too many brutal beasts, tough bandits, and mysterious immortal cultivators. And he had also received countless pieces of bizarre magical equipment from the immortal cultivators. But he had never seen such a weird scene before. Even the Fist King's artificial eyes were glittering in unusual brilliance as he analyzed Li Yao's level quickly. But the final conclusion was that it was unevaluable. Shua! The dozens of multipurpose maintenance arms seemed to have been endowed with a life by Li Yao and began to roll swiftly at the same time, picking up almost 10 spiritual puppets from the storage boxes nearby. Xiahou Wuxin was about to remind Li Yao that those spiritual puppets were made in different styles and methods and that they were hardly compatible with each other. If they were dismantled at the same place, it would be easy to mix them up. But before he was able to say anything, a metal tornado was raised on the maintenance platform. The 10 spiritual puppets seemed to have been cut by invisible sharp blades and turned into the most fundamental components in the blink of an eye. Joining each other, they began to revolve quickly. The speed of their revolution was so high and the brilliance that they released was so dazzling that nobody in the small warehouse was able to keep their eyes open. Even if they did shut their eyes, the stinging on their faces, hands, and bodies that felt like paper cuts, as well as the sounds of high-speed friction in their ears, still reminded them that an unbelievable miracle was happening right before them. Only 3 minutes passed. The tornado vanished. The air was filled with the smell of burning metal, which stimulated their nostrils acutely and made everybody except the Fist King want to sneeze. Li Yao's obviously unsatisfied voice came over. "Well, this is the best I can do now." Everybody opened their eyes in suspicion and astonishment. The first thing they saw was a whole ground of metal powder. Then, it was the multipurpose mechanical arms that had turned orange and were about to melt because of the high-speed friction and cutting just now. In the end, they saw a brand new spiritual puppet that was sitting cross-legged above the maintenance platform. Hiss! Everybody gasped hard. What a spiritual puppet it was. Judging from the body size, it was only between 1.6 and 1.7 meters tall, which was not huge or impressive. But the glamorous armor, the natural structure, the smooth shape, and the flawless balance of the 4 arms all unintentionally indicated the violent aesthetics that had never appeared in the land of sins before. It was not like a cold slaughter machine but more like a primeval beast that was in hibernation. If one held their breath and listened carefully, they would be able to hear the incessant heartbeat of fighting.